Chapter 1, Don't use your phone while walking. Chapter 1, Don't use your phone while walking. My head was dizzy and my arms and thighs ached, as if I had been hit by a dump truck. He still remembered that he was attacked by a wild beast, but it seemed that he had not been eaten. Rhodes opened his eyes and did not see the unfamiliar ceiling. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, and his eyes unconsciously narrowed into slits, and he subconsciously wanted to raise his hands to cover his eyes. Swish! Someone carefully closed the curtains, making Rhodes' eyes feel a little better. Calculating the time, it's almost time to wake up. Rhodes heard someone talking, a somewhat old female voice. But he had no idea what was being said. This was not the Chinese he was familiar with, at least not Mandarin. It doesn't sound like English or any other familiar language. Rhodes tilted his head slightly and saw an old lady with pink hair and a strange red cloak standing in front of the window. The person who just spoke should be her. How do you feel? A kind male voice came from the other side. Rhodes saw an old man wearing a clown hat sitting cross-legged on a chair beside the bed. Of course, Rhodes didn't understand what he said. Rhodes' throat was a little dry, and he asked with difficulty, "Where is this?" The two old men on both sides of the bed looked at each other with confusion on their faces, and they didn't understand what Rhodes was saying. Rhodes thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Where is this? Who are you? Where is this place?" Looking at the increasingly confused looks in the two old men's eyes, Rhodes felt something was wrong. Mandarin doesn't work, English doesn't work, and plastic Cantonese doesn't work either. What should I do? The old man with the clown hat jumped off the chair lightly, and Rhodes found that he was not as tall when standing as when sitting. It was rude to think like that, Rhodes criticized himself, and then he noticed that the old man was incredibly agile and did not look like an elderly person at all. It seems like there's a language barrier. It's a headache. The old man was a little distressed. It's a language I've never heard of before. The pink-haired lady asked, "Where did you pick up this child from?" "In the forest, didn't I tell you?" At this time, someone knocked on the wooden door, and a girl of about 17 or 18 years old walked in. "President, it's almost time. If we don't leave now, we will miss the regular meeting." "Oh, I almost forgot. Polyasika, can I leave this child to you to take care of?" the old man asked the pink-haired lady. "I refuse. I hate humans, Makarov, and it's too noisy in here." The pink-haired old lady said something distasteful of humans while helping Rhodes sit up and pouring him a glass of water. "Thank you." Rhodes thanked him subconsciously. Polyasika didn't understand, but she could roughly guess what Rhodes was saying. But she didn't respond, and turned away directly. "His injury is no longer serious, I want to go back." "Ah, thanks." Makarov knew the character of his old friend and knew that it was useless to persuade him. Rhodes drank some water to moisten his dry throat and watched the pink-haired lady leave in confusion. The short old man was talking to the young girl who just came in. The two spoke a language Rhodes could not understand, but from the way they occasionally looked at him, he guessed that it might be related to him. At this time, the slight pain in his left leg made Rhodes frown. He noticed that his left arm and waist were wrapped in bandages, and he raised his hand to touch his head, and his forehead was also well bandaged. The wounds all over his body reminded him of the attack. "It's a bit weird." Rod remembered that he and his roommate stayed up late playing online games, and when he woke up in the morning he didn't feel like moving. The two roommates who went out to buy food lost contact one after another and have not returned for a long time. Rod was so hungry that he had to take his remaining roommate out to look for someone. One went to the new canteen and the other went to the old canteen. As a result, Rod accidentally tripped while playing with his mobile phone while climbing the stairs and fell heavily to the ground. When he got up, he found a huge forest in front of him. What should you do if you suddenly find yourself in an unfamiliar place while walking? Don't panic, turn on your phone to check your location first, and make an emergency call if necessary. But he didn't find his phone. When I tripped just now, my phone seemed to have flown out. Rod realized that things didn't seem good and he might have encountered a phenomenon that was difficult to explain by science. CCTV once had a program called Faraway Science, which was about a person who was sleeping normally at home, and when he woke up he suddenly appeared in a city thousands of miles away. Rhodes suspected that he had encountered the real thing. Of course, there was a worse guess, that he had not arrived in another city, but in another world. Think carefully, maybe your two roommates have encountered the same thing, which is why they haven't come back yet. In any case, you still have to go to a place where there are people to ask first. Rhodes tried hard to figure out the direction, and after hesitating for a while, he decided to go west. The weeds over there seemed to have been trampled on. But he regretted it a few minutes later because he woke up a beast as big as an elephant. He had never seen anything like it before, a spotted bear with a pig's head and hooves. The branch that Rhodes broke off for self-defense had no deterrent effect in front of it. The moment the beast pounced, the branch broke and Rhodes was knocked away, his eyes went black. Before he fainted, he heard birds chirping, wolves howling, frogs croaking, and the roar of unknown beasts. This was definitely not a normal world. But at that time, Rhodes was too busy to think about it. He just felt that death seemed to come too suddenly and there were many things he hadn't had time to do. If there is a next life, he will definitely not play with his mobile phone while walking, especially while climbing stairs. But now it seems that he is not dead yet. Was he saved by the owner of this place? Hello. Rhodes' thoughts were interrupted by a gentle voice. It was the girl who just walked in. The girl was wearing a dark red dress and had long white hair that fell to her waist. Her bangs were tied into a bun on top of her head. She had delicate features and a gentle smile. This is a girl whose appearance and temperament are very attractive no matter where she goes. Rhodes didn't understand what she was saying, but seeing her waving, maybe she was saying hello. Hello. Rhodes said this, and the other party's bright smile slightly dispelled his uneasiness. Just as the president said, the girl showed an expression of as expected. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're saying. I think you're also very distressed and uneasy. Ah, you don't understand this either. Anyway, the president has to go out for something, so please let me take care of you for the time being. The girl tried hard to communicate with gestures, but to little avail. By the way, I haven't been introduced yet. My name is Myra Jane. She pointed at herself and said slowly, Myra Jane. Myra, Jane. Rhodes hesitated and learned a few syllables that he didn't understand. A bright smile reappeared on Marajana's face. That's right, Myra Jane. Rhodes was infected by her smile and repeated it twice, and his pronunciation gradually became standard. Myra Jane. He learned the first word of this world. What about you? Myra Jane pointed at herself. Me, Myra Jane. He pointed at Rhodes and asked, what about you? Rhodes understood what she meant and pointed at himself. Rhodes. Lo, day. Myra Jane repeated. Rod. Rod corrected the pronunciation slightly as she had just done. The first step of communication, although somewhat reluctant, finally began. Please give me your guidance, Rhodes. The girl said this and extended her right hand towards Rhodes. Rhodes gently held the other's fingertips. Please, please, Myra Jane. He hadn't learned the phrase which probably meant nice to meet you. Gurgle. Rhodes' stomach made a sound at an inopportune time. Rhodes held his stomach and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Myra Jane smiled knowingly. I understand that. Wait a moment. She made a gesture of pressing her hands down, turned and left the room. Rhodes watched her leave the infirmary, picked up the cup, and while sipping water, he began to sort out the few memories he had after the fall. First, there was the sudden appearance of a forest and strange-looking beasts, then there were the few people I saw when I woke up and the unique language they spoke. This is definitely not the world I am familiar with, nor is it an ordinary world. Rode wanted to know how long it had been since he fainted, what had happened during that time, where he was, how to get back, and many other things. But even basic communication has become a problem, and there is nowhere to ask questions, which is very troublesome. He lifted the quilt and found his leg still hurting a little, but he could move it, so the injury shouldn't be serious. It's better not to move, even though you don't understand. Myra Jane came in with a dinner tray, placed it on the bedside table, and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Rhodes should eat first. On the plate was a glass of milk and 2 exquisite-looking sandwiches. The triangular slices of bread are cut neatly, with lettuce, tomato slices and ham slices in the middle. The bright colors look very appetizing at first glance. Rod picked one up and gave her an uncertain, questioning look. With her approval and his stomach surging, Rhodes bit off an acute angle of the isosceles triangle. The bread tastes soft and sweet, and the ham is smooth and delicious. Then the slightly sour and moist tomatoes, coupled with the overly sweet sauce, made Rhodes a little uncomfortable. But the fresh and refreshing fragrance of lettuce alleviates this problem well. Only after swallowing this mouthful did Rhodes feel that he was truly alive again. But then he no longer cared about tasting the delicious food, and just kept swallowing it in big gulps like a cow chewing a peony. After eating a sandwich, Rhodes' hunger was relieved a lot. He picked up the milk cup and felt the temperature on the wall of the cup. It was obviously heated on purpose. This must be a gentle girl who is very caring, right? Rhodes gave her a grateful look. Myra Jane smiled and watched him eat and drink quietly. This is my first time writing a novel, not really, this is my first time writing fairy tale, not really. Anyway, please collect and invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Fairy Tale. Chapter 2 Fairy Tale. Myra Jane packed up the dishes and left, but soon returned with someone else. A man of peculiar build. His body is as fat as a huge ball, but his limbs are very slender and his face is not fat at all, which feels very uncoordinated. Based on his previous experience of watching Conan, Rod suspected that the fat man was fake. Myra Jane introduced, "This is Littaz." Littaz. After Rhodes repeated it, Littaz also greeted Rhodes. Rhodes found that the 4 people he met after waking up were all very distinctive, some beautiful, and some strange, making them hard to forget. As Rod looked puzzled, Littaz took out his paintbrush and drawing board and quickly started painting on his round belly. First he drew Rhodes, and then he drew the old man who had just left. Then, 2 people actually jumped off Littaz's body and started moving. Mal Yang's magic brush? Fake painting of super beasts. Rhodes immediately thought of the story he knew. Littaz didn't understand what Rod said and just continued painting. A forest appeared, and 2 little men entered the forest and began their performance. Rod fell to the ground in the forest, and the old man stretched out his arms and grew bigger, and picked up Rod with both hands and took him away. Then the pink-haired lady appeared and gave Rod medicine, then Rod woke up and Myra Jane came in, which were all familiar scenes. Rhodes was stunned. He understood that this was Mr. Littaz's way of explaining the situation to him. He could indeed understand it, but this method was too fantastic. If it wasn't some high-tech projection technology, then it was magic? Spells? After demonstrating the situation, the little men turned into pools of paint and flew onto the drawing board as Littaz waved his paintbrush. Then he took out some drawing papers and showed them to Rhodes. The first one was a map, which marked the forest where Rod had fainted and his current location. The second picture shows a wooden building, which is probably the house we are in now. The third one is a group photo with dozens of people in the picture. Rhodes stared at the third picture the longest, and he easily found the short old man, Myra Jane, and Littaz. Then I saw a few familiar figures. Natsu, Urza, Gray. Fairy tale. Although it was unbelievable, Rhodes finally realized where in the world he was. If this is the case, then that strange beast, Lidas's magic, and the special appearance and colorful hair of the people he had seen all make sense. But why fairy tale? If it's One Piece and Naruto, Rod knows more about the plot, but fairy tale, he's really not familiar with it. I was able to recognize the people above because one of my roommates put up some posters in the dormitory. Apart from those few people and Wendy and Lucy who were not in the picture, Rod knew almost nothing about fairy tale. Myra Jane noticed Rod's expression. What's wrong? Is there anyone you know here? Rhodes heard the voice and looked at her in confusion. Sorry, I forgot again. Myra Jane said regretfully, if Levi was here, maybe she would understand what you are saying. Can't we ask William to communicate with him? Lidas asked. Myra Jane said, even if it is Valian's telepathy magic, it can only transmit the sound into the other party's mind. If you can't understand something, you still can't understand it. Then, just teach him to speak our language. Myra Jane nodded. This is the only way now, although it is a little inefficient. I hope Levi can find another way. Just let me know if you need my help. Lidas raised his paintbrush, indicating that he could help with the illustrations in the teaching, and they would be three-dimensional animated images. Well, I'll have to trouble you then, Lidas. Rod's literacy classes began soon. He is in a complicated mood now, and even if he wants to go back to school, he doesn't know what to do. Besides, it's so dangerous here. I might not be so lucky next time I go out and get eaten by wolves. For a moment, Rhodes didn't know what to do, so he just listened to the other party's arrangements. Since they are friends of the protagonists, they probably don't have any bad intentions. After realizing that the other party wanted to teach him how to read and speak, Rod began to learn actively. No matter what you want to do next, you must always solve the communication problem first. Myra Jane found a textbook from somewhere that looked like it was used to teach kindergarten children how to read, and taught Rhodes how to read by referring to the information in it. She uses a magical pen to assist in teaching, which can write light words of different colors in the air. Seeing Rhodes's curiosity, Myra Jane simply went out to borrow a light pen and taught him how to use it. She guessed that Rhodes might have never seen magic before. Rhodes found it novel that magic props could be used by people who didn't know magic. Or does that mean that as long as he holds this pen, he can be considered to be able to perform magic? Perhaps because there was nothing else to do, Rhodes was very focused. His literacy lessons went quickly, and it didn't take long for Rod to master the basic syllables. The next step is to move on to learning specific words. It was just that Myra Jane seemed very busy, and every once in a while someone would come to her with a piece of paper to register and stamp. Unfortunately, Rod didn't know what was written on it. Some people came and left in a hurry, while others would curiously ask about Rod's situation. Myra Jane patiently explained to everyone and also introduced the names of these people to Rhodes. It's a pity that there are too many people. If you just rely on pronunciation without understanding the meaning, the result of trying to remember so many names is that you won't remember any of them. The more people came to Myra Jane, the more embarrassed Rod felt. He seemed to have delayed Miss Marajana's work and caused a lot of trouble to other people's work. Myra Jane didn't care about this. After all, it was the president's request to her. Besides, everyone just came to her to register for the mission, and the distance between the infirmary and the hall was not far, so everyone would not care after understanding the reason. You. I. Myra Jane taught her word by word, and Rhodes followed her like a babbling child, parroting her words. Myra Jane pointed to her eyes. I. Look. Rhodes found that Marajana's eyes were very beautiful. He thought the pupils were black, but when he looked closely, he found that they were light blue. Her iconic double eyelids make her eyes look big and energetic, and her eyelashes are not long but just right. The thin eyebrows droop slightly, making her look very gentle, but the slightly drooping corners of her eyes seem to give her a hint of sadness. But once she smiles, her eyes will bend into a slit, making her look more approachable. Road. Oh, sorry. Rhodes realized that he was a little distracted. It's okay, the class seems to be a bit long. Myra Jane looked at the time and gently supported her knees to stand up. Wait a moment, I'll go get some food. Myra Jane repeated it with hand gestures. Rhodes seemed to understand 1 or 2 words, and combined with her gestures, he could barely guess what she meant. Only then did he notice that it had darkened without him noticing and that he had spent half a day in foreign language class without realizing it. I used to complain that time went by so slowly in foreign language classes, but now the opposite is true. Maybe it's because there's really nothing to do. The second meal after coming to this world was a big bowl of steaming ramen. The bowl is a large white porcelain bowl with red patterns of strange shapes on the outer rim. The chopsticks are a normal brown color, and judging by the touch and weight, they are probably just ordinary wooden chopsticks. The key points are the noodles with oil in the bowl, the deep red barbecued pork, the yellow poached egg, a few green leaves, and finely chopped green onions. The beautiful presentation and color combination whet your appetite. Rhodes picked up the chopsticks and took a big mouthful of noodles, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be too ugly to eat, so he loosened his grip and only left half. He blew gently on the hot steam on the noodles, and before he put them in his mouth, the fragrance had already penetrated his nose and made his mouth water. When the noodles entered his mouth, the fresh and fragrant texture of the noodles, which was springy but not hard, made Rhodes admire the chef here, and he also wanted to have 2 cloves of garlic. It doesn't matter if you don't have it, you can still eat it with the soft, juicy, and slightly sweet barbecued pork. The poached egg is cooked to perfection. Biting off half of the yolk is one taste, and letting the remaining half of the yolk dipped in a little soup is another taste. At this time, have a piece of boiled but slightly crispy green leaf to freshen your mouth, and then you can start the next round of attack. As Rhodes was eating, he forgot about Sven and started to mumble. After finishing the food, I didn't forget to sip a few sips of the clear noodle soup. It was pure, peaceful, warm, and seasoned. As expected, the noodles were so well made, and the soup couldn't be bad either. Rhodes let out a long breath, a fine layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. The aftertaste between his teeth and the warmth in his stomach gave him a great sense of happiness. It's delicious, thank you. As long as you like it. Myra Jane smiled and placed a glass of water on the bedside table, then left with the bowl of ramen. When she came back this time, Myra Jane was holding a small bag and there was a big guy beside her. The big guy was wearing a dark blue high-collared jacket, and through the open collar one could see a tattoo on the left side of his neck. It's the same logo as the one on the ramen bowl, but the color is black. Rhodes then remembered that it seemed to be the logo of Fairy Tale. It seemed like I never saw where Marajana's symbol was. Elfman, my younger brother. Myra Jane introduced him. Elfman has a scar on the corner of his right eye, which makes him look somewhat ferocious even though he is not making any special expression. Rod took note of the name Elfman, but didn't understand the word brother. But looking at Elfman's expression and the same white hair as hers, this person is probably her brother? This is my first time writing a novel, not really, this is my first time writing fairy tale, not really. Anyway, please collect and invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Where are the people attacked by the dragon? Chapter 3 Where are the people attacked by the dragon? Elfman came here pushing a wheelchair. Under Marajana's command, he helped Rhodes onto the wheelchair and pushed him around the guild. In fact, Rhodes felt that he should be able to walk, but his left leg was just a little painful. But since it was someone else's good intention, he just accepted it. And the first place Elfman took him to was the bathroom. Rhodes felt a little embarrassed, but he had to thank the other party for being thoughtful. He did need to solve a small problem. The guild has all the necessary facilities, including toilets, bathrooms, infirmaries, libraries, and kitchens. If necessary, there is absolutely no problem living here as your home. Walking out along the corridor, Elfman pushed Rod to the main activity place for guild members, the mission hall, which was also a tavern. There are more than 20 long tables in the center of the hall, with round tables on the edge, and more than a dozen stools at the front desk, so it is no problem to accommodate 100 people drinking together. Because it was getting late, the pub that was bustling during the day had now become quiet. Only a girl with purple hair and a big red bow and glasses was fiddling with the tables and chairs. Myra Jane waved at her. "Thank you for your hard work, Lakai. Is everyone gone?" "Everyone has gone home. It was a very busy day, but luckily there weren't many fights." Lakai kept moving her hands, pushing the chair under the table. "I will be back soon to use water to cool and remove dust." Elfman said, "She wants to go back and take a shower, right?" Myra Jane was already used to the way Lachi spoke. "Sorry, I have something the president asked me to do today, so I left the tavern business to you guys." "It's okay. That's what the president asked you to do, right? He seems pretty handsome." "Who is he?" "I don't know about that either." Myra Jane glanced at Rhodes and smiled apologetically. "We are still in the stage of teaching him to speak the common language." "Hey, it sounds like it's very troublesome." Lakai didn't ask any more questions and put the last chair away. "Well, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Normally, no one would stay in the guild at night, but Rhodes' situation obviously meant he had no choice but to stay here. But it was not appropriate to leave him here alone, so Myra Jane decided to stay with Elfman tonight. After a brief tour of the guild, Rhodes attended evening classes with Myra Jane. Rhodes found that there seemed to be no electrical appliances here. The only things on the table and hanging on the wall were oil lamps or candles. "But I seem to have seen a ceiling fan in the pub before, but I wonder what energy it uses." During the class, Elfman went back once, probably to get things he needed for the night. At night, Rod slept alone in the ward, while Myra Jane and Elfman found another room to rest. "Good night, I'm next door, just call my name if you need anything." Myra Jane used words and actions to make Rhodes understand what she said. "Thank you." This was one of the few phrases Rhodes had learned, and he had said it countless times today. The lights were out, and the light of a crescent moon in the sky shone through the window. Rod leaned against the head of the bed and looked out the window. There were no car lights suddenly shining in, no roar of engines, and no annoying hum of the air conditioner outdoor unit. Many things that he used to hate were gone, but he couldn't be happy. Outside is a completely unfamiliar world. When people are idle, they tend to have random thoughts, curiosity and fear about the strange world, expectation and anxiety about the strange environment. It didn't seem so bad during the day when Myra Jane, Legis, Elfman, and others were with him. At night, when the lights go out and a person is left in the dark, all kinds of thoughts come to mind uncontrollably. Will I be able to go back, or will I stay here forever? What will life be like in the future? Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Good morning. Rhodes naturally didn't sleep well, but facing the people who came to care about him early in the morning, he could only force himself to stay awake. However, his answer didn't matter because the answer was written on his face. "Are you really not used to it?" Myra Jane saw the tiredness on his face and encouraged him. "It's almost time to get out and move around today. Elfman, can you take Rod to wash up?" Elfman flexed his muscles and said, "If you are a man, cheer up." Rod shrank back. "You want to arm wrestle?" "My injury is not fully healed yet." Elfman. "I know, sister. Today's schedule is similar to yesterday's, which is nothing more than eating, drinking, studying and trying to communicate. But today, Rhodes was able to walk. Although his left leg was still a little inflexible, he could walk to the tavern in front by himself and sit next to the counter watching the waiters busy at work. The sun slowly rose higher, and the guild gradually became lively. Some people ordered breakfast and chatted with friends they knew, while others went to the notice board to read the papers posted on it. Occasionally someone would tear off a piece of paper and come to Myra Jane to register, then leave in a hurry. Some people just stood there and watched. Lidas, whom Rhodes had met yesterday, also came to the guild early, set up his drawing board, mixed the colors and started painting. Myra Jane did her job with a bright smile, serving dishes, wiping tables, registering tasks, and sometimes chatting with people. When I have free time, I will teach Rod a few words. Rhodes looked at the people entering the guild curiously, and listened hard to everyone's conversation, hoping to find someone familiar or catch some words he could understand. But most of the time he felt like he was watching a foreign movie without subtitles. Although he was getting more and more accustomed to the language, it was still difficult to extract the parts that he could understand. Moreover, although many of the people who came in had distinct characteristics, Rhodes could not recognize any of them. Until a young man with cherry-colored hair kicked the door open and shouted, "Old man! Where is the dragon? Where is the person attacked by the dragon? Natsu, stop making so much noise so early in the morning. Stop talking nonsense, Makeo." Natsu said to the middle-aged man with short purple hair, "Tell me quickly, where is the old man, and where is the person who was attacked by the dragon?" A blue kitten followed Natsu in, jumped onto the table and explained to a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a pipe in his mouth. AI. Natsu heard outside that the president rescued a person who was attacked by a dragon, so he hurried over. Dragon? Is there such a thing? Wakaba blew out a smoke ring. I heard that there was a wild beast rampaging in the forest in the east, destroying a large area of trees. That's it. Natsu leaned forward with his hands on the table and asked hurriedly, "Then, did a dragon appear? Did the old man fight the dragon?" "How should I know?" Wakaba spread his hands. "The president went to attend the regular meeting yesterday. He didn't look like he had ever been in battle. But the president did bring back someone." Macau took over the conversation and pointed at Rhodes at the front desk with his thumb. "That one seemed to be seriously injured yesterday." "Hey!" Natsu had already scurried to the front desk. Rhodes was staring at Natsu. With cherry-colored hair, a scarf with a grid pattern, and a black coat, this should be Natsu. After confirming his location once again, Rhodes didn't know whether to be happy or unhappy. He was happy that he remembered that he had heard Tatsuya mention it before, saying that fairy tale had a happy ending, and there was also a joke that no one could beat me in my BGM. So as long as you stay here, you shouldn't have to worry too much about safety. What made him unhappy was that he was completely certain that he was in a different world. Although there were a few people here whose names he knew, in reality, there was no one familiar to him. At this time, Natsu had already rushed over and looked at him, at number %*. Although he could see the urgency on the other person's face, Rhodes really didn't understand what he was shouting, so he could only look at Myra Jane for help. Myra Jane stood next to Rod. "Natsu, calm down. Rod is still having a hard time understanding our language." Natsu was stunned. "Hey? What's that?" Myra Jane said, "Perhaps the language and writing in his hometown are completely different from ours. He is trying hard to learn it now." Natsu clenched his fists. Unwillingly, "I finally got the information about dragon, are you kidding me?" "Natsu, your expression is too fierce." Myra Jane signaled Natsu to be gentler and not scare others. "Let's try to ask Lidas for help. Otherwise, we can only wait for the president to come back, or wait for Libby to come back and try." End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Missing 1 Million. Chapter 4 Natsu didn't have the patience to wait for the president or Levy to come back, so when he heard that Lidas could help, he immediately dragged him over. Through Lidas's drawings, Marajana's gestures, and gentle words, Rhodes finally understood what they wanted to ask. But he had never seen a dragon. He had only seen a spotted bear that looked like a pig and was almost beaten to death. So, are there dragons in this world? Rhodes thought about the magical power and thought that the existence of dragons was not surprising. Natsu was very unwilling. Myra, when will the old man come back? Myra Jane replied, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Routine meetings don't usually take too long. Natsu made a decision immediately. Happy, we won't go to work these few days. Let's wait until the old man comes back. The blue kitten raised his hand and responded, love. Natsu strode over to the table and sat down. Myra, I want the flame set. Okay, I'll be right there. Myra Jane reported to the kitchen what they were going to eat. Natsu means no harm, he's just a little impatient. Myra Jane knew why Natsu was looking for the dragon, but it was a long story and it was hard to explain to Rod in the current situation, so she just tried her best to tell him that Natsu meant no harm. Rod nodded. Although he didn't know the specifics, it was normal for a protagonist in a hot-blooded comic to be impatient and impulsive. At this time, the blue cat stood on the table and raised his hand. Myra, we want a grilled fish. Rod's eyes widened. The cat spoke. Myra Jane smiled and said, Harpy is not an ordinary cat. Rhodes nodded. It was not unacceptable that cats in the magical world could talk. However, the next plate of food that Lucky brought out from the kitchen surprised Rhodes again. There were 2 plates and a cup on the tray. Although the contents looked like food, they were clearly still burning with flames. This, is this thing really food? Myra Jane tried to introduce it to Rhodes. That's flaming pasta, flaming fried chicken, and flaming drink. They are cooked in a special way. Seeing Natsu grabbing the flames with his bare hands and stuffing them into his mouth, Rhodes nodded hesitantly. It's normal for the food in the magical world to be a little special. Myra Jane thought that Rhodes might have misunderstood something. In fact, Natsu was the only one in the entire guild who ate like this. In the following time, Rhodes met all kinds of strange people and also saw some interesting magic. He even witnessed a fight, started by Elfman and Natsu, which ended up involving a quarter of the tavern. Seeing Elfman fighting with someone, Myra Jane just watched with a smile and did nothing except asking Rod to step back. Rod couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Miss Myra Jane was not that gentle, but just couldn't let go when facing a stranger like him? I had previously thought that the guild the protagonist belonged to should be a lively guild, but now it seems that it is too lively. Time passed in this atmosphere that was both peaceful and uneasy. It wasn't until the next day, which was the afternoon of the 3rd day after Rhodes came here, that the change occurred. The president is back. And with a handsome blonde guy. Many girls gathered around and exclaimed, it's Hyakia's Hibiki. It's Hibiki who ranks first on the list of magicians I want to be my boyfriend the most. So hot. Hibiki put his index and middle fingers together and greeted the girls with a gentle smile, which caused another round of screams. A handsome man wearing glasses and a green jacket in the tavern showed a panicked expression, and then took advantage of the chaos to quietly slip out of the guild. Myra Jane held the tray with a smile on her face. Welcome back, President. You've worked hard along the way. Everyone in the tavern greeted Makarov, and Natsu rushed over. Old man. You're finally back. I have something to ask you. Makarov raised a palm to stop Natsu. I roughly know what you want to ask, but it's hard to explain it now. Wait a moment. Natsu wanted to say something, but seeing the president's serious expression, he just looked at him angrily. Makarov asked Myra Jane, is the kid okay? His name is Rod, and he has recovered well from his injuries, but communication is a little difficult. Myra Jane said, I'm already teaching him the common language, but it will take some time. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Makarov nodded, I have a quicker way here. Let's take him to the infirmary first. Myra Jane glanced at Hibiki who was surrounded by the girls and nodded, okay. Rhodes followed Myra Jane back to the infirmary in confusion. Was the medicine going to be changed? His injuries recovered very quickly in the past 2 days. Now there was only a bandage wrapped around his forehead. Rhodes estimated that the medicine he used must not be an ordinary medicine. While he was wondering, Makarov had already brought Shivaki into the infirmary. After Hibiki came in, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately came to Myra Jane and saluted like a gentleman. "You must be Miss Myra Jane, you are even more dazzling than in the magazine." "Nice to meet you, I am Hibiki from Blue Pegasus, please allow me to buy you a drink." Myra Jane held her cheek with one hand. "Now is not the time to say something like that, right?" "Oh, that's right, I'm sorry." Hibiki knelt on one knee in a very exaggerated manner and stretched out a hand. "Then are you free tonight?" Although Rode didn't quite understand what he was saying, he felt that this person was quite unique even in fairy tale. "No, there seems to be someone in the guild who looks very similar to him." "Who is he?" Now was not the time to think about these things. Rhodes stood up, bowed slightly to Makarov, and spoke in a somewhat stiff common language, "Thank you for saving me." Makarov smiled. "Isn't this a good lesson?" "But it wasn't me who saved you." Rhodes showed a puzzled expression. Makarov's right hand suddenly stretched out and grew larger, grabbing Shivaki's entire body and pulling him over. "I specially invited you here, not for you to harass the girls in our guild." Rod looked at Makarov's hand in shock. "Old Luffy? Old Koji?" After being released, Hibiki straightened his clothes and hairstyle, looking very handsome. "I already understand the content of the commission. You need to help him master the basic common language as quickly as possible, right?" "That's right." Makarov nodded, on the premise that his body cannot be damaged. Hibiki nodded. "Of course, I can do that with my magic. However, receiving so much information at once may give you a headache for a short period of time. Is that okay?" Myra Jane took great pains to convey Hibiki's intentions to Rod and seek his opinion. Using magic to quickly learn a language, at the cost of a headache in the process? Rod nodded decisively. "Is there any need to choose between using magic to cause headaches for a few minutes and learning to cause headaches for several months? A short pain is worse than a long one." Makarov nodded. "Then, let's get started." Hibiki raised his hands, and a golden magic circle appeared under his hands, and in the middle of the magic circle, was a keyboard. As Hibiki tapped his fingers, several screens composed of magical lights appeared in the air. Boxes and lines of text quickly passed by, and finally only a screen was left. Rode was dazzled. Wasn't this really magic? It looked like a scene from a science fiction movie. Myra Jane suddenly realized, is this ancient book magic? I see, no wonder the president invited you here. Hibiki smiled and said, "One last confirmation, is it enough to just use the basic common language? In fact, I have 100 tips on chatting up girls and 80 ways to make girls happy. Do you want to teach them to him?" Makarov waved his hand, "Please don't teach that weird stuff." "What a pity." Hibiki pointed his finger at Rhodes' forehead, and golden light enveloped him. Rhodes had no idea how much fortune he had just missed. He just felt his head swelling and a lot of information flooded in. Pronunciation, writing, word formation, sentence structure. The headache was more severe than Rhodes had imagined. The pain was like being pinched by a door, and he couldn't help but cover his head and scream. Rod. Makarov and Myra Jane couldn't bear to watch, but fortunately the process ended quickly. The golden light dissipated, and the keyboard and screen in front of Hibiki also disappeared. Done. Rod fell on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He still kept his hands covering his head, gasping for breath. Finally, "It's over." Myra Jane praised, "That's a very good sentence." "Hey!" Rhodes said in surprise, "I can understand what you are saying." End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Is Tatsuya a wizard? Chapter 5 Is Tatsuya a wizard? It's solved. Shivaki said to Makarov, "President Makarov, I will go back first." "Ah, thank you for your hard work." Makarov said, I will make up the commission form later and send it to the Blue Pegasus together with the commission fee. Rhodes said quickly, "Thank you for saving my life, President. Thank you for Mr. Hibiki's help. I am deeply moved." Myra Jane covered her mouth and chuckled. What kind of expression is that? Is Rod going to become like Lucky? How interesting. Makarov looked at Shivaki, as if asking what was going on. Ah, well, since it's knowledge that was stuffed into my head, it'll take some time to digest. Hibiki said embarrassedly, so he may have occasionally misspoken recently. Can you just help correct this a little bit, or wait until my magic improves a little bit before trying again? No need. Please allow me to decline the offer. Rhodes said that he didn't want to experience that splitting headache again, and that knowledge was more solid if he learned it diligently. It's definitely not because I'm afraid of pain. Makarov nodded. That's it, the commission ends here. Myra Jane sent Hibiki away, and Rhodes was stopped by Makarov. Rhodes, right? Did Myra tell you the general situation? Well, because of the language barrier, I only understood part of it. Rhodes said, "You rescued me from the forest, right?" Makarov said, "No, to be precise, I just brought you back from the forest." Rhodes showed a puzzled expression. "The beast that attacked me, wasn't it defeated by you in a hurry?" Makarov was in no mood to correct Rod's wording for the time being, so he sat cross-legged on the chair beside the bed. He was even taller when sitting than when standing. Rhodes felt it was impolite to look down at the old man, so he sat down obediently beside the bed. Makarov said slowly, "Actually, I went there because some people saw monsters going berserk. There were strange birds, giant frogs, evil wolves, and even dragons. The mayor believes that if a large group of monsters appear in the eastern forest, it will affect the safety of the entire Magnolia City, so he entrusted me to investigate." In fact, the reason why Makarov went to investigate in person was mainly because Polyaska lived in that forest and he was a little worried. "But when I got there, all I saw was a dead boar, a severely damaged forest, and you lying on the ground." The more Rhodes listened, the more frightened he became. He just felt that he was very lucky to survive in that situation. Maybe he should thank the beast that knocked him away. Was it called the pig bear? What a strange name. Makarov asked, "What do you remember about the herd?" Rhodes shook his head. "I don't remember any of this, but I seem to have heard a lot of strange noises before I passed out. The forest was pretty silent before that." Makarov nodded, saying that the beast herd's rampage must have happened around the time he fainted. Or, it was simply something Rhodes did carelessly that triggered the beast tide. "So, what brought you to the forest?" "I don't know." Rhodes looked confused. "You may not believe it, but I just fell down and when I got up I was in the forest." "I see." Makarov thought for a moment, suddenly moving from one place to another. He knew several such cases. For example, Polyaska, who previously treated Rhodes, suddenly appeared decades ago. According to her, she came from a world called Druz. There is also Natsu, who suddenly appeared nearby 6 years ago. At that time, he could speak but could not read, but claimed that he had learned to read. Rhodes's situation of language barrier seems to be more similar to Natsu's. Moreover, when Natsu appeared, he was looking for a dragon, and when Rod appeared, he was accompanied by a dragon legend. These two may have some connection. Makarov guessed that the two might have been affected by the space magic of a powerful wizard in other continents and were directly transferred here. "I roughly understand the situation." Rhodes looked at him in surprise. "You believed it so easily. Why not?" Makarov looked him in the eye. "I'm a little more confident in my ability to tell if a young man is lying." "But..." Rhodes realized, "Oh, yes, this is a magical world. It doesn't seem strange that someone like me suddenly appeared here, right?" Makarov asked, "So what are your plans next?" "I have nowhere to go for the time being. Rhodes has been thinking about it for 2 days, and staying here should be the best option now. Now if he goes out for a walk, he is worried that he will encounter some pig, bear, or tiger as soon as he goes out, and if he is unlucky, he will die. It's just that fairy tale should be full of magicians, and ordinary people like me. In order to survive safely, Rhodes could only bite the bullet and ask, "Can you let me stay?" Of course. So casual. Rhodes looked at the old man in front of him. Wasn't there any hesitation at all? "You don't even know my origins?" Makarov asked, "Would you like to tell me?" Rhodes hesitated. He didn't know where to start. "Then tell me when you have decided what to say." Makarov smiled kindly. There were many homeless children in the guild, some of whom couldn't even explain where they came from. They were just as uneasy as you were at that time. But it doesn't matter. It's precisely because of insecurity that we need companions, and that's why there are guilds. Everyone supports each other in order to survive together and regards each other as family. This is the guild, this is fairy tale. Makarov told Rhodes his views on the guild, his eyes seemed to be shining. This was the first time Rhodes understood the purpose of fairy tale, which was different from the mission guilds he knew about in games and anime. Fairy tale seems to be more than just an agency, but a warmer place. The process of joining a guild is very simple. Makarov took Rod to the front to find Myra and added Rod's name to the list of members. This is Magnolia City, located in the east of the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a population of about 6 and has been a city where magic has flourished since ancient times. Fairy Tale is the only legitimate guild in this city. And then there's this. Since Rhodes had very little common sense about this place, Myra Jane had to start with the geographical location. When she talked about Fairy Tale, she took out something that looked like a seal and asked Rhodes to choose a favorite color and the location to engrave the seal. Rhodes rolled up his sleeves and asked Myra Jane to help him put the blue emblem on his left arm. The process is as simple as ordinary stamping. Rhodes touched the emblem and felt that it was no different from before. It seemed to be another magical spell. This shouldn't fade, right? Of course not. Myra Jane put away the seal and explained. This emblem represents the wizards of Fairy Tale. You can use it to prove your identity no matter where you are. Mage? Rhodes asked nervously, covering his arm, but I don't know anything about magic, what should I do? Will I be kicked out? No way. If you want, you can just start learning now. Myra Jane said, it's just that it's a bit difficult to find commissions that can be completed at first. You don't know magic. Makarov pointed at Rhodes' chest. Isn't that your magic item? Ah. Rhodes picked up his necklace pendant and took a look. It was a capital letter L with a blue circle with a gold border underneath. A closer look revealed a mysterious pattern inside. You said this is a magic item? That's impossible. This thing is the software icon of a 5v5 competitive game. It was a gift from Rod's roommate Jongda on his birthday. Although it looks like it's made with exquisite craftsmanship and probably isn't cheap, it's just an ordinary pendant. Could it be that Tatsuya, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually a wizard? End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Temporary Home. Chapter 6, Temporary Home. It is undoubtedly a magic item of very good quality. Magic will not lie. Makarov can tell at a glance whether the pendant is a magic item. Maybe Rhodes was able to survive the beast tide because of this pendant, even though he himself didn't know how to use it. Rhodes took off the necklace, the thin metal chain piled up into a ball, the pendant lay quietly in the palm of his hand, the golden letters and the blue round bottom reflected the star-like natural light. I've watched it several times, but other than it being really good looking, I have no idea what's so special about it. That guy, Tatsuya, didn't even give me the instructions at that time. Rhodes blurted out in his native language. Makarov and Myra Jane looked at him in confusion. Rhodes handed the necklace to Makarov and asked, President, do you know how to make the best use of this thing? You don't necessarily need to know magic to use a magic item, but once you can use it, you can be considered to know magic. Makarov took the necklace and said a series of words like a tongue twister. Rhodes thought about the logic, and then saw that the ordinary necklace in his hand glowed in the other party's hand. I see. It's a prop similar to the Star Spirit Key. Only you can use this pendant. Star Spirit Key. Rhodes didn't understand. What was that? Myra Jane kindly helped explain and even drew a diagram for Rhodes with a light pen. Astral magic is a magic that involves signing a contract with the celestial spirits and summoning them from the celestial spirit world to help. People who use celestial magic need to hold a special key, which is a type of holding magic. Marajana's painting skills are a bit poor, and compared to Lita's, they can be said to be abstract. This resulted in Rhodes not being able to understand what kind of creatures the Protoss were, but he could roughly understand what kind of magic it was. He used a word he could understand, summoner. That's about it. Makarov returned the necklace to Rhodes. I will teach you the basics of magic, and I will also tell you the tricks of celestial magic that I know. In addition, the Guild's library also has information on star spirit magic. How about learning this kind of magic? Yes. Rhodes nodded. Summoner. Rhodes could almost guess what this LOL game icon-shaped pendant could be used to summon. With more than 100 heroes, if we pick up a few powerful ones, we should be invincible, right? It's settled then. I'll teach you magic later. Now let's talk about some practical matters. Actual question. Rod was kicked out. His injuries have almost healed, so he needs to move out and can't keep occupying the infirmary. Rhodes was somewhat nervous about finding a house to live in a strange city, or a strange world. Fortunately, the president introduced him to a house not far from the guild, less than 1 kilometer away in a straight line. Rhodes has already seen it. It should be a street-facing storefront with the first floor used as a shop and the second floor for living. The landlord's name was Goodman Riel, a young man in his 20s. He had lived here a few years ago, but moved out after getting married and only came here during the day when the store was open. The house has a fully equipped kitchen, bathroom, and shower room. The bathroom even has a bathtub. The bedroom is not big, but it is more than enough for one person. The rent was 8J per month. Rhodes was not very sensitive to the currency here, but according to Myra Jane, this price was very cheap in Magnolia. The landlord's reason for the price was that the second floor was unused anyway, and having a magician living there would increase the sense of security. Rhodes thought that the other party might be doing this for the president's sake. It was said that he would occasionally go to the guild's tavern to drink. However, even though the rent was not high, Rhodes could not afford it. The money used to pay the rent was lent to him by the president, a total of 15J, and the remaining 7 was used for food and daily necessities. 15J. The number sounded huge, but after seeing the face value of the banknote, Rhodes felt relieved. The actual value of these 1,000 yuan and 10,000 yuan bills is estimated to be much lower than RMB. However, after borrowing the money, Rhodes realized that he seemed to have not paid for the meals and medicines he had taken in the past few days. Especially the medicines, which were so effective, must have been expensive. In addition, he should have paid for Mr. Hibiki, who helped him learn the language. But I didn't understand anything at the time and my mind was so confused that I forgot to ask how much it would cost. How can someone be so swamped with debts just after traveling through time? With mixed feelings, Rhodes went to a nearby store to buy toiletries such as towels, and also to buy a few sets of clothes. Then he found that the money didn't seem to last long. A slightly thicker towel costs 500J, a toothbrush, toothpaste and cup set costs 1000J, soap costs 100J, shampoo costs 500J. Add to that necessities like toilet paper, bed sheets, pillows, and quilts, and it's easy to spend nearly 20,000 yuan. Is the remaining 5J enough for a month's food expenses? Rhodes recalled that the flame-set meal that Natsu ate seemed to cost more than 1,000 J. Ordinary food might not be that expensive. If all else failed, he could always make it himself. Another 2 J to buy a few clothes should be enough. I'd better cut it in half and keep an extra one just in case. Fortunately, it's summer now. Rhodes was thankful for a second, then he realized that he might have to buy another mosquito net. Wealth shrank again. After being busy for half a day, Rhodes finally bought everything he wanted and took it back. Before it got dark, Rhodes decided to go to the guild for dinner. There weren't as many people in the guild as there were during the day. Among the remaining people, most wanted to have dinner here just like Rhodes. Most of them were drunk, some were snoring, and some were arguing with others with red faces, and it seemed like they were about to fight at any time. Natsu, who had been chasing after Rhodes to ask questions, was not there either. He must have gotten the answer from the president. Myra Jane placed the plates and cups on the tray on the guest table, then looked at Rhodes. "Rhodes, you're back. Have you finished the moving?" "Almost. I plan to have dinner here. Is that okay?" "Of course. What do you want to eat?" Rhodes thought for a moment and said, "Let's have the same one as the guy just now. It seems delicious." "Okay, a super spicy curry rice." Myra Jane looked at the warrior and clenched her fist to cheer him up. "Make sure you finish what you ordered." "Wait a minute." Rhodes hurriedly stopped him. "You know my common language is not very good. I seem to have heard a thrilling word just now." "What is that?" Myra Jane blinked and said innocently, "Curry rice." "What about the modifier in front?" "It's just super spicy. Rod raised a hand. "I don't think the words just and only are used that way." Myra Jane pointed at the person who was ordering food in front of her. "It's okay. Look, isn't he eating very happily?" Rhodes collapsed. "He's breathing fire." "Hey, I thought Rhodes would like this. I beg you to absolutely, 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 absolutely change it for me to a normal one." "What a shame. I was expecting to see some funny expressions. Also, you only needed to say must in that sentence." Myra Jane chuckled and left, not even forgetting to help Rhodes correct his language habits. Rhodes couldn't figure out whether this girl really had a bad personality or just liked to watch the fun. She wasn't like this yesterday. "Is it because I don't need care now?" Rhodes was in a complicated mood. "Please return the gentle and considerate Myra Jane to me." End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Money, Money. Chapter 7 Money, Money. Fairy Tale's secret beef curry rice. You can smell the aroma of curry from a long distance away. When the plate was placed on the table, the aroma of rice immediately filled my nose. The rice must be of high quality. Rod picked up the spoon. On the left was brown-red curry soup, evenly chopped beef, potatoes, and carrots. On the right was the rice, which looked even whiter against the backdrop of the soup. The color and aroma of both sides were so tempting that Rhodes didn't know where to start. This happy entanglement did not last for a few seconds. Urged by his stomach, Rhodes chose to move the spoon from the middle. The curry and rice went into his mouth at the same time, salty, fresh, fragrant and with a slightly spicy taste filling his mouth, making his tongue and teeth work involuntarily. Rhodes couldn't eat spicy food very well, and just a little bit of spiciness made his forehead sweat. But after the spiciness wears off, you can actually taste the sweetness of the rice and the freshness of the beef. Rhodes was immersed in this delicious plate of curry rice and couldn't extricate himself. "Rod seems to be very devoted to eating every time, even my appetite has improved." Marajana's voice sounded. "Does Rod like food very much?" "Of course I like delicious food. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I seem to enjoy the process of tasting food more and more." Rhodes thought for a moment and added, "Maybe he was scared of being hungry a few days ago, or maybe he almost died, so he started to cherish things that he didn't cherish before." Myra Jane seemed to have regained her gentle and considerate self. "In that case, you must work hard." Our menu here is very long. I'll try, haha. Rode couldn't help laughing. Try to eat? Try to eat? Either way, it seemed a little wrong. A delicious curry rice reduces Rod's living expenses by 500J, which he himself said was worth the money. In addition to this, he asked Myra Jane to pay for the food expenses for the past few days, and his wallet shrank again. Myra Jane was a little worried that Rhodes wouldn't make it to the next month. Actually, there's no need to rush to pay it back. You can consider those meals as a consolation. It's only natural to pay for meals. We can't afford the medical expenses for now, and we can't let the guild pay for meals anymore, even though the money was stolen from the guild president. It's a temporary loan. Oh, just borrow it for now. Rhodes looked at the menu carefully. If it was just a meal, the cheaper one would cost several hundred J. If you have a larger appetite but only order normal food, a few thousand J will be enough. Of course, if you are in a hurry to have a meal and want to eat whatever is delicious, there is no limit to what you can eat. Rode, who wanted to enjoy the food, suddenly felt the pressure. He asked, "Is there any work in the guild that can be done without magic?" Myra Jane pointed her index finger at her chin and thought for a moment. "If you want, you can work part-time as a waiter in the tavern. Because you need to set aside time to study magic. The salary is only about 12J per month. Is that okay?" Rhodes said without hesitation, "Of course, thank you. For a wizard, 12J is not a lot. A stronger wizard like Natsu can earn it back in a day or two by taking on a mission to wipe out bandits. Those who are a little weaker can earn 12 in less than half a month by taking some life-related tasks within the city. Only low-level magicians who can only take small tasks worth a few thousand J would worry about this little money. Unfortunately, Rhodes is now a quasi-magic apprentice, which is even lower than the bottom magician. This kind of work was considered a favor to him, and Myra Jane even specifically mentioned setting aside time for him to learn magic. Another benefit of being a waiter is that he gets 2 meals provided. This way, after deducting rent and some daily expenses, he can pay back the money the president borrowed from him in about half a year. Mr. Hibiki's commission and Ms. Polieska's medical expenses will take a little longer. However, Rode felt that after a few months, he should be able to take on some wizard missions, and he should be able to pay off his debt faster. There is a long way to go since he had decided to work as a waiter for a while. Rhodes stayed to help clean that day. The tables and chairs must be wiped and placed neatly, the floor must be swept clean, and after making sure that no one is staying, the door must be locked and the lights must be turned off before leaving. Rod found a little bit of the feeling of doing duty with his classmates in middle school. Everyone said goodbye to each other and went home. Elfman usually waited for Myra Jane to join him when he was not out working. Rod would walk with the two for a short while, and during the casual chat, he learned a shocking news. "So Elfman is your younger brother? I always thought he was the older brother. Alas, I'm not old enough to be happy when someone praises me for my youth." Myra Jane stroked her cheek with her right hand. She said she wouldn't be happy, but she kept smiling. Elfman seemed very happy too. "As a man, you should be more mature." Rhodes fell into deep thought and accidentally praised the siblings. "Am I the kind of person who is good at talking? I don't know myself." Because Rod came back a little late, the landlord had already locked the door and went home. Rhodes took out the key himself, opened the door and went in. The room was pitch black. Rhodes groped his way to the stairs with the help of the moonlight coming in through the window and walked upstairs carefully. The entire house was made of wood, including the stairs. Fortunately, there was no creaking sound when Rhodes stepped on it, so it should not be too old. After entering the house, Rhodes found a match and lit the candle on the table. The level of technology here is not very high. There is not even electric lighting. Many people still use candles and oil lamps. Although there are lamps that use magic as energy, and their prices have dropped a lot in recent years, they are still much more expensive than oil lamps. So the landlord did not prepare any magical equipment for this old house that had not been lived in for many years. There is convenient tap water, but if you want hot water, you have to boil it. After washing up, Rhodes wiped his body with cold water and wondered whether he should use the guild's bathroom. It looks like I'll have to buy some household electrical appliances in the future, should they be called household magic props here. Money, money. Rod, who left campus in a strange way, had to worry about his livelihood. Thinking about the salary for working in the tavern and the rewards for the wizard's missions, Rhodes began to look forward to life after learning magic. With infinite expectations for future life, Rod fell into a deep sleep. Rhodes opened his eyes, the sunlight shone obliquely on his face through the window, and he sat up suddenly. I'm late. Fresh apples and crispy pears. Macaroni is cheap. Fresh squash, take a look. There was a noisy hawking outside the window, and Rhodes suddenly felt a sense of dislocation. He lay back heavily, raising his arms to cover his eyes. It seems that I don't have to go to morning classes anymore. Is this a good thing? After a long silence, Rod got up, washed, changed into the white t-shirt and black cropped pants he had bought yesterday, and went downstairs after smoothing his bangs. After a moment, she ran back to the room, found the necklace on the bedside table, put it on and left. Good morning, Mr. Rhodes. Did you sleep well? The landlord Goodman Riel greeted him warmly. Brother Goodman, you're here so early. We just arrived and are about to open. The windows on the first floor are located on a large wooden board that is about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After opening a few buckles on the inside, you can pull the entire thing outwards and let it fall. After spreading out the 2 wooden legs that are folded at the sides, it immediately becomes a platform that can be used as a shelf. Rhodes found it interesting. No wonder the door was not opened in the middle, but was deliberately placed on the side. He helped Goodman put up the awning and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, consider this as a thank you gift. This is for you. Goodman threw a keychain-sized object to Rhodes. Rhodes took it and placed it in his palm. It was a small wooden sign about 2 or 3 centimeters in size with some difficult to recognize words engraved on it and a red rope tied with a beautiful knot. What is this? It's a lucky charm. Although it's just an ordinary handicraft, the wooden plaque was carved by me and the knot was tied by my wife. Goodman smiled and said, I heard that wizards occasionally take on dangerous commissions, so please be careful. Goodman's shop mainly sells handicrafts such as wood carvings and woven pendants. I made one while preparing stocks yesterday. Thank you. Rhodes wanted to say that it was too early for him to take on dangerous missions, but he didn't say it out loud. He just carefully accepted the other party's kindness. He found that the loneliness and uneasiness of surviving alone in a different world seemed to be dispelled a little. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Open the door to another world. Chapter 8 Open the door to another world. Good morning, Miss Myra Jane, Miss Lucky. When Rhodes arrived at the guild, Myra Jane and Lachi were already wiping the tables. Although I wiped it last night, I still need to wipe it again before starting business. Good morning, Rod. Marajana's smile was still as bright as before. Also, forget about the honorific. Just call me Myra like everyone else. Me too, just call me Lakai. Myra, Lakai. Rhodes tried to call out, and said politely, then I am overstepping my authority. Myra corrected him, this context is not yet at the level where we need to use the word transgression. Lakai held her face in her hands, her long purple hair half covering her hands, revealing a narcissistic expression. Maybe Rhodes wants to say that he treats us like princesses or queens. Rod denied, sorry, there is no such thing. After helping a little, Rod sat at the counter and ate breakfast, a very ordinary combination of milk and sandwiches. The price is much cheaper than the curry rice I had yesterday, but the taste is great. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it's the same food, but it seems to taste better the day I just woke up, maybe because I was too hungry at that time. Rhodes half leaned against the counter enjoying his breakfast while watching the people entering the guild one after another. The clothing styles in this world are very diverse, including Chinese cheongsams and Mandarin jackets, Japanese kimonos and yukatas, as well as European dresses and tuxedos. Modern, simple casual wear, such as sports shirts, like what Rod is wearing now, is not uncommon. In addition to these, there are some quite peculiar costumes. For example, there is a pretty girl wearing horns on her head, a tiger print chest-length slit long skirt, tiger print sleeves on her arms, tiger print boots on her feet, and the solace of her shoes are even in the shape of tiger claws. The whole person looks like a little tiger with horns, full of wild beauty. That's Miji Chikintag. Myra introduced. She's nicknamed the Demon Princess. What? Rod has been staring at her since the beginning. Could it be that? Myra showed a gossipy expression and gave Rod advice with great interest. Miji loves fighting. If you care, go and have a fight with her. If you can win, she will definitely look at you differently. No. This sentence had a lot of loopholes. Rhodes sorted out his thoughts. I just think her outfit is a little unusual. Also, aren't we all wizards? Why do we like fighting? Myra asked curiously, shouldn't a wizard be good at fighting? Demon. Rhodes was silent. Could it be that my perception was strange? If I think about it carefully, during the few days I've been in the guild, I've often seen people fighting with each other, punching each other flesh to flesh. Yesterday I saw the president punch two guys who overturned a table into the floor. The wizards in this world wouldn't follow the melee route of the magic warriors, right? The tavern is usually not too busy in the morning, and after Makarov arrived, Rhodes began his first magic lesson. Generally speaking, to use magic, you need something called magic power. Magic power is a special kind of chi that exists both in our bodies and in nature. When the chi in our bodies harmonizes with the fluctuations of the chi in nature, magic will manifest. To do this, you need a considerable amount of mental strength and concentration. Since Rod knew nothing about magic, Makarov had to start from the very basics. As for more profound theories, about emotions, about the soul, about the power of the heart, we will have to wait until Rhodes's magic practice reaches a certain level, or until he comprehends it on his own. Is there magic power in my body? Rhodes has always been worried about this. He is not even from this world. Fortunately, Makarov gave him a reassurance. Of course there is, but it is not easy to detect now. It is not easy for ordinary people to discover and strengthen the chi in their bodies. The method usually adopted is meditation. But as for you, you can first feel the magic power in another way. Rhodes asked, how to do it? First, focus your attention on the pendant and try to call upon it in your heart. Then, try the spell I adapted from the magic of the stars. Makarov taught Rod the spell word by word, and Rod repeated it like a parrot. Just remember it and try it. Here. Rhodes looked at his companions in the tavern worriedly. Will we get into trouble? Makarov said, don't worry, with your current magic power, you can't summon a creature that is too strong. Even if you can, you can't maintain it. Rhodes didn't like this answer at all. But since the president said it's okay, let's do it. He pinched the necklace pendant and stared at the gold and blue icon, and after a few seconds he seemed to really feel a connection between himself and it. Rhodes quickly chanted the spell, I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature from another world, respond to my call and go through the door. The pendant glowed with golden and blue light. Magical energy gathered in the air. Rhodes tightly grasped the pendant and shouted out the last words. Open the door to another world. A heavy and majestic sound effect sounded, and a vortex emitting blue light appeared in front of Rhodes, with twinkling stars in the vortex. Through this vortex, you can seem to feel the cold air from another world and hear the sound of the cold wind whistling over the cliff. In such a cold and solemn atmosphere, a figure leaped out from the vortex. The lights and sounds of magic attracted the attention of most people in the tavern. This must be a powerful and cruel creature, everyone thought so, and Rhodes thought so too. However, when the vortex disappeared, there was only a palm-sized, furry white object on the ground. Woo, woo, woo. The little guy made a strange sound and seemed a little confused. But soon its eyes were fixed on Rhodes, and then it stuck out its big pink tongue, ran towards Rhodes with its short legs, and hugged his calves. Rhodes was a little confused. He looked at the little fur ball and felt that it looked familiar. He bent down, picked it up and observed it carefully. Black eyes, round body, white and soft hair like a sheep, a pair of small curved horns on the head, and a long tongue sticking out like a puppy. Rod put it on the counter and touched its head. The little guy turned over comfortably, revealing his heart-shaped pink belly. Poro. Rhodes recognized this cute little guy based on his experience in the Howling Abyss. Woo-yul-yul-yul, there was joy in the little Poro's voice, as if he had found a meal ticket. Rhodes. The thing summoned by this magic seems to be different from what I expected. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Poro. Chapter 9 Poro. Poro? Is that its name? What a cute pronunciation. Myra seemed to like the furry little Poro very much. Rhodes also thought Poro was cute, but what's the use of just being cute? What he wanted was a super powerful hero. Rhodes held the Poro in front of his face and looked into the other's big black eyes. Can this guy fight? Poro's big tongue licked him, and Rhodes subconsciously leaned back, successfully avoiding the face-washing service. Makarov inquired, "Do you know this creature? Does it have any special abilities?" "His name is Poro. He lives in a very cold place." "His ability?" Rhodes thought about it carefully. "It can eat, it can grow bigger after eating, and it can explode if it eats too much. Besides that, it can also act cute." Myra praised, "What an interesting ability. Looks like a great contracted creature." Rhodes said listlessly, "Ah, thank you for the encouragement. I see. So it's an ornamental creature? Don't be discouraged. There are also ornamental ones among the stars, such as Nicola of Canis Minor." Makarov said, "It's great to have such a lovely creature to keep you company, isn't it?" Poro seemed to sense Rhodes' disappointment. The pair of small horns on its head slowly drooped down, and its tongue that was sticking out was retracted. It looked pitiful like an abandoned puppy. Rhodes scratched its chin and said, "Just treat it as a pet." Hurolo. Poro rubbed Rhodes' palm, making a comfortable sound, and a pair of small horns stood up again. Rhodes pinched Poro's little horn, touched Poro's head, and rubbed Poro's heart-shaped belly, and gradually fell in love with this furry and soft feel. The Poro seemed to be enjoying it as well, lying on the counter with his tongue tilted to the side. "It looks like a lamb, but its personality is more like a puppy." Myra picked up a piece of chopped apple. "Do you want to eat it?" Poro rolled over and broke away from Rhodes' massage service, heading straight for Myra's feeding. His flexibility was beyond imagination. Does this thing have a setting that it only recognizes food but not people? Rhodes fell into deep thought. Makarov coughed lightly to attract Rhodes' attention, and said to him, "Let's not talk about the strength of the Poro. When you opened the door just now, did you feel a force draining away from your body?" "That was magic." Rhodes thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then it seems that there is. Generally speaking, after a star spirit mage opens a door, he needs to consume magic power to maintain the existence of the star spirit. I'm sure it's the same for you." Makarov said, "Now meditate as I told you, feel the magic slowly draining away, find its source, and then, see your own power clearly." "Yes." Rhodes sat down on the ground, closed his eyes as the president instructed, and concentrated on feeling the power slowly draining away from his body. The noise in the tavern gradually disappeared, the sound of Poro and Myra playing also gradually faded away, and the world became quiet. Rhodes saw himself sitting cross-legged in the darkness, with tiny blue dots of light like mist. Outside of his body, there was a thin, curved line of faint blue light spots, floating to the side of his body. That should be the connection with the poro. The focus of Rhodes' observation was on his own body. Among the misty blue magic light spots, there was a conspicuous small vortex that slowly rotated in the center of his body, like a miniature Milky Way. It seemed that all the magic power in the body was dissipating from there, and at the same time, sparse spots of light seeped in from outside the body and gathered in the vortex. Magic power is being consumed and restored at the same time. Rhodes sensed this easily. He could even feel the speed at which magic power was consumed to maintain the poro's existence, compared to the speed at which magic power was restored. The common way to express it in online games is MP1 MP plus 99. The excess will probably be used to replenish the magic power consumed when opening the door. After realizing that poro's magic power consumption was so low, Rhodes completely lost hope in its combat effectiveness. Putting the matter of poro aside, Rhodes concentrated on observing himself and tried to direct the light spots in his body. Although he was a little clumsy, he could indeed simply control the direction of the flow of those light spots, which was the magic power. In the real world, as Rhodes mobilized his magic power, his hair swayed gently, left and right, as if blown by the wind. The tavern was much quieter today than usual because the president was watching. When someone was about to start a fight that might affect Rhodes, the president would slap that person on the head. When Rhodes opened his eyes, Makarov smiled with satisfaction. This kid had good talent. That's enough for today's magic training. You should care about the poros. Makarov reminded, astral mages usually have to sign a contract with the Protoss and maintain a good relationship. As for you, you have to figure it out on your own. Okay, thank you, President. Rhodes stood up and looked at Myra, only to find that Poro was no longer with her. There. Myra smiled and pointed at the little guy having fun in the tavern. Rhodes looked in the direction her finger pointed, and then he realized, his social skills were not as good as a dog's. He had just been meditating for less than an hour, but Poro had already become familiar with many people in the tavern. It stuck out its tongue and kept shuttling between the tables, rubbing people's calves with its furry body from time to time. When it is picked up by someone who likes cute things, it will act coquettishly and stare at the food on the table with its big eyes. The words "please feed me" are just missing from being written on his face. The most amazing thing is that after getting the food, the little guy will run away immediately and head straight for the next target, showing how ruthless he is. In a very short time, everyone in the tavern remembered this cute creature, but only a few remembered the name of its owner after Myra and Lakai introduced it. Rhodes waved. Poro ran over with his short legs, but accidentally fell and rolled to Rhodes' feet like a ball of wool. This guy simply didn't get up, but just lay down and turned over to expose his belly, becoming more and more skilled in his job. Rhodes couldn't help but rub its heart-shaped belly again, and then he carried Poro to the counter. Can you understand me? Poro tried hard to nod. Rhodes asked, do we need to sign a contract or something? The Poro shook his head so hard that he almost fell over. If you go back, will I still summon you next time? I remember there are many Poros in the Howling Abyss, right? The little Poro nodded, then shook his head, with a pleading look on his face. Rhodes guessed, it will be you, but you don't want to go back. Poro showed a happy expression. Rhodes looked at the president in embarrassment. Makarov said, if the magic power allows, and both parties have no objection, you can stay as long as you want. But if it affects your ability to open the next door, just send it back then. Rhodes nodded, since you like it here, then stay for now. The little Poro spun in circles with joy. Myra suggested, should we give it a name? Rhodes said, it's called Poro. But Poro is a general term, right? Just like dogs and cats, these are species. I mean they have their own names. Poro looked at Rhodes expectantly. I have trouble coming up with names. Rhodes looked at Poro and thought for a while, Ziobai? Tuanzi? Mokayu. Poro's little horn gradually drooped, and it always felt perfunctory. Rhodes was in a dilemma. President, Myra, do you have any suggestions? How about worm? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Warmth, Happiness, and Love. Chapter 10 Warmth, Happiness, and Love. Worm. Well, warm, because it feels warm when you hold it. Myra explained. Rod said that Poro lives in a very cold place. I hope it can always feel warm when it is with you. Rhodes thought for a moment and said, it seems pretty good, what do you think? The little Poro's horns stood up, obviously enjoying it. That's what I like. Myra smiled, that's how Happy got his name. Happy is the talking blue kitten that always follows Natsu. Myra introduced him to Rod. She said that harpies can fly and can take people flying with them, but it's a pity that Rod has never seen a harpy fly. Then it's settled. From now on, you will be called Worm. It's justified. That's not how you use legitimacy. The president was thinking about whether he should call Hibiki back to provide after-sales service. Woo woo woo. Worm threw himself into Rhodes' arms and rubbed his chest with his head. Rod hugged Worm and felt that its little horns were a little uncomfortable. Sister Myra, 2 beers here. Lakai waved towards the counter. Okay. Myra took 2 wooden beer cups, filled them up and placed them on the tray. Rod, it's almost noon, we have to get busy. Okay, I'll start working now. Rod put down the worm and picked up the tray. Worm looked around and followed Rod, who was delivering the wine. The man who ordered the drinks was a middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth, a brown crew cut, and wearing a floral shirt, cropped trousers, and flip-flops. Your wine. Hey, why didn't Myra-chan deliver it? Wakaba complained casually, but it didn't affect him picking up the wine glass. Come to think of it, you're the one who's been sitting at the counter these days. Rod felt that he was being disliked, but that was normal. If he were in his place, he would prefer a beautiful woman to deliver food to him. My name is Rod. I just joined Fairy Tale and I'm currently working as a waiter in a tavern. Please take care of me. Oh, newcomer. My name is Wakaba. Wakaba was in high spirits. A cloud of smoke that looked like a hand came out of his pipe. He held another wine glass and handed it to Rhodes. As you can see, smoke magic was used. This drink is on me, and welcome to Fairy Tale. Bang. Before Rhodes could speak, the person sitting opposite Wakaba slapped the table and stood up. Asshole Wakaba, don't just give my wine away. This man had short purple hair, a sparse beard, and a white windbreaker. As he spoke, purple flames appeared in his hands. The flames knocked away Wakaba's smoky hand, and it grasped the wine glass instead. If anyone wants to treat you, I'll be the one to do it. He straightened his collar formally. Hello, I'm Asshole Makeo. Wakaba stood up and smashed his wine glass on the table, stepped on the stool with one foot, and leaned forward. You want to fight? Hey! Who would be afraid of you? Macau also stepped on the stool and leaned forward. The 2 men put their foreheads together across the table, confronting each other and refusing to give in. Thick smoke gathered above Wakaba's pipe, and the purple flame also spun back and floated in Makeo's hand. The wine glass that was originally supported by the flames fell. Rhodes hurriedly caught it and spilled a few drops of wine. He wanted to persuade them, but the 2 men ignored him, rolled up their sleeves while arguing, and looked ready to fight at any time. Rhodes looked around for help, but found that everyone nearby had an expression as if they were watching a good show. Some people even started to cheer and shouted things like fight and teach him a lesson. Lakai was still holding the empty wine glass she had just taken back, but now she had no time to go back and instead stood among the crowd watching the excitement. She did not forget to remind him, Rod, if I were you, I would stay away from you now. 4. Whoosh! A wine glass flew past Rhodes' ear. Makao and Wakaba had already jumped onto the table, clasped each other's palms, and began to wrestle with each other. Rode touched his temples, gave up trying to stop the fight, picked up the poro worm with one hand, held the innocent beer with the other, tucked the tray under his arm, and ran back to the counter. The president's small figure gave him a great sense of security. Rhodes asked, "President, don't we need to care about them? Let them." Makarov picked up the glass of beer that Rod had just put down and drank it. "No one is meditating now, so there is no need to worry about anyone being disturbed. It's nice to make some noise." Not only that, when someone opened the bet on who would fall off the table first between Macau and Wakaba, the old man even bet 1000J. I thought the chaos during those few days was just because the guild leader was away. Rode looked at the guild leader who was gradually cheering for him to come on, and said in despair, "Is there no normal person in this guild?" "Don't say that." Myra wiped a wine glass with a smile. "This is very interesting." There was a clanging sound where Makao and Wakaba were, and the long table was soon smashed and the stools overturned. The two men wrestled for a long time before they were barely separated, and the onlookers soon became bored and dispersed. This fight could only be considered a minor one in fairy tale, because the two uncles were so sensible and did not affect anyone else at all. "Are they both okay?" Rhodes looked at the two people who were sitting at separate tables angrily and felt that he had his own reasons for their breakup. "It doesn't matter. They are like this. They will be sitting together drinking again soon." Myra didn't worry about this at all. She said to Makarov, "President, the glass of wine just now still needs to be charged to you." "Ah?" That drink was clearly ordered by Makao. "You drank it secretly?" "Yes." Makarov failed to escape and was listless. The image of the amiable, kind, and reliable president in Rhodes' mind gradually collapsed. This old man doesn't seem to be very serious. The guild has become like this, it must be because the top beam is not straight, so the bottom beam is crooked, right? He was about to ask what to do with the broken table when he saw Lakai walk over and make a strange gesture with her hands. Wooden shape, a sincere friendship wooden table. The broken tabletop and broken legs moved as if they had gained life, bending, extending, and then merging together perfectly, transforming back into the original shape of a long table. A buck-toothed guy next to me complained, "Why do you always use weird names like that?" Lakai pushed her purple hair behind her and adjusted her glasses with her hand. "Hey, are you jealous of my magic and talent?" "Who would be jealous of something like that?" Lucky was immersed in her own world. She held her face in her hands and said, "I am such a sinful woman." Rhodes. I had noticed some clues before, and now I can almost confirm that Lakai is a very narcissistic person. But her magic is quite convenient, almost catching up with the wood release Yamato in the next studio. No wonder everyone is so unscrupulous in demolishing houses. Language issues. According to the setting, the language spoken in fairy tale is the language of another world, not Japanese, English, etc. As for why the anime uses English and Japanese, and word magic also has English and traditional Chinese characters, that is because the anime is designed to make it easier for the audience to understand. This seems to be a very classic and old-fashioned setting for time travel literature, so don't worry about it. When naming Poro, it was taken into consideration that Poro represents the meaning of warmth, happiness, and love. So Poro is called warm, and Harpy's name is Happy, and his catchphrase is love, which just fits the atmosphere of fairy tale. In short, all the Chinese and English homophones that appear in the text should be regarded as the languages of another world that have been translated into faithful, expressive and elegant languages and become understandable to us. I deliberately wrote at the beginning why the protagonist learned the language. Those who understand will understand. Why bother with these things? The novel is entirely in Chinese. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 and number 039, Big Sister and number 039, and Perversion. Chapter 11 Big Sister and Perversion. Shaping magic is magic that uses magic power to give shape, and it can also be magic that takes away shape. Myra took the time to teach Rod relevant magic knowledge. Shaping magic seems very convenient. Rhodes was a little tempted. This is a practical magic that can provide a stool to sit on in a house to live in anytime and anywhere. Myra nodded. Yes, in addition to the wood shape used by Lakai, there are also ice shape, earth shape, etc., which are magic that can show the personality of the caster. Personality? Rhodes couldn't tell. Was Lakai's personality reflected in the name? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, Myra, what is your magic? Makarov glanced at the two of them with bleary eyes and said nothing. Me? Myra said calmly, I'll show you now, watch carefully. Changes, only the head is a WOM. After a puff of smoke, Myra's body did not change at all, but her head had turned into that of a poro. Rhodes was startled. The poro worm was frightened even more, and sat down on the counter, moving backwards on its front legs with its butt dragging on the ground. It's not over yet, the only thing that has changed is the head. Rhodes watched helplessly as his own face appeared on the opposite side, except that Myra was still wearing the red dress below her neck. Rhodes covered his eyes and said, Sister, you are my sister, please forgive me. Myra changed back to her own appearance and asked with a smile, Ah, don't I look like myself anymore? It's because they look so similar that I feel like I'm just wasting my time. Myra corrected, it's trouble. Yes, trouble. So you knew it. Rhodes felt that there was something sinister in Myra's smile. Bang. Someone slapped a few big bills on the counter. Myra, I want a barrel of wine. Kana, are you drinking so early today? Kana sat on the stool leaning against the counter and winked at Myra with her left eye. I was planning on going out to work after lunch, but thanks to Tomakeo, I just won some money. Congratulations. Myra smiled and gently picked up a wine barrel and put it on the counter without blushing or breathing hard. Rhodes was surprised. He had moved that wine barrel before and it was so heavy, but Myra did it so easily. She seemed to be as strong as a mountain and as powerful as the world. Is this a wizard? The girl Myra called Kana was not bad either. She simply opened the cork on the wine barrel, held the barrel and poured the wine into her mouth. She was so generous. I really don't know where their slender arms get such great strength. Can magic have such an effect? Rhodes looked at Kana carefully for a few seconds and then looked away awkwardly. This beauty is dressed so boldly. The lower body is still ordinary cropped pants and leather sandals, and the upper body is only wearing one piece. Rhodes was short-sighted and couldn't tell whether it was underwear or a swimsuit. Anyway, at a glance, his eyes were involuntarily attracted to the waist, cleavage, and balls, which made Rhodes feel very embarrassed. He has never seen such a thing in real life. Poro worm doesn't have this worry. When he sees someone sitting down, he will immediately run over to ask for food. Ah? Do you want to drink too? Kana noticed this little fur ball and asked Myra for a cup to feed Poro some wine. Myra wanted to confirm, Rod, can worm drink alcohol? Rod thought for a moment and said, I don't know about this either. How about giving it a try? You don't even turn your head when you talk? Hey! Kana's voice was a little drunk. Rhodes' behavior was a bit rude. You are the new guy, right? Do you dislike me as soon as you get here? No, sorry. Rhodes turned around and faced Kana with difficulty, but he still didn't know where to look. His eyes wandered around. Hey. Kana seemed to understand something and asked with interest. Could it be that you are the reserved type? You haven't even had a girlfriend, have you? Rhodes felt that he might have met a bad woman and was at a loss. Kana didn't even need to hear the answer. She had already read the answer from Rhodes' embarrassed face and laughed, ha ha ha, this reaction is so funny. How about it, do you want your sister to take good care of you? No, thanks. Rhodes blushed. Was this sister drunk or was this her nature? He didn't know that Kana, who called herself his sister, was actually only 17 years old, a little younger than him. But Rhodes was frightened. He didn't know how to deal with this type of girl. Rod, Gray at table 3 over there wants fried pork chops and pasta. Fortunately, Myra came to the rescue at the critical moment. Rhodes looked at her gratefully, took the tray and fled. This is such a bummer, Myra. Kana complained dissatisfiedly, raised the wine barrel and took a few big gulps. I'm sorry, I should have taken a closer look at how big Sister Kana cares for Rod. Myra smiled and said, should we hug first, kiss first, or just go straight to? Pfft. Enough, enough. Kana spat out a big mouthful of wine. She looked mature and cool just now, but now her face is red. Obviously, her experience in some aspects may not be better than Rhodes's, and her bold clothes are just bold clothes. He is simply a talker. Rod knew the name Gray and had taken a look at the posters. But to Rod, Gray's characteristics were not obvious enough compared to Natsu, and he didn't dare to recognize him before Myra introduced him. However, after meeting Gray face to face, Rhodes immediately remembered this person because naked man. Rhodes felt like he was going blind. What was up with this guy named Gray? The chest and abdominal muscles seem to be quite strong, but that's not the point. The point is, why aren't you wearing clothes in public? Looking at the shirt, trousers, and underpants scattered on the ground, it can be seen that this person took them off deliberately after arriving at the guild. Hey! Gray was stunned for a moment and looked down at himself, when it turns out that he himself didn't even know when he took it off. Rhodes felt like he was going to get a sty. Gray was hurriedly getting dressed, and a buck-toothed guy sitting opposite him helped explain. Don't worry about it. Gray isn't a pervert. He just often takes off his clothes unconsciously. Rhodes hesitated. Well, I'm not good at learning the common language. Doesn't it count as a pervert if I take off my clothes anytime and anywhere? The buck-toothed brother glanced at Gray and said uncertainly, about the same. Otherwise, you should just treat him as a pervert. Who are you calling a pervert, you bastard? Gray slammed the table and raised his hand. Want to fight? Rhodes felt that he had almost adapted to the communication habits here. He was not merciful with words and would resort to violence if he was not convinced. So, when I felt I couldn't handle it just now, I should have fought with Kana? No, the situation is different. It is not good to hit a girl. The main reason is that as a half-baked wizard, I probably can't beat her. Hey, by the way, where did Gray's shirt go? End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Magic Encyclopedia. Chapter 12 Magic Encyclopedia. After watching another close combat between wizards, Rod was lucky enough to return safely. Kana had already left with a barrel of wine, leaving behind on the counter a worm sleeping soundly with his belly up, and a Makarov sitting cross-legged with snot bubbles hanging from his nose. Rod turned Worm over, but failed to wake it up. He waved his hand in front of Makarov's eyes, but there was no response. Why are you sleeping so soundly? Myra covered her mouth and laughed. Both of them were drunk by Kana. Rod glanced at the woman who was holding a wine barrel and looking for Macau to taste the wine. So cruel. Hee, actually Kana. Myra wanted to tell Rod a little about Kana's true nature to avoid any misunderstandings, but she felt that would not be fun, so she changed her mind immediately. She's a very nice person. Maybe. Rhodes tried his best to believe Myra's words. By the way, is there any magic in this world that can take off clothes instantly? Yes, dressing magic. Myra said, many girls know basic dressing magic, which is very convenient for changing clothes when going out. But if we talk about someone who is the best at changing magic, and can even change magic armor and weapons in an instant during battle, it must be Gray, right? Rhodes answered quickly. He remembered that Gray was a member of the protagonist group, so he must have some special skills. I just witnessed Gray's shirt disappearing with my own eyes. The person who is good at changing clothes magic and can even use it in combat must be Gray. Rhodes felt that his analysis was reasonable and well-founded. But Myra denied it. No, it's Urza. What? Gray is an ice wizard. Taking off his clothes is just a bad habit. It seems he developed it when he was studying magic. It's shaping magic again, ice shaping, making ice sculptures for fun. Urza is using the magic of changing clothes. Come to think of it, Urza will be back soon. Myra continued, by the way, Urza is the strongest female wizard in the guild, and she's also very beautiful, so look forward to it. Also, if you want to try to pursue her, I have information here. Myra suddenly became more talkative. The last person in the guild who pursued Urza was Loki, but he was beaten half to death. Maybe Rhodes is just the type she likes. Please spare me. Rhodes showed a helpless expression. Miss Myra, your bad taste seems to be getting more and more undisguised. Also, do you have a tendency to like gossip? The job of a waiter is peaceful, bustling, and occasionally a little exciting. If you don't react in time, you may be affected by other people's fights. But as long as you stay away in time, you will often have fun watching. Of course, when watching the fun, you also have to avoid bottles, tables, chairs, and other things that may fly at you at any time. At noon, Rod unlocked a small benefit of being a waiter: free lunch. Today's main dish is Fairy Tale's special cassolette casserole. It was the first time that Rhodes heard the name of this dish and had no idea what it tasted like, but the moment the lid was opened, his nasal cavity and salivary glands had already made a judgment. It smells so good. The smell was so good that even the Poro worm, who was drunk by Kana, opened his eyes and followed the scent to beg for food. Various ingredients such as chicken legs, pork, sausages, white beans, etc. are arranged in a regular pattern in the thick soup, and there is a layer of crispy skin on the surface that looks crispy and fragrant. When Lakai and Myra sat down and signaled to eat, Rhodes couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and taste the soup first. As Rhodes took a sip of the delicious and sticky soup, he couldn't help but applaud. This will be absolutely amazing if it is used to mix with rice. Wow, the chicken thigh has a crispy and sweet skin, and the inside is soft and tender. It will be even more delicious if eaten with some soup. Wow, the pork tastes great too. How come the beans are so delicious too? Rhodes turned into a wow monster. He had a lot to say about each ingredient he took a bite of, but he felt that talking would affect his eating efficiency. After much hesitation, I decided to just enjoy the meal first. 20 minutes later, both Rhodes and Worm had their bellies bulging with food and they sighed in satisfaction. Rhodes pointed at the empty casserole and said, "Is this really a staff meal? I think this kind of dish is very troublesome to make, right?" Myra thought for a moment and said, "It's not that complicated. It's just a thick soup made with white beans, onions, carrots, tomatoes, thyme, and pork skin. Meanwhile, fry the chicken thighs, pork, and sausages. Then put all the ingredients in the casserole layer by layer. Pour the thick soup on top, bake for a while, and then you can serve it. Isn't this not very complicated?" Rod put Worm on his lap and rubbed it. He felt that the current scene was like Wang Zifeng introducing eggplant fish to Granny Lu. Let's call her Grandma Lu. Rhodes savored the delicious food and said in a very unpromising way, "Myra, I want to be a waiter here forever." Lucky smiled and said, "It seems that Rhodes is very satisfied with the contents of his stomach this time." Fill the stomach? Contents? Rhodes thought for a second. Is this how you express being full? Myra saw his confusion and quickly waved her hand and said, "No, please don't learn the common language from Lakai." "Sister Mila," Lakai said angrily, "you are too much. My way of expression is obviously very poetic." Yes, Myra accommodatingly said, "but Rod's language level is not yet at the stage of learning your kind of poetry, so let him go." "Really? Lucky pouted and started to clean up the dishes. The afternoon was Rhodes's rest time, and he planned to follow the president's advice and go to the library to study. Rod had been pushed by Elfman to visit the guild's library before. The light inside was a little dim. There were rows of bookshelves in the room that were taller than people. Next to the bookshelves were movable ladders for people to use to get books. The library was as quiet as usual in the afternoon, and the air was filled with the unique scent of books. Woo! Woo! Worm didn't seem to like it here very much. SHH. Rhodes made a quiet gesture to Worm, then picked it up and put it on his shoulder, unconsciously slowing down his steps. Following the signs hanging on the bookshelf, Rhodes found the magic area and then searched for related books one by their titles. Unfortunately, there is no book titled Star Magic. The president said there is relevant information in the library. Rhodes thought for a moment. It should be included in a certain category with other magic, right? He went back and found a magic encyclopedia. Opening the catalog, it is clearly divided into two categories, Ability Series and Possession Series. Simply put, it is a person who relies on himself to use magic, which is somewhat like a superpower. The other is that it needs to rely on magic props to a certain extent, which is a bit like relying on technology. According to the president, Rhodes' magic belongs to the possession system and is very similar to Protoss magic, so all you have to do is find Protoss magic in the possession system catalog. But before that, Rhodes followed the standard process of reading a book. He would randomly open a page to see what was written. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Lane Engine Squad. Chapter 13 Lane Engine Squad Reception Magic. Magic that can receive the bodies of animals for one's own use and enhance one's own strength. The risk of this magic is that if you forcibly accept a monster that is too powerful, and you do not have enough strength or willpower, you may lose your mind or even go berserk until you die of exhaustion. The basic practice method is as follows. Snapped, Rhodes closed the book and looked at the cover carefully. It was indeed the Encyclopedia of Magic. Just open an encyclopedia and you will see the methods of practicing magic clearly written inside. Is this content I can watch without paying? Boom! Worm fell from Rhodes' shoulder and hit the cover of the book. He turned over in a daze, not quite sure what was going on. I can see that you really don't like studying. Rod put Worm back on his shoulder, then left the library holding the huge encyclopedia, just in case. He had to confirm whether he could read the book. The magic encyclopedia? Of course, no problem. Myra said, there are no books in the library that are not allowed to be read. But there are even methods for learning various kinds of magic. Won't that be a problem? But the purpose of having books like this in a library is to let people learn. Myra probably guessed what Rhodes was worried about. Don't worry, some dangerous magic won't be left there casually. Rhodes nodded. Oh, then I will be unscrupulous. That's not how you use recklessness. Rhodes waved his hand and returned to the library, reading quietly. Protoss magic is divided into holding magic according to its usage, and into space magic according to its effect type. At the same time, it is an ancient magic that has been passed down for more than 400 years. Each star spirit corresponds to a constellation in the sky, and has its own medium, or key. Ordinary star spirits correspond to silver keys, while the 12 most powerful star spirits correspond to 12 gold keys. Because Rhodes was reading a magic encyclopedia instead of a specialized book on Protoss magic, the introduction above was relatively superficial. The learning method does record how to open the door after holding the key and the process of signing a contract with the Protoss. But Rhodes had already learned the important part from the president. For more detailed information, Rhodes needs to look for specialized materials, such as books on ancient magic and space magic. He looked around at the sea of books. This was really not a small project. Rod spent hours in the library. Worm slept and woke up on the desk, woke up and slept again, and finally woke up from hunger. He made a slight snoring sound to remind Rhodes that it was almost time for dinner. Rhodes stood up, stretched, and checked the time. It's almost 5 o'clock. I've studied much harder than when I was studying at school. If I keep working this hard, I'll become a magic master sooner or later. Woolulu Worm's little horns drooped, as if urging him to finish bragging and leave quickly. It was impossible to go fast, so Rhodes put the book in his hand back to its original place, went to the bathroom to wash his hands again, and then returned to the tavern to work. As a waiter, the meal time is usually advanced or delayed to avoid being too busy to attend to the meal when it is time. Rhodes and Myra chose to arrive early as well. During this period, when customers came to the tavern to order food, someone had to put down their bowls and go over to receive them immediately, which was quite troublesome. "Sister Myra, we are back." A blue-haired girl walked in with 2 tall and thin boys. "Lebby. Welcome back. Jet and Troy too." Some people chatting in the tavern welcomed the 3 of them immediately. It seems that they are quite popular. Myra immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks to greet him. "Welcome, you are 2 days later than expected, is the mission going well?" "Yeah," Libby said excitedly, "the client is a good person. He invited us to stay in the Zilosai store for 2 more days." "Hey," Myra deliberately showed a difficult expression, "if you increase the reward without permission, it will be considered a violation." "I'm not increasing the salary without permission." Levi hugged Myra's arm and used a slightly coquettish tone. "The client said it was to prevent any accidents from happening later, just like after-sales service or something." She was only slightly taller than Myra's shoulders and was a very petite and cute girl. Snuggling up to Myra like this, she looks even more adorable. At least Jet and Troy both have envious expressions on their faces, envious of Myra. "Then, let's just say you pass." Myra closed one eye. It seemed that they had a good relationship. "Thank you, Sister Myra." Levi let go of Myra, handed the task list back to her for registration, and asked, "Are there any changes in the guild?" "It's basically the same as before, but there's a new person here recently, and he wanted to ask you for help with a language problem a few days ago." Libby stood on tiptoe, put her hands on the counter, and asked, "What? What's going on?" The magic she uses is 3-dimensional writing, which can write words with magic power and give them real meaning. For example, if you write words that represent fire, the words will actually turn into flames and shoot out. Perhaps it is because of this magic that Libby understands many ancient texts and is interested in everything related to language and writing. "It's like this." Myra helped Levi complete the mission registration and briefly told him about Rhodes. "I'll introduce him to you later. Rhodes should need your help right now." Jet and Troy, who were standing behind Levi like 2 generals, immediately noticed the key word, him. Rhodes had already quickly finished his meal and was ready to take over. Myra just happened to introduce them to him. "This is Rod. This is Lebby, Jet, and Troy." In fact, Rod had already heard Lakai introduce him once, but before he could say hello, Jet had already jumped onto the nearest table. Lebby also jumped onto the stool next to the table, while Troy put one foot on the stool and the other on the table. The 3 of them each struck a handsome pose and said loudly, "We are the Driveway Engine Squad." The 2 buddies who were drinking nearby were startled by the 3 men. Rod was also embarrassed by these 3 people. Seeing their performance, he could only think of the Rockets. Rhodes raised his hand, not sure whether to applaud or scratch his goosebumps. He covered his mouth with one hand and leaned close to Myra's ear. "Well, they are not the type that are very peculiar and can cause trouble, right?" Myra thought for a moment and said, "How should I put it? Compared to Natsu, they don't cause much trouble." Rhodes already knew that Natsu was an expert at causing trouble, and most of his wages from each job were used to compensate for the damage. If he caused less trouble than Natsu? Rhodes sighed. It was a very disturbing description. Could it be that Libby, such a petite and cute girl, is also a troublemaker? Lane Engine, also known as Shadow Gear, translation problem. Jet is also called Jade or Jet. It is actually a nickname. His original name is Sarasuk. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, The Guild and Number 039, S reputation seems to be a problem. Chapter 14, The Guild's reputation seems to be a problem. Then it's settled. I'll help you find the necessary information and explain it to you. You tell me about Chinese. According to Myra, Levi loves books very much and may be the person who is most familiar with the guild library. In addition to magic, Rhodes also needs to understand the history, geography, culture, and other aspects of this place. You can also ask Libby about these things. Even if she doesn't remember them all, she will know where to find them. With Libby's help, Rod's learning efficiency can be greatly improved. And she was interested in Rhodes' native language, so both parties could get what they needed. The only ones who were unhappy were Jet and Troy, but since Rod didn't show any special reaction after seeing Rebby, he didn't say anything rude. But, then again, Libby is so cute, why doesn't he have any reaction? This is another kind of unhappiness. Rod didn't understand the messy changes in their expressions at first, but later he heard some gossip from Myra. These three grew up together, and Jet and Troy have recently been investigating how girls like to express their love. Rhodes suddenly realized. So it was T. No, it's not very polite to call your companion that, you should call him the flower protector. However, Rhodes looked at those two people as if they were scum. I guess Libby looks like a junior high school girl, right? Is this a crime? Myra covered her mouth and laughed. Libby is already 16 years old. She knows she will be sad if you say that. Rhodes was silent for a moment. He remembered that Myra was 18 years old, so the 2-year gap seemed understandable. That's not right. Rhodes said, 16 years old is also a minor. No, in theory, you can drink and do all kinds of things at the age of 15. Myra pointed at Kana, who was half drunk and half awake, holding a barrel of wine. For example, Kana has been drinking since she was 13 years old. Oh. Rhodes felt that the example Myra gave was full of loopholes. However, it seems normal for people in this guild to not follow the rules. Of course, the agreement with Libby starts from tomorrow. She just came back today and needs to rest after the long journey. Jet and Troy were in particularly high spirits. They did not even go home but chatted about their travel experiences with familiar people in the guild. Rhodes was a little envious. He had to learn magic quickly so that he could see this magical world with his own eyes. Of course, the key point is that the speed of making money and paying off debts can be faster. He is a man who doesn't even dare to use the spend money button, and now he feels uncomfortable with a huge debt on his shoulders. During dinner in the pub, it was busy and noisy. Rhodes helped wipe the tables and chairs, swept the floor, and took Worm back to his rented house just like he did yesterday. The room was still as dark as yesterday and seemed a little deserted. But Worm sniffed around like a puppy, bringing a little more breath of life into the empty house. Rhodes let Worm explore freely while he sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated as he did during the day, trying to train his mental strength and increase the magic power in his body. Only when he felt sleepy and tired did he quickly wash up, turn off the oil lamp and go to sleep. Before going to bed, I was still thinking that the oil lamp was inconvenient and I would buy a magic lamp sooner or later. Worm lay quietly beside Rhodes' pillow like a little ball of fur until the early hours of the morning, when his body gradually became transparent and disappeared. That night, Rhodes felt warm and comfortable in his sleep. The next morning, Rhodes got up and washed on time. When he made his bed and prepared to go out, he felt like something was missing. Where is my Poro? Rhodes bent down and looked under the bed. Worm. After looking around the room, Rhodes remembered that he could use the magical connection to determine the location of the worm. He closed his eyes and found that his magic power was much stronger than yesterday, and it seemed that it was not being consumed now. Did the time limit expire or did it automatically return when I fell asleep? Rhodes was not sure about the situation and decided to summon again. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature from another world, respond to my call and pass through the door. The pendant glowed with golden and blue light. Magical energy gathered in the air. Rhodes squeezed the pendant tightly and shouted out the last words. Open the door to another world. A small amount of magic power was drawn out of Rhodes' body, and a small white figure appeared on the floor. Worm was a little confused for a moment, then immediately threw himself into Rhodes' arms and nuzzled him. You have a really good jumping ability. Rhodes caught Worm and rubbed him, then asked, were there other companions with you just now? Worm shook his head and slept alone in his nest. Just now I felt that besides you, I could summon another. I don't know what it is. Worm looked at Rhodes with his dark eyes, which revealed clear stupidity, clear innocence. It seems you don't know. Rhodes touched Worm's head, put it down, and picked up the pendant again. I'll know if I try again. I am. The pendant had just begun to glow when Rhodes interrupted the magic. Forget it. I don't feel safe trying it at home. I should go ask the president. He picked up Worm, locked the door, went downstairs, and left. Goodman came earlier today and had already arranged the stall. Good morning, Mr. Rhodes. He noticed the womb with its big tongue hanging out. Is this your pet? Rod realized an important problem. Do landlords hate tenants keeping pets? Fortunately, Worm is not just a pet. Its name is Worm. I summoned it from another world using magic. Rhodes said, Worm, say hello. Woo, woo, woo. Worm made a cute sound. Magic. No wonder I've never seen such an animal before. Goodman was a little envious. Why not wait until my son grows up and let him learn magic, too? You have a son, that's great, he can join Fairy Tale when the time comes. Ha, ha ha, yes, yes, but he is only 3 years old. It's too early for such a thing. For some reason, Rod felt that Goodman's smile was a little dry. Because he didn't quite understand the polarized reputation of his own guild, it was both the most trustworthy guild and the most guarded against guild. Fairy Tale is now one of the most famous guilds in the country, and being able to join there is something to be proud of for a wizard. Moreover, citizens often come into contact with wizards and know that they are generally good people. Causing trouble and destroying things are secondary, because they will try their best to make up for and compensate for what they have caused. What worries Goodman most is that there are a lot of weirdos and problem children there. If I send my own child there, will he develop some weird habits? Will he tear down my house at any time? Normally, I think it's fun and exciting to watch them fight or destroy the guild, but if my own child becomes the one causing the trouble, Goodman needs to think about this carefully. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Goodbye, the beautiful heroes I admire. Chapter 15 Goodbye, the beautiful heroes I admire. It was less than a kilometer away from the guild, and a leisurely walk would take less than 20 minutes. However, the tempting smells wafting from the various breakfast stalls and shops on the road somewhat affected Rhodes' pace. Worm was even more troubled than him, with his tongue hanging out and his eyes not knowing where to look. The food here is as diverse as the clothing styles, with Chinese, European and Japanese styles available. Rhodes picked a bun shop that he liked and bought 2 buns, one for him and one for Worm. Rhodes only ate half and gave the remaining half to Worm. He thought that he should not waste money until he had more money in the future. Instead of buying this, he might as well go to the guild and have a bowl of noodles. Worm was enjoying his meal very much. Maybe it was because resources were scarce in that damn place called the Howling Abyss, so the kid was not picky about food at all. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, Rod and Worm. Lakai arrived a little late today. As soon as she arrived, she apologized breathlessly, Sorry, I was sorting out my collection this morning and forgot the time. Myra said, It's okay, there's not much to do in the morning, and now I have Rhodes to help. Collectibles. Rhodes was curious about what Lakai would collect. Wood carvings? After all, she used wood modeling magic. Loki's collection is very interesting. Myra smiled. If Rhodes has a chance, he must go and visit it. Rhodes had already understood a little about Myra's dark side. Looking at Myra's smile, he felt that this matter was not that simple. Unfortunately, boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. However, I can bring 1 or 2 smaller ones to show you when I have time. Lakai adjusted her glasses, and the white light reflected from the lenses made Rhodes feel more and more that something was wrong. Let me ask you this, it's not something scary, right? How could that be? They are all very cute collections. Rhodes became more and more suspicious, but Myra refused to say anything and just smiled, as if she was expecting Rhodes to see her surprised expression. He would know sooner or later anyway, so Rhodes put aside his curiosity and decided to eat a bowl of noodles first. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, the guild gradually became lively. The president also appeared in casual clothes, holding a wooden staff, and sat cross-legged on the counter as usual, watching the children laughing and playing. If someone who doesn't know the situation saw him like this, they would probably think he was just an ordinary, kind old man. President, there is something I want to know about my magic. Please tell me everything. After finishing the chores he was responsible for, Rhodes immediately went to Makarov to explain his situation. Is that so? Then let's try it now. Let's go to the back of the guild. Makarov was actually a little touched that this kid would actually come to ask for his opinion before doing something that might be dangerous. His level of stability is already higher than that of more than 90% of the fairy tale members. Also, the usage of know everything and tell it is wrong. Oh. Rhodes went to say hello to Myra, leaving Worm to play in the tavern, and walked towards the back door with the president. Behind the guild was a large courtyard with a blue stone wall and an iron fence gate in the middle with the fairy tale logo on it. Rhodes looked out through the gap in the gate. Outside was an endless expanse of water. The morning sun cast an orange-red glow on the water, which was then broken up by the breeze, leaving only ripples in sight. As a person with little self-discipline, Rhodes hasn't seen the sunrise for a long time since he went to college. So there's an ocean behind the guild. No, it's a lake, but it's just very large. Makarov knew that Rhodes lacked common sense, so he introduced it to him. Magnolia is an inland city. If you want to see the sea, you have to take a train to Harjan. It's a port city with beautiful scenery. Then I must go and see it later. Rhodes set another small goal. It's a good thing to have a place you want to go. Makarov is most worried that Rhodes will lose his direction. In the current situation, as long as he has something he wants to do, whether it's learning magic or traveling, it's a good thing. Okay, let's get started. Okay. Rhodes took out the pendant from his collar and chanted the spell again. This time, a whirlpool appeared from the ground, and what was felt through the whirlpool was no longer cold wind, but moist water vapor, and the shadows of water plants could be vaguely seen. The vortex disappeared, and Rhodes felt the magic power in his body pouring out like a flood, and most of it was gone in an instant. Ripples appeared on the ground like the surface of water, and a green, shelled creature nearly 1.5 meters tall and about 2 meters long emerged from the waves. It has 6 legs, a pair of short pincers, a pair of green eyes and a pair of tentacles like ponytails on its head. It feels wider, lower, and shorter than an ordinary van. Is this a crab? Makarov looked up slightly at the creature that was taller than him. Right. When it appeared, Rhodes already knew the name of this big guy. It's called the Canyon Swift Crab. It comes from the river in Summoner's Canyon. Its characteristics is that it runs very fast. Canyon Swift Crab, commonly known as river crab, river crab, etc. Like Poro, it is a creature in the game League of Legends, but it is not on the same map. To be precise, it came from the Serpentine River, or the Snake River, but Rhodes, like most players, did not know the name of the river. Unlike the mascot-like Poro, the Kenyan scuttler is a neutral creature, commonly known as a wild monster. Killing it can earn you money and experience points. In the game, the river crab should be the weakest wild monster, because it will attack. It is said that in the ancient version, the river crab once had attack power, but when Rhodes played it, he was just a wild monster that only knew how to run away after being hit. This thing should be one of Tatsuya's favorite wild monsters. Almost every time before or after going to the line to support Rod, Tatsuya would swipe a river crab to liven up the atmosphere. You don't have to take the kills, but you must brush the river crabs. Rod was not too disappointed that his second summon might still have little attack power. What's even more disappointing is that his summoning route may not be the same as what he imagined. I thought I could get help from all kinds of beautiful, powerful heroes, but now it seems I can only get help from wild monsters. Rod held the necklace given to him by Tatsuya with mixed feelings. Should he say it was worthy of being a necklace given by an arrogant jungler? If this continues, I won't be called Rhodes anymore, I'll have to change my name to Ivern. No matter how much you complain in your heart, you still have to practice this magic. Although it's different from what I expected, it's powerful to be able to summon wild monsters. If one day I can summon small dragons and big dragons, won't I be invincible? Without considering those things for now, the size of the swift crab in front of him was a little beyond Rhodes's understanding. But if you think about the size comparison between the heroes and river crabs in the game, it does seem to be this big. Although this guy is not aggressive in the game, in real life, with his size alone, it would probably be fatal if he hit someone, right? Rhodes felt the real magical connection between himself and the swift crab, and with the president by his side, he mustered up the courage to approach it. The swift crab seemed to understand Rhodes' thoughts. It bent down obediently and let Rhodes put his hand between its two tentacles, which should be considered a head-patting gesture. It feels icy and a little damp, but fortunately there is no fishy smell. Do you have any special abilities that I don't know about? Rhodes thought that the game settings might change after being mapped to this magical world, so he asked. In fact, he asked the same question to Poro Wam. Then Worm showed him some very powerful skills such as hugging his thighs, throwing himself into his arms, and eating. Now Rhodes just hopes that this Kenyan swift crab can bring him a little surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Scout, Kenyan Scuttler. Chapter 16 Scout, Kenyan Scuttler. Just after asking that question, Rhodes saw himself. It's not like seeing with your own eyes, nor is it like looking in a mirror, but rather it's from an angle looking up from the bottom. My hand was resting on my head, and my arm blocked a little bit of my vision, but because the distance between my eyes was large enough, I could still see my face. Is this the perspective of the swift crab? It was strange to have two images suddenly appear in his mind. When Rhodes withdrew his hand, he could immediately see the action of retracting his hand from two angles. When the swift crab stands up, the perspective will also change subtly. Rhodes commanded the swift crab to turn around, and he stood back to back with it, instantly gaining a full 300-degree field of vision. Makarov nodded after listening to Rhodes' description, so it's a reconnaissance-type summoned beast. It should have a wide range of uses. Then, the swift crab demonstrated its mobility again. After letting Rhodes sit on its back, the swift crab crashed through the guild wall and ran to the lake, performing a unique skill of floating on water. It waved its 6 legs and moved on the lake as if it were walking on flat ground. Rhodes held the 2 rain-like tentacles of the swift crab tightly with both hands, feeling the strong wind blowing over him and the occasional splash of water on his body. He had no idea how fast it was going, but it was definitely more exciting than the speedboat ride he had had on East Lake, maybe because he wasn't wearing a life jacket. It's faster than ordinary horses and ponies, and it can move on water, which is also good. Its destructive power is average, but Makarov gave a rational evaluation. Looking at the damaged wall, he shouted at Rhodes back. Even so, please don't destroy the guild casually. I'm sorry, this is my first time riding a river crab too, so I don't understand its behavior. I didn't mean to. Rod rejected Lay. We had originally agreed to study together in the library, but now we can only painstakingly build walls under the supervision of the president. It doesn't matter if you don't know how, the president will teach you on the spot. He knows a little bit of carpentry and masonry. The main thing is that the president has destroyed the guild just as many times as anyone else, so an old illness makes a good doctor. It's okay, I just accidentally damaged a little bit of the wall. Libby was very tolerant of this, perhaps because she was used to similar unexpected events. It just so happens that I have found a suitable book on common sense. I will take this opportunity to find some suitable content and read it to you. That's great, thank you, Libby. Rod was very happy. In the past, when he did things like cleaning, he liked to use his mobile phone to play songs or crosstalk for noise, but now he was bored. This girl is really considerate, no wonder Jet and Troy like her so much. First, this country is called the Kingdom of Fiori. It has a population of about 1,700 million and is located on a peninsula west of the continent. It was recognized as a neutral country about years ago. The sound of Libby reading and explaining sounded somewhat pleasant. Rhodes continued to build the wall. When he heard that Fiori's population was 1,700 million, he felt that the country might not be very big. Being a neutral country is a good thing. We don't have to worry too much about war, probably. The city of Magnolia where we are is in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Fiori, not far from the border with the neighboring country of Bosco, and the population is about 6. Rhodes had heard Myra say once that magic had been prevalent in Magnolia since ancient times and it was considered a prosperous city in the Kingdom of Fiori. Then here comes the key point. Reb emphasized. Magic was once something that people feared, so wizards were often persecuted in the past. In addition, wizards often fought among themselves, causing instability in the world. In order to change all this, 150 years ago, the world's first wizard guild, Magic Dragon, was established. The wizards began to unite, using magic to protect themselves and their companions, and also tried to communicate with ordinary people, and even solved their problems and earned rewards. Since then, wizard guilds have appeared one after another, and magic has gradually become a part of people's lives. This has slowly evolved into a situation where wizards and ordinary people live in harmony. And 97 years ago, in X686, our guild fairy tale was established. Do fairies have tails? In the final analysis, do fairies really exist? All of this is unknown, which means eternal mysteries and eternal adventures. This is the meaning that the first president Mavis gave to fairy tale. When she said the following paragraph, Libby's eyes sparkled, and it was obvious that she really liked this guild. This was the first time Rhodes heard of the meaning of the name fairy tale, and he felt it was a little romantic. It was so romantic that he barely remembered a few words of the history of Fiori that Levi told him. But it was not without gain. At least Rhodes understood that this was a country with a bit of feudal monarchy. Here are the king, ministers, knights, and armies. Naturally, there were also people in the royal family and those who served the king who studied magic. Magicians are respected in many places, but they are still citizens of this country and are subject to the jurisdiction of the royal family. They do not enjoy the same privileges as nobles with titles. At the same time, in order to maintain the stability of the magic world, there is an organization called the Magic Council that is responsible for monitoring the behavior of wizards, sanctioning dark guilds, etc. But when Libby mentioned the council, her expression became strange. It seemed that she didn't like this organization and was even a little afraid of it. This confused Rhodes. What are you afraid of from an organization that sanctions dark guilds? Isn't Fairy Tale a regular guild? Broke in. Rhodes realized that he had forgotten to ask this question. Fairy Tale, is it a formal guild? It is a pleasure to be with Rebby. Whether the little girl was explaining history and geography, or the basics of magic, she was always very organized. Even for Rhodes, who had almost no basic knowledge, it didn't find it difficult to understand. Moreover, she often cited many relevant stories during the explanation, which made Rod marvel that Libby's knowledge was even broader than his in his senior year of high school. By the time Rod had almost finished repairing the damaged wall, Libby said she was tired and looked at him eagerly. "Oh, yes, Chinese." Rhodes understood her look and said, "Shall I go wash my face first?" In fact, he just wanted to take a shower and change his clothes. He was very uncomfortable after being busy for a long time and getting covered in mud. "If you want to wash your face, I'll help you." Three-dimensional text water. Levi waved her arms and wrote the word for water in the air with her fingers. The words that were written with magical light turned into letters made up of clear water after she finished writing. And with Libby's control, it floated in front of Rhodes. "Use this." Rhodes looked at the word water in front of him and tentatively reached his hand in. "You can actually wash your hands just like you would in a basin, and you can even scoop up a handful of water and splash it on your face to wash it at the same time. What a convenient magic! It's just, what is it? Yes, it makes the magic happen as soon as you say it. Hee. It's not that exaggerated." Libby felt a little embarrassed after being praised. After Rhodes washed his face, he controlled the water words to fly into the lake like ordinary water flow. "And I don't use it very well. I can only provide a little assistance when my companions are fighting. I think this kind of magic will come in handy." Rhodes felt that the three-dimensional text was very similar to the plot in some novels where people picked up a pen to write and used it in battle. It should have great potential. "Then let me teach you the pronunciation of Chinese characters first." Rod took the light pen that Libby had just used and wrote the initials and finals of Chinese pinyin in the air. After thinking for a while, he marked them with the basic syllables of this world's language, and then taught her to read them one by one. Libby read and took notes with great interest until Lakai came to call Rod to go to work. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Fairy Queen. Chapter 17 Fairy Queen. At noon today, the pub was even noisier than yesterday. The main reason was that Natsu had returned from his mission and Gray hadn't left yet. The two people were originally 10 meters apart, but suddenly their eyes met and they started arguing for no apparent reason. Natsu yelled things like droopy eyes and ice bastard. Gray also shouted words like hanging eyes and fire idiot. After no more than 10 seconds, their foreheads touched each other and then they started fighting. These two guys were not as restrained in their fight as Makeo and Wakaba, and soon a stool leg flew out and hit Elfman on the back. Elfman shouted something like manly and waved his fists to join the battle, but was soon knocked away by Natsu and Gray one by one. The flying Elfman knocked over Kana's wine table, and the bottle thrown by Kana hit a handsome guy on the head. The handsome guy who was chatting with two beauties in his arms did not show any anger, but let go of the two beauties gracefully. "Please wait a moment. I'll go and help." He even threw a wink before leaving. The two beauties were attracted by his gaze and screamed to cheer him on. The tavern became more and more chaotic, and one member after another was drawn into the battle, even Lidas who was drawing, Nabu who was looking at the task bar, and Levi's team were not spared. Myra, like before, was watching the fun from behind the counter with a smile on her face. "Lakai is already fighting, this girl is no pushover." Rhodes decisively placed the food he was about to deliver on the counter and stayed next to the drunken president. A sense of security. He focused on the various battlefields in the tavern, not to watch the excitement, but to avoid the unidentified flying props that might fly in at any time. Rhodes has been a veteran employee of Fairy Tale for 2 days. When working in the guild, he must learn to protect himself. Seeing the situation getting more and more intense and the melee fight about to escalate into a magical battle, Rhodes felt it was time to wake up the president to stop them. This step seems to be a routine. But before he could act, the door of the guild banged open, and the bright midday sunlight shone in through the door, outlining a slender figure. By the time Rhodes' eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight, the figure had already walked in steadily. She had long crimson hair and a delicate face that showed no emotion. Her black boots and blue skirt perfectly embellished her beautiful legs, but he was wearing a piece of metal armor on his upper body, which included shoulder armor, arm armor, and gauntlet. If you put some armor plates on her skirt and put a sword in her hand, she will look like a female knight. But at this moment, what she was holding in her hand was a 3-meter-long rope. Only when she walked into the door could she see that the rope was pulling a flatbed truck. The car was loaded with suitcases piled up into a small mountain that was taller than her. He should be a tough guy, Rhodes made this judgment in his mind. Then Rhodes noticed her crimson hair and remembered what Myra had mentioned yesterday, Urza. As Urza walked in with her luggage, the noisy guild fell silent. The crowd who were noisy just now seemed to be frozen as if the pause button was pressed, even though some people were still grabbing others by the collar or hair. Myra smiled happily. "Welcome back, Urza." "Ah, I'm back." Urza responded politely, then looked at everyone else and her expression immediately became serious. Everyone was silent, and only a few brave ones tried to talk. "Miss Urza, did the mission go well?" He even went out of his way to add honorifics. "Don't try to get away with it. I heard you guys got into a lot of trouble again. Let's not talk about that for now. Bijada, stop dancing on the table. Nabu, don't just hang around in front of the notice board, take a good commission. Wakaba, watch your cigarette ash. Kana." Urza started by criticizing a group of problem children and problem uncles, and even severely reprimanded those who broke the tables and chairs. No one dared to talk back when she named him. Especially Natsu and Gray, the two guys who had just fought the most fiercely were now arm in arm, looking like they had a very good relationship. Urza nodded with satisfaction. "It's good to get along, but Gray, your clothes." "Ah? When?" Gray hurriedly found his pants and put them on. However, Urza did not stop speaking. "President, they are drunk in broad daylight. Shouldn't you restrain them at least?" "What does it matter?" Makarov didn't seem to be very sober and was even hiccuping. Rhodes suddenly found that the tavern had returned to normal. The people who were fighting just now turned into normal people drinking and chatting. Natsu and Gray sat opposite each other, and they were still unconvinced when their eyes met. But once Urza's eyes swept over them, they would immediately clink their glasses and laugh in tacit understanding. This is simply the Dean of Studies. At this time, Urza's eyes fell on Rhodes. Fortunately, she was kind and said, "A new face? Is he a new member or a resident of Magnolia?" Rhodes greeted politely, "Hello, I'm Rhodes, and I've just joined the guild for 2 days. I heard Myra mention your bad deeds before, they are well known to my ears." "Bara, Banban's bad deeds?" Urza seemed to have suffered a blow and looked at Myra in shock. She only knew that Myra liked gossip, but she didn't know that Myra would say bad things about people behind their backs. That's not the case. There's something wrong with Rhodes's common language. Myra felt a little headache. Finally, misunderstandings arose. She explained how Rod had learned the language, and added, "Anyway, while Rhodes is still learning magic and the common language, he is temporarily working part-time as a waiter in the tavern." "I see. I'm Urza." Urza was quite friendly to the new member. "Since you have joined the guild, you are like a family. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you." When saying the word full strength, Urza clenched her fists, her tone and expression very serious. "Ah, thank you." Rhodes didn't know whether he should be happy or not. "Good news, I have become a family with Urza from the protagonist group." Bad news, Urza just dealt with a large group of family members, and judging by her skilled look, it was definitely not her first time. Urza sat in the guild for a while, had a drink, and then left with the luggage cart, saying that she had been out for too long and needed to go back to clean the room and sort out the spoils. Rhodes curiously asked Myra what Urza's mission was. But Myra said that the client requested confidentiality of the specific circumstances, and basically they helped a remote border town to deal with a difficult criminal gang. Urza solved dozens of criminals in one go, Myra said with a smile. How about it? Our fairy queen is very handsome, right? Rhodes nodded. Yeah, it's very handsome. To be fair, Urza is very powerful and has a unique personality. She seems to be a rare serious person in the guild at the moment. And her appearance was no worse than Myra's. Rhodes estimated that she was definitely the object of many people's affection. But he didn't dare to have any messy thoughts. Because Myra had given him a brief introduction to Urza's glorious achievements. For example, she beat Natsu, who challenged her so hard that even Happy couldn't recognize him, beat Gray, who was wandering around naked to the point that he was almost buried in the ground, and beat Loki, who pursued her until he was only left with one breath. Rhodes suddenly felt that the word bad record he had used earlier was not wrong. Loki? What is that? Myra noticed that after Lacey sent Urza out, she came back with a gift box that was more than a meter tall. It's a specialty that Urza brought back for me. Lucky happily put the red gift box down with a thump that sounded very heavy. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, The Guild and Number 039, S Women Are Tigers. Chapter 18, The Guild's Women Are Tigers. Could Urza, who has a resolute appearance and a terrifying aura, be so thoughtful as to bring local specialties for her companions? Rhodes was a little curious about what was in the gift box. It couldn't be armor, right? I'll open it now. Lakai laid the gift box flat, gently untied the ribbon with the bow on it, and opened the lid. What is this? Rhodes couldn't recognize what was inside for a moment. First of all, it's not armor, but it is indeed a metal product, and it looks like a statue of a woman. No, there shouldn't be strange gaps and handles on the statue. While Rhodes was wondering, Lakai had already pulled the handle and opened the metal statue, revealing the hideous spikes inside. Unexpectedly, Lakai's expression was not one of horror, but of surprise. Ah! It's the Iron Lady. She stroked the cold metal, her face actually flushed. Great! Iron, iron. Rhodes' tongue was a little tangled, his head was buzzing, and he unconsciously took half a step back. This thing is a torture device. Isn't it a local product? What local specialty would be a torture device? Why do we give Iron Lady as a gift? And since Lakai was able to bring this thing back without batting an eyelid, she must have supernatural powers like Kana, right? The big question is, girl, why are you so excited? Myra smiled. Ah, the gift Urza prepared is so thoughtful. Intentions? Ulterior motives? No, that, Myra. Rhodes considered his words. Are you sure this is a gift, not a death threat or something? How could that be? Lakai's favorite thing is all kinds of torture instruments. This well-made Iron Lady is the best gift for her. Myra tilted her head. Hey, didn't I tell you? There are a lot of torture instruments collected in Lakai's room. You only told me that Lakai's collection was very interesting and gave me a chance to visit it. Rhodes realized a serious problem. The girls in the guild, such as Mickey, Kana, Lakai, and Urza. Although each one is prettier than the other, they are also more difficult to deal with than the other. That is, Libby is cute and has a good personality, and although Myra is a little bit scheming, she is gentle most of the time. I just don't know if there is any side of me that he doesn't understand. Rhodes had some free time in the afternoon, so he had some time to practice magic. Urza seemed to have nothing to do, so she came to the guild to chat with a girl with long green hair. Thanks to her, the tavern was quieter than ever before. But according to Myra, things were quiet for a while only when Urza came back, but soon everyone would start making noise again. Libby was holding a small notebook and reviewing the pronunciation she learned in the morning. Whenever she saw Rhodes taking a break from practicing, she would come to him to learn a few strokes of Chinese characters. During this period, Makarov also helped Rod modify the summoning spell. Generally speaking, when a celestial mage summons a celestial spirit, he will call out the name of the celestial spirit and use the corresponding key at the same time. However, Rhodes only had one pendant, but it was connected to different summoned creatures at the same time. Now he could only distinguish them by calling their names. When he becomes more proficient in magic, he can skip most of the lengthy spell chanting and just call out the name. The initial spell will be used when he senses a new summon. Toad, 3 wolves, 6 birds, a stone monster. Rhodes counted the wild monsters he might summon next with his fingers. It felt that he was still a long way from the little dragon and the big dragon. Although I don't know if there are any particularly powerful ones among those ordinary wild monsters, judging from the size of the river crab today, even wild monsters like the 3 wolves and 6 birds that are very weak in the game can be called ferocious beasts based on their size when summoned. For Rhodes, the most important thing now is to increase his magic power and improve his magic proficiency. As for magic, the time available for meditation every day is limited and cannot be rushed, so the only thing you can practice is magic. Rhodes captured Worm, who was eating and drinking for free in the tavern, and started practicing the magic of closing the door, which is the magic of cancelling the summoning. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You must obey my will and return to the abyss, Poro. After the spell to close the door was finished, Worm's figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared completely. Success! Rhodes was very happy that he succeeded on the first try. Then he began to chant the summoning spell. I am passing through the gate. Open the gate of the abyss, Poro. The magic vortex appeared and disappeared, and Worm reappeared in front of Rhodes. Very good, do it again. Return to the abyss. Poro. Open the gate of the abyss, Poro. Return. Open. Rhodes practiced magic over and over again without getting tired, and Worm could only cooperate. It was fine at the beginning, but after a few times it became boring and the little one became more and more casual. Sometimes he appeared standing, sometimes he appeared sitting, and sometimes he was lying on his back, trying to cross his legs but failing. Worm felt very annoyed, but Rhodes had no choice because it consumed less magic power. If he switched to summoning river crabs, with Rhodes' current magic power, he would have to rest after 2 times at most, and there was no way he could practice repeatedly. Achoo! After practicing for who knows how many times, Worm sneezed violently when he appeared in the tavern again. It had retracted its long tongue and a long snout was hanging there. Rod's first reaction was, "So you have a nose." Worm sniffed hard, turned around and faced Rod with his butt, and the little horns on his head drooped down. He was a little angry. It was a harsh winter in the howling abyss, but summer had already arrived in the kingdom of Fiori. After so many ups and downs in temperature, even the Poros were about to catch a cold. I'm sorry. It's my fault. What if Poro gets angry? Rhodes thought for a moment and said tentatively, Myra, I want an omelette. Worm's drooping horns stood up. Another bowl of tomato and egg soup. Worm turned around and stuck out his tongue again, with happiness written all over his face. Although I haven't fully figured out Worm's hobbies, eggs are definitely one of his favorite foods. So easy to coax. Rhodes skillfully reached out to touch the head, horns, scratch the chin, and rub the belly. Myra smiled and helped him order, but a slightly harsh voice sounded from above. Are you finally quiet? You've been making so much noise since just now. Rhodes looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a blond young man with a lightning scar on his right eye. He was wearing something that looked like headphones, a tan top, and a coat on top, even though it was summer. At this moment, he placed his hands on the railing on the second floor and looked down at Rhodes with a bad look on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Is there any forbidden area in the sect? Chapter 19. Is there any forbidden area in the sect? Laxis. Myra stood in front of Rhodes and raised one arm to block him. Rod, he joined the guild the day before yesterday. He was just practicing magic just now. Magic? That? Stop making me laugh. Laxus sneered, what use can such pitifully weak magic be? Worm was trembling with fear and Rhodes frowned. This was the person with the worst attitude he had ever seen in the guild. Even Ms. Polyasicat, who claimed that she hated humans, was extremely considerate and attentive when taking care of the wounded. And the person in front of him looked like he really hated him. No, it's not that I hate him, it feels more like I look down on him. He seems to exude a sense of superiority. Rhodes had just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble. I apologize if I disturbed you just now. It's not just his magic power, his personality is also pitifully weak. I really don't know what the old man's point is in keeping such a guy. Laxus looked down, and this time he was no longer speaking to Rhodes or Myra. There are already enough weaklings in fairy tale, why are these guys qualified to be my companions? Hey! This statement irritated many people in the tavern, especially Natsu and Gray. The two who had been staying obediently under Urza's suppression slammed the table and stood up. What did you say? The sound of wine glasses hitting the tabletops could be heard from other tables. Everyone glared at the blonde young man upstairs in dissatisfaction that Guy Laxus is still like this. Urza stopped chatting with her friends and said coldly, anyway, it's too much to say such things, Laxus. Laxus's eyes met Urza's, and he looked tense. Oh? Urza, you're going to help these useless people. Enough. Makarov sobered up at some point and took out a task list. Laxus, here is a commission for you, go and handle it first. Laxus looked at Makarov, but the other party didn't even look up at him. He snorted, went downstairs, picked up the task list and turned to leave. Boring. Everyone watched Laxus leave, and they were all more or less dissatisfied with him. Natsu had an indignant look on his face, as if he wanted to rush up to fight at any time, but Gray hooked his arm around his neck and stopped him. In the corner of the tavern, 2 men and 1 woman stood up silently and followed Laxus's footsteps. The atmosphere in the tavern grew colder as the few people left. It took a while before everyone sat down again and gradually began to talk. Sorry for causing trouble to everyone. Rhodes felt that there might be something wrong with Laxus, but today's conflict was caused by himself, so it would be better for him to practice in the yard next time. It has nothing to do with you. That guy has always been like this. Lakai pouted and said, if he wasn't the president's grandson, he would have been kicked out long ago. Locky. Myra stopped her from continuing. Seeing Laxus become like this, the president must be feeling worse than anyone else. He is the president's grandson. Rhodes compared the tall and straight Laxus with the short and sturdy president. I can't tell. Yes, he is my grandson, but... Makarov looked towards the guild gate. I'm sorry, it's my fault that Laxus is like this. Don't pay attention to what he says. No, 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 you don't have to apologize. Rhodes could almost guess what was going on. According to the general story routine, this child was probably told you are worthy of being the president's grandson or something like that since he was a child, and then he developed a rebellious mentality. It's okay in the short term, but after a long time, I started to want to be recognized for my own abilities rather than the identity of the president's grandson. This seems to be the case with Konohamaru on the next set. The difference between Laxus and him is that he rebelled for a long time and seemed to have gone astray. Rode recalled but could not remember anything related to Laxus. But since Tatsuya said it was a happy ending, this kid will probably be able to correct himself. The guild gradually returned to its usual bustle. The sun sets and night falls. The lights had been turned on in the guild, and only a few guests were left in the tavern, still drinking and chatting. Rhodes was ready to start sweeping the floor with Lakai. Let me come downstairs alone today, Lucky said apologetically, since I came so late this morning. Rhodes said, then I'll go upstairs. Lakai stopped him, no, the upstairs should be left for Sister Myra to clean up. Ah! Rhodes was puzzled. It's the same for me. Myra has been very hard today too. No means no. Lakai said, the guild has a rule that except for a few approved people, no one else is allowed to go up to the second floor. Why? How come this is the same as in martial arts novels, with gang-restricted areas? Because there is a special bulletin board on the second floor, which contains extremely difficult S-level tasks. Lakai explained. Although the rewards are considerable, you could lose your life if you are not careful. Therefore, only S-class wizards are allowed to take on missions on the second floor. S-class wizards were easy to understand. Rhodes guessed that they were probably the strongest people in the guild. He asked, but that doesn't mean you're not allowed to go upstairs, right? Lakai said helplessly, because there are too many reckless people in the guild. That's true. Rhodes thought about the guild members and immediately understood the rule. For example, Natsu is so reckless and he is the protagonist. Who knows, he might secretly go on an S-rank mission one day. Maybe this rule was made for him. No wonder only Myra, the most stable of the waiters, was allowed to go up. By the way, how many S-class wizards are there in the guild? Who is the most powerful? Lakai thought for a moment, let's not talk about the president for now. The strongest one should be that uncle, but he went out on a mission and hasn't returned to the guild for 2 years. 2 years? What kind of mission would take so long? Rhodes asked in surprise and worry. He won't run into any danger, will he? No, no, Lakai immediately waved her hand in denial. Mr. Gildarts is as strong as a monster. Although I don't know what the mission is, he is the only one who will definitely not get into trouble. It seemed that the uncle was quite trusted by Lakai, so Rhodes stopped worrying about it. What else is there besides him? Besides him, the other S-class ones include Laxus, Mistgun, Urza, and. Lakai corrected herself and said, no, there are only 3 of them now. As for which one is the strongest, I don't know. You've already met Laxus and Urza. As for Mistgang, you probably won't see him. It seems that the leader is the only one in the entire guild who knows his true identity. Another mysterious person. Rhodes silently wrote down Mr. Gang's name. The most troublesome one is Laxus. Rhodes was still thinking about when he could help the president teach his ignorant grandson a lesson, so as to teach him not to always look down on others. But think about the summoning magic you have now, Poro, Kenyan Scuttler. It seems that it cannot be completed in a short time. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 What Pet Can and Number 039, T Do Housework? Chapter 20 What Pet Can't Do Housework? Ah! Another busy day. Rhodes returned home and took a quick cold shower. Fortunately, it is summer now, and since I have magic power, I feel that my body has become stronger, otherwise I might not get used to it so quickly. We don't take hot showers because there is no solar energy equipment and it is too troublesome to boil water with firewood. Rhodes did think about buying a device that uses magic to boil water, but after asking the price, he decided to hold off until the winter became unbearable. After helping Worm take a bath, Rod began to miss the washing machine in school that could be used once for 2 coins. Washing clothes by hand is really slow and troublesome, and there is no mobile phone to watch videos while washing clothes. The best you could do was play some music on an old hand-cranked phonograph. He was not used to it at first, but as he listened, Rhodes suddenly felt that he was very stylish, just like those upper-class people in the movies of the Republic of China. The songs recorded on this record are quite mixed, including pop, rock, classical and everything else. SHHHHHH. The washboard was leaning against the basin, and Rod rubbed the wet clothes against it, leaving white foam. He's not very proficient in using this thing yet, but when he rubs it to the rhythm of the music, he feels the sound is quite relaxing. Worm stared at the bag of laundry detergent curiously for a long time, and finally couldn't help licking it with his big tongue. Then its facial features began to twist and it spat out white powder. "Are you stupid?" Rhodes knocked Worm's head and threw him into the sink. "Rinse your mouth yourself." After hanging the washed clothes on the balcony, Rhodes noticed that there were several potted green plants on the balcony. One pot looked like a succulent plant, and the other 2 pots looked like orchids. Because no one had watered them in the past 2 days, the soil on the surface was dry. "It seems like there are a few more lives that I need to be responsible for, maybe." Rhodes picked up the watering can beside him and filled it with some water to give these poor plants some sweet rain. The shower head sprayed out strings of water droplets, wetting the leaves and soaking the soil. Rhodes seemed to be able to feel their vitality, and said to himself, "From now on, you'll be called Tatsuya, you'll be called Renming, and you'll be called... Well, when we get to the other world, Dad will have to take care of the 3 of you." Worm looked at his master's expression and always felt that he was not smiling happily. "Why do you have that expression?" Rhodes put down the spray can and picked up Worm. "Go, clean the floor you just made dirty." Worm looked at him in shock. "Didn't you say you treated me as a pet? Why did you ask me to mop the floor? Don't look at me like that. How can a pet not do housework?" Rod threw Worm into the laundry room. "You are responsible for cleaning up the mess you made." Worm squatted on the ground and looked at his little paws. How should he wipe them? How Worm would clean the floor was not Rhodes's problem. After all, the little guy could understand human language and was quite smart, so he would always find a way. Rhodes got angry when he thought of this. Why should Worm, a creature from the howling abyss, understand the language here as soon as he arrived? Why should he learn it himself? Can the language pack sent by Mr. Zashabiki be shared? Rhodes sat at the desk in his bedroom angrily and opened the book he brought back from the guild. This is a history book. Although he is not interested in history, he always feels it is necessary to learn about it. And in order to enable him to read well, Libby lent him a pair of glasses. The magic prop, Feng Yang's glasses, allows people to read books at up to 32 times the speed. In other words, if you concentrate on reading for 1 minute, it is equivalent to reading for half an hour. Rod felt that his blessing had come. No matter how much he disliked reading history books, he could always read them for a few minutes, right? But a minute later, snapped, the sound of the book spine hitting the table woke up the drowsy Rhodes. He miscalculated one thing. Although the time spent reading was shortened, there was still the same amount of content to read. If you are not interested, you are not interested. If you feel sleepy when reading history books, you will never become a top student even with the help of magic props. For someone like Rhodes, it would be appropriate for Hibiki to use magic to directly impart knowledge to him. Or listen to beautiful girls like Libby telling historical stories. For example, the story of the legendary hunter Belbarasso and the heroic story of Ruben Collado told today left a deep impression on him. Do 50 push-ups to wake yourself up. Rod lay on the ground and grunted as he did 30 push-ups in one breath, and then his arms began to tremble. If you want to increase your magic power as quickly as possible, in addition to meditation, you should also exercise your body a little. Otherwise, you will suffer. This is what the president said to Rhodes. However, Rhodes felt that the guild master's words of suffering a loss did not refer to going out to fight, but rather that he would suffer a loss in a brawl within the guild. Although he himself does not like fighting, judging from the situation in recent days, there is no guarantee that he will be implicated someday. Think about the girls in the guild, each of them is as strong as a mountain and as powerful as a giant. I can't imagine how heavy Najgra's fists are. Rhodes gritted his teeth. To increase magic power. 1. To avoid getting beaten. Again. So that I can hit back when I get hit. Again. The reason for Rhodes' efforts became increasingly strange. Exercise to improve physical fitness, meditation to improve magic power, and reading to increase cognition. These are the 3 most important things for Rhodes at this stage. The biggest difficulty is reading. Books related to magic are okay, but books on history and geography are really troublesome. Rhodes decided to ask tomorrow if there were any newspapers or magazines here, so that he could get a little news. The next day, the weather was a little cloudy, but the sun was not visible and it didn't look like it was going to rain. Rhodes chose a cool way to go to work, riding a Kenyan swift crab. As soon as the huge dark green crab appeared, it attracted the attention of neighbors, and many people were frightened by its strange appearance. But when it started running with Rod on its back and actively avoided pedestrians, the little bit of panic disappeared. It turns out to be a mount. It looks a bit strange but quite majestic. Hey, that's a crab, right? Why isn't it walking sideways? The one on the crab's back looks like a wizard from fairy tale. Is he a new guy? He seems to be another restless guy. Someone was sharp-eyed and saw the blue emblem on Rhodes' arm when his short sleeves were blown by the wind. There were people riding monsters running wildly on the streets. It was so novel. It's fairy tale, that's not surprising. The emblem on Rhodes' arm was providing him with convenience in a strange way, but he himself was unaware of it. Rhodes held the two tentacles of the swift crab in each hand, feeling like he was driving a heavy motorcycle. All I heard was the sound of wind as it stopped at the guild gate, less than a kilometer away. It was still too close. Rod straightened his hair that was messed up by the wind, and thought to himself that it was a lucky thing that the car was on autopilot, otherwise it might have knocked over several people. It doesn't seem safe for this river crab locomotive to run at full speed. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 What sounds good is a good start. Chapter 21 What sounds good is a good start. The tavern was as lively as usual, and Urza's intimidation had dropped significantly as she stayed in the guild longer. Although she would still stand up and lecture when things went too far, but the pain was forgotten once the wound healed. There will always be people who get drunk while chatting and start fighting. This meant that Rhodes was sometimes forced to practice dodging various flying objects. After getting through the morning work, Rod left Worm behind and ran to the library. He wanted to read some books about magic using Feng Yang's glasses. As for history, geography, and the like, let's put them aside for now and just ask Libby to listen to her stories occasionally. The pages of the book flipped quickly, and the words and sentences on them were reflected on the lens page by page. Rhodes could actually see every sentence clearly. Rhodes finished reading an encyclopedia of more than 700 pages in just about 20 minutes. Rhodes already had a rough understanding of many magic spells in his mind. Although it was not unforgettable, it was equivalent to reading it carefully. This prop is very useful for people who don't need to read intensively but like to read. For those who don't need to study intensively and just want to broaden their knowledge, it is a perfect tool. The reading speed of 32 times was really too exaggerated. Rhodes wondered if Feng Yang's glasses used some time-related magic. The inventor is simply a genius. Putting the encyclopedia back to its place, Rod sat down and closed his eyes to meditate, giving his brain a little rest. After a while, I found some books related to ancient magic and space magic and read them until I went to work at noon. You are Rhodes, right? My name is Marcus, and I use sand magic. A boy with split hair ordered a drink and sat at the bar to talk to Rhodes. I've heard of your legend. You're amazing. Rhodes was stunned. Do I have any legend? Myra smiled and poured Marcus a glass of wine, listening with the same curiosity. She was such a gossipy person that she didn't even know what great legends Rhodes had. That's the one. Before he joined the guild, he easily defeated the beast tide and destroyed a large area of forest. Marcus waved his hand and said, as expected of our fairy tale wizard, you really fit in here. Rhodes wanted to clarify the outrageous legend, but Marcus didn't give him a chance. He pressed, hey, what kind of magic do you use? It must be pretty powerful, right? It's not very powerful. I used. Is it fire magic like Natsu's? If we talk about destructive power, it has to be fire, right? It is not. That's earth magic. It's definitely very destructive when used in the forest. I heard that Jura, one of the 10 holy mages, uses earth magic. Also, Rhodes tried to interrupt several times, but found that this person didn't give him any chance at all. He was very much like a barber shop lady he met who was trying to get people to apply for card on the street. Marcus is the host of various guild activities. He usually likes to talk to people. And after drinking, he will be a little. Myra whispered to Rhodes about Marcus. She considered her words and continued, he's a bit talkative, so it's hard to interrupt him. Just listen to him quietly. Okay. Rhodes nodded. Compared to Lacey, who liked to collect torture instruments, Marcus, who talked a lot after drinking, was considered a normal person. Myra reminded, if you don't want to listen, you can just leave. In the guild, if you have something you don't like, you can just express it directly. You don't need to compromise yourself for the sake of politeness. It's okay. I'm just a little curious about who spread the rumor that I destroyed a forest. Rhodes was a little unhappy. He was clearly attacked by a wild beast, so how could he suddenly become a destructive maniac? Yes, yet, who would make up such a rumor? Myra looked a little unnatural. Of course, she was not the one who spread the rumor. She just told her companions the truth about Rhodes' origins. Things like the beast tide and the destruction of the forest were all real events. But for some reason, the story became about Rhodes easily defeating the beasts and destroying the forest. Myra is now not sure if she is the culprit. Marcus chattered on for nearly 5 minutes before pausing to moisten his throat with a sip of beer. Just as Rod was about to take the opportunity to ask a question, a wine bottle flew over and hit Marcus on the back of the head. Puff! Marcus spit out half a cup of beer in one breath. Who is it? This kind of question hardly requires an answer. Marcus turned around and saw the conspicuous battle group in the tavern, and joined in without saying a word. Rhodes dodged very quickly and was not sprayed by the wine. Myra skillfully took out a rag and wiped the counter clean, then watched her companions fight with a smile. They kept fighting until someone knocked over Urza's plate. There was a brief silence in the air as Natsu and Gray tiptoed to try to slip away. Just stop it. Urza stood up quickly and placed her gauntlet fists equally on the heads of every combatant. Several people, including Najgri and Marcus, fell to the ground, holding their heads. Urza clenched her fists and said, "Okay, since you guys want to fight so badly, I'll fight with you until one of you can't stand up anymore." Love. The blue cat harpy stood on the table and raised his hands, gloating, "They can't stand up anymore." Haha. Myra laughed happily, "It's like this again." The word again was used well, and it simply gave Rhodes a full understanding of this guild. Here. Myra brought out a portion of pudding. "Send this to Urza when the time is right." Rhodes was puzzled. When is the right time? Myra pointed at Urza and smiled without saying anything. Urza, who had been so majestic just now, suddenly began to tremble, and staggered back to her seat as if she had lost her soul. She didn't sit down, but squatted down and picked up a pile of broken porcelain pieces and smashed desserts from the ground. My strawberry pudding. The domineering fairy queen was now as helpless as a little girl. Ah, Urza is so cute like this. Myra held her face, enjoying the strange pleasure. Is this the right time? Rhodes walked towards Urza hesitantly. You guys. The air pressure around Urza dropped, and she turned her head and stared fiercely at the culprits lying on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Ms. Urza. Rhodes called out, and deliberately added a respectful title. Okay. Urza turned around suddenly, her face was shadowed and one of her eyes seemed to be flashing red, like a beast about to get angry. Her amazing spirit made Rhodes' heart palpitate, as if he was thrown into a low-pressure zone by her gaze. Your pudding seems to be strawberry-flavored as well. Rhodes said this reluctantly. The astonishing spirit lasted for another second. Then the queen turned into the big sister next door. She stood up, adjusted her hair, and smiled gently, "Thank you very much." Urza even clenched her fists and began to reflect on herself, saying sadly, "Really, I almost got angry over a pudding. My training is not enough." The harpy grew wings on its back and flew to Rhodes' ear without any hesitation, saying, "You've already been angry." Rhodes said nothing and looked at it with admiration. "Kitty, you are so brave to say that. Wouldn't it be nice to give her some face?" Urza said seriously, "Come to think of it, aren't you, Rod? I'm very touched that you care about your companions so much even though you just joined the guild." A touching expression appeared on her face. She hugged Rhodes' head and said, "That's right, fairy tale should be like this." When Rhodes' head hit the hard metal armor, making a crisp sound and his head buzzing. He stole a glance at Myra, who was giving him a thumbs up at the counter. "Is this also part of your plan, Miss Myra?" End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Mr. Gang. Chapter 22 Mr. Gongrod returned to the counter alive. Myra asked with a smile, "How was it?" "A hug from Urza." Rhodes rubbed his forehead, as solid as a rock. "Oh, I can't tell whether you used the word wrong or you are stating the fact." Myra covered her mouth, but the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. "Why does she always wear armor?" Rhodes wondered if Urza didn't wear armor today. It might be a little embarrassing, but at least it won't be a headache. Arisa has been like this since she was a child. She hardly ever takes off her armor except when she takes a bath or goes to bed. Myra slowed down her actions in wiping the table. "Maybe it's because of anxiety. Can someone as strong as her also feel uneasy?" Rhodes always thought that he was the most uneasy one. He might not even dare to leave the city of Magnolia before he learned magic well. This kind of thing depends on the heart, not on strength. Myra grabbed her left arm with her right hand, and her expression became sad. "Many of our fairy tale companions are carrying heavy things, trauma, pain, and hardship. Even me, no, even you, Rhodes. I will never forget the confusion and panic in your eyes when we first met." Rhodes looked into Myra's eyes. The light blue pupils revealed neither ridicule nor mockery, nor the usual bad taste of watching the fun, but a kind of empathetic sadness. Has she ever had such a panic-stricken experience, or was it, as she herself said, even greater pain and trauma? "I don't want to leave that impression on you, even though I'm not very strong." Rhodes said this, and then changed the subject abruptly. "Is the president not here today?" "Yes." Myra calmed down. "The president is on the second floor writing a letter of apology." "Oh." Rhodes responded absent-mindedly, then realized something was wrong. "A letter of apology? The president is writing an apology? Who is he going to apologize to?" "Of course it's the council." Speaking of this, Myra finally smiled again, because Gray was complained of sexual harassment. "How can Gray?" Rhodes subconsciously wanted to retort that Gray couldn't be that kind of person, but thinking about that man's stripping fetish, it didn't seem impossible. So he really did it. Of course there was no substantial action. Myra laughed. "He just accidentally stripped himself naked while escorting a city government official's carriage." Rhodes glanced at Gray, who was only wearing a pair of shorts and chatting with someone. He was worthy of being him. The client's wife and daughter are in that car. Myra seemed to be gloating again. If Gray hadn't defeated a group of robbers on the way and perfectly protected them, it wouldn't have been as simple as a complaint in the end. Then why is the president writing for him? Rhodes felt sorry for the president. The old man took good care of him, but he had to take the blame for Gray. Because Gray is a member of the guild, all his actions during the execution of the commission represent the guild. That's why the guild has to deal with matters like cleanup and apology. Of course, the guild president will also decide how to teach Gray a lesson afterwards. Myra looked towards the second floor with a gentle gaze. The president is like a father to everyone, especially to the homeless children. A responsible patriarch. Rhodes showed a longing look. Same to you, Rod, et. Rhodes didn't hear Myra's last words clearly. He suddenly felt a little dazed and fell down with his eyes closed. Myra hurriedly supported Rhodes, but then she fell down herself. Strange, I suddenly feel so sleepy. After the two of them, the people who were eating, drinking and chatting in the tavern also fell down one after another, some on the table, and some directly to the ground. Worm, who had been playing with the harpy at some point, also lay on his back on the table, revealing his heart-shaped belly. This feeling, is it Mist Gang? Ertzard persisted for a few seconds, and finally fell asleep on the table. Even Makarov, who was on the second floor, was shaking his body slightly and felt a little sleepy. The president jumped over the railing and went downstairs. How long are you going to keep doing this? A man wearing a black turban, a black cape, and a veil over his face strode in. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to everyone when I get a chance. He went to the bulletin board, picked out a task list, handed it to the president for confirmation, and then immediately turned and left. Really? Please undo the magic quickly. Learn. The moment Mist Gang stepped out of the guild gate, his figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. At the same time, everyone who was sleeping in the guild suddenly woke up. Damn it! Is it Mist Gang? That guy, the sleeping magic is still so exaggerated. Everyone started complaining, and Natsu chased them out the door. Mr. Gang! Come and fight me! Damn you, you always do this! When Rhodes woke up, he found himself lying on the floor, his chest still feeling a little heavy. Sorry, I'll get up right away. Myra stood up gently, not forgetting to reach out and pull Rhodes. I wanted to help you, but I didn't expect it to be Miss Gang's sleep magic. Rhodes took her hand and stood up, his eyes dull. It's okay, Rhodes. This is a guild. Mist Gang is a partner. He means no harm. Myra's tone soothed Rhodes' emotions gently. She felt his hands become cold and sweat appeared on his palms. This is a sign of extreme anxiety. Could the sudden sleep magic scare him to this extent? Myra held Rhodes' right hand with both of her hands, hoping that he would calm down. Rhodes pursed his lips, gently pulled his hand back and clenched it into a fist. I know, I'm fine. Of course there was something wrong. Being caught off guard and suddenly losing consciousness without any power to resist was a terrifying thing for Rhodes. My heart, which had been somewhat calmed down in the past few days due to the happy and lively atmosphere in the guild, suddenly became tense again. There must still be many terrifying things in this world that we don't understand. Mistgun is a companion, but there should also be enemies who are as powerful as Mistgun, right? Rhodes took a few deep breaths to try to calm his heartbeat. Worm seemed to sense something and ran back to hug Rhodes' calf. The reassuring warmth came from Worm's heart-shaped belly, and Rhodes leaned over and hugged it. The soft poro actually gave Rhodes a sense of security. All fear comes from the unknown and weakness. He lifted Worm up and looked him in the face. If he felt uneasy, he just had to work hard to become stronger. What's more, there are plugins. Is there any cool summoning words for me to copy? I don't want to use star magic all the time. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Weekly Saw Shara. Chapter 23 Weekly Saw Shara. Thank you. Rhodes thanked Myra for her kindness. Now I know why Lakai said that no one has seen the true face of Mist Gang. Myra was still a little worried, and followed his words and said, well, he is always mysterious, and he probably has his own difficulties. Even Urza got hit. Rhodes noticed that the entire guild was in chaos. Does that mean Mist Gang is much stronger than Urza? No, strength cannot be compared in such a simple way. Myra said. If we fight head-on, Urza will have a way to defend against this sleep magic. You can't be sure about this unless you fight it seriously. Is that so? Rhodes nodded. Miss Myra is said to be not good at fighting, but she can always talk about fighting in a coherent manner. Is it because he knows his companions well enough, or because he has watched too many fights? Many people in the guild were also talking about Mist Gang. Some felt it didn't matter and just did what they had to do. Some of them were proud to have such a powerful wizard in their guild and showed admiration on their faces. Some of them felt unhappy and shouted that they would beat him up sooner or later. This is roughly how the members of the Fairy Tale Guild get along with each other, expressing their own personalities while being tolerant of other people's practices. If you can't be tolerant, then have a fight to resolve the conflict. If it doesn't work, find another opportunity to fight. We are still a family after the fight. Just like Myra said, you can express your likes and dislikes directly. Okay, I hate Mr. Gang now. I'm going to beat him up next time. Rhodes said. This kind of talk is probably in line with the guild's style, but it's a bit difficult to implement. Well, you have to work hard. Myra said with a smile. There is also the term 7 hands and 8 feet. Isn't it the right way? Rhodes answered quickly, my magic must be used for group fights. There must be more than 1 hand and 1 foot when I beat him. Myra showed a helpless expression. Okay. Mist Gang has his reasons for doing this, I'll explain it to you later. And then Makarov spoke up to stop the guild's condemnation, and also secretly watched Rhodes out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Myra was talking to him, the president was relieved and glared, Gray. Yes. Gray, who was called, stood up straight subconsciously. What you did is causing me to be nagged by the reviewers again. Yes, I'm sorry. Gray looked away, not daring to look at the president, looking like a guilty thief. At this time, Natsu, who had chased Mist Gang in vain, returned to the guild angrily. But when he saw Gray's expression, he immediately burst into laughter, so much so that others could almost see the flames in his throat. Ha 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 ha. Gray, you're getting scolded again. Tisk. Gray gritted his teeth. Natsu, that bastard. He hated being ridiculed by Natsu more than being scolded by the president. You too, Natsu. However, Makarov yelled at Natsu again. Why would a mission to capture a wild boar burn several acres of crops? You even dried up the water in the rice fields. Natsu and Gray stood in a row, sweat starting to form on their faces. Asshole! You've destroyed more farmland than the wild boars themselves. The president scolded the two of them for several minutes. He was so angry that he used magic to enlarge his head and yelled in their ears with his mouth so big that it could almost swallow the two of them. Natsu and Gray were nearly blown away. However, the president scolded them for so long without even asking them to change their bad habits, and there was no substantial punishment. The president vented his anger for a while and then went back to writing his apology. Natsu had compensated for the farmland he had destroyed on the spot, so there was no need to worry about that. Gray's apology to his client was also quite sincere, but of course, the words "promise not to do it again" could be ignored. But next time there is a mission to escort a lady, try not to assign Gray. Makarov caught a glimpse of a handsome guy on the stairs, chatting with two beauties. Loki couldn't be arranged either. Last time, that guy targeted a female artist from an entertainment company that issued a commission, and he was also complained about. Makarov sighed, each of them is a real worry. But he couldn't help but feel happy when he saw how noisy, and energetic the kids were. Happy troubles. Myra brought some tea and snacks at the right time, which made Makarov feel a little relieved. He pushed further and said, just replace the tea with wine. No, President. Myra put her hands on her hips. You drank a lot yesterday, you can't drink too much today, you should pay attention to yourself. Yes. Makarov said listlessly. He himself is a troublesome person. Of course there are magazines. During the afternoon break, Lakai took out a book from behind the counter in response to Rhodes' question. Weekly Sashera, the most popular wizard magazine right now. I bought this one a few weeks ago and forgot to bring it back. Rhodes took it and looked at it. There were 3 handsome guys on the cover, one of whom was Mr. Hibiki, who helped him load the language pack. The other 2 also have their own characteristics, but the poses the 3 of them pose together easily remind him of Team Rocket. Are they all Blue Pegasus wizards? Rhodes asked. Lakai nodded. Yes, the theme of this issue is Blue Pegasus, a guild with many handsome guys. Rhodes had reason to suspect that Lakai put it here because she wanted to see the handsome guy and forgot to take it back. When you open the magazine, the first page is a photo of Hibiki, followed by information such as his age, magic, hobbies, marital status, etc. Next were 2 people from the same guild and team as him, and the format was similar. Eve of Holy Night, Hibiki of 100 Nights, and Lien of Sky Knight form the Tri-Men's, the signature team of Blue Pegasus. In the following interview section, it was also mentioned that they had a powerful wizard as their captain and guide. All 3 of them said that he was a very manly wizard, and was their idol, their elder brother and teacher. That is the man known as the strongest man in Blue Pegasus, Ichia Wangdra Shao. It's a pity that Mr. Yi learned that the magazine space was limited, so in order to take care of the younger generation, he gave the opportunity to appear on the screen to 3 team members. It was very touching. He's a good man. Rhodes continued to turn the pages. Following closely is a very obvious advertising page. The main recommended product this time is Magic Mosquito Repellent, just a light spray to keep away mosquito bites. Judging from the description in the advertisement alone, the effect seems to be much better than mosquito coils, toilet water and the like. The merchants even spent extra money on special effects. Because Rhodes stayed on the advertisement page long enough, the magazine emitted light directly, projecting a 3D image in mid-air, demonstrating how to use the potion. Coupled with professional dubbing and high-quality advertising slogans, even a poor guy like Rhodes couldn't help but want to buy a bottle. Timeline issue: there are still about 11.5 months before Lucy joins the guild and the story begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 24: A Surprise in the Magazine. Chapter 24: A Surprise in the Magazine. It's this kind of advertisement again. It's very annoying. Lakai's attitude towards this kind of advertisement is similar to Rhodes' previous attitude towards software splash screen ads. It's interesting at first, but he gets tired of it after seeing it too many times. She said mysteriously, "Turn a few more pages, there will be a surprise." Surprise. Rhodes turned the page as he was told, and the column after the advertisement was the news column he wanted to read. This was obviously not the surprise that Lucky was talking about, but Rhodes still took a glance at it. The boyfriend of a popular actress from Rider Entertainment has been revealed. It was called an exposure, but in fact it was just a photo of 2 people from behind. Rhodes didn't recognize the popular actress, but he thought the rumored boyfriend looked like a handsome guy in the guild. The council decided to increase the crackdown on dark guilds. It looked like an official article, but it had nothing to do with Rhodes. He had asked indirectly, and Fairy Tale was really not a dark guild. Fairy Tale wizards destroy bandits in one move. The title is normal, but the content seems to have a sentence: the bandits were extremely vicious and the battle was so fierce that the pine forest on the mountainside was burned to ashes. Lucky said it was a magazine from a few weeks ago, and Rod didn't even bother to guess who did it. After flipping through the news column, Rhodes finally saw the surprise that Lucky mentioned. This is not. Isn't this Myra? She had that iconic white hair, and her hairstyle was the same as now, with her bangs tied into a bunch and combed on top of her head. The smile was different from any he had ever seen, more charming than usual. The key point is that Myra in the photo is wearing a sea blue swimsuit, standing naturally on a beach, with one hand holding her hair. There wasn't much fabric on the upper body, the type that Rhodes couldn't tell if it was underwear or not. Even if you try to look away from the attraction, you will be attracted by the smooth shoulders and delicate collarbones. The lower body is a long skirt with a high slit, or simply a large piece of cloth tied into a knot and hung diagonally on the waist and hips, showing off a waist that is enough to make countless girls envious. Myra's right leg was completely covered by the long skirt, while her left leg was exposed to the air through the slit of the skirt. For the first time, Rhodes learned that Myra's emblem was white and was printed on the side of her left thigh. Isn't it beautiful? Are you stunned? Hum. Rhodes nodded subconsciously at first, then felt something was wrong and shook his head in denial. But I still feel it's wrong. It's really against my will to say Myra is not pretty. Really? Lakai looked regretful. I have the weekly saw sheriff from the past year. More than 20 of them have photos of Sister Myra. Do you really not want to take a look? No. Shame drove Rhodes to say no, but he always felt that he would regret it if he refused. He looked conflicted. I just wanted to borrow the magazine to learn more about the situation here. Now that you asked me that, it feels weird whether I borrow it or not. Ha ha ha. Lakai couldn't help laughing. She covered her waist with one hand and patted the counter with the other. Just like Kana said, Rhodes' reaction is so funny. He is different from Natsu, a completely stupid guy, and also different from Makai and Wakaba, those shameless and perverted guys. It's only fun to tease someone like Rhodes who knows what he should know but is very shy. Kana. Rhodes thought of the alcoholic bad woman. Although Myra said she was a good person, Rhodes wanted to make a note. Lucky laughed for a long time, and finally stopped when Rhodes wanted to escape. Sister Myra was invited to be Sashera's special model last year, and she became very popular since her first photo shoot. Mila has been on magazine covers more times than them. Lakai pointed at the boy band on the cover. Now, I am probably the best cover girl among all the wizards in Fiori, and also the signature girl of our guild. So she's the poster girl. Rhodes felt like he had figured out Myra's position. Myra is also very powerful. Fairy Tale is really full of hidden talents. Those who are good at fighting, like the S-class wizards, are particularly capable, and those who are not good at fighting, like Myra, are also very famous in other fields. It seems that the reason why Fairy Tale has become one of the most famous guilds in the country is not just because of its outstanding ability to get into trouble. Although he was tricked a bit, Rhodes finally borrowed the magazine. The weekly Sosala is priced at 300J per serving. It was roughly equivalent to 2 glasses of the cheapest beer. If the weekly magazine was published once a week, Rhodes could afford it. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to buy past issues of magazines. It's better to borrow others and buy the next ones yourself. Lakai has promised to bring it over tomorrow. In her words, there is no point in leaving it there anyway, and the space can be freed up to put one more collection. She seemed to have a grudge against the magazine. Because Sashera claimed that she would introduce the latest high-quality magic products, but her favorite torture instruments had never been seen in the magazine. Well, that's too much, it's simply false advertising. Since she was borrowing his things, Rhodes decided to agree. That's right, false advertising. With Rhodes' support, Lakai was completely convinced that it was the publisher's fault and clenched her fist. I'm suing them in this week's magazine poll. Rhodes looked at the other party's serious expression and felt that he might have said something wrong. Well, why don't you be more decisive? Decisive? Lakai thought for a moment and nodded heavily. Yes, decisive. I must let them understand my attitude. Rhodes. Did I say something wrong again? Well, I just happened to be invited so I gave it a try, and then it became hard to refuse. Myra herself is not very interested in being a model, but she has no objection either. After all, she and Elfman lost their sister last year, and for quite a long time, both of them were immersed in grief. It's almost impossible to even do any magician's work. If it weren't for the income from the photo shoot and some previous savings, the siblings might have been in debt like Rod. It is precisely because of this that Myra does not want to refuse the invitation from the magazine even though she does not really need this income right now. Let's not talk about that for now. How is your practice, Rhodes? It's okay. I think I can try to summon new wild monsters in a few days. Wild monster? Rode nodded. Yes, it's a general term for my summons. Is Poro considered a wild monster? Almost. Then how about finding someone to try it out in actual combat? Actual battle? With whom? Well. Myra pointed at her chin with her finger. You know there are a lot of warmongers in the guild, so just pick one at random. If it's your first time, just pick the one you dislike the most. Based on Myra's dark personality, Rhodes suspected that she was trying to stir up trouble. But it doesn't matter, it's not good to practice alone. He pointed at a handsome guy in the bar. Of course he's the one I dislike the most. Loki. Ah. Loki, who had just been fed a sip of wine by a beautiful woman not far away, raised his head in confusion. Milagina's photo, find it yourself, even illustrations won't pass the review. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Practical Training. Chapter 25 Practical Training. The battle site was chosen to be in the guild's backyard. In fact, Loki wanted to go to the street in front, but Rhodes refused. He figured that he had only learned magic for a few days and most likely would not win. Wouldn't he have any dignity left when he was pinned to the ground and beaten in public? However, the situation was not much better after choosing the backyard. I don't know who shouted, "Newcomer Rhodes' first battle, challenge Loki." As a result, almost everyone in the tavern came to watch the fun. That's too deceitful, Loki, I want to fight the new guy too. Natsu pushed his way forward through the crowd, even with small flames coming out of his mouth. There's nothing I can do about it. It's all because my light is too dazzling. Loki raised his index and middle fingers to push his glasses, with a confident glow on his face. "Ah, Loki!" The two female fans screamed excitedly for Loki. This guy, who even brought his fans with him during fights, really made Rode envious. No, he just couldn't stand the fact that he was ruining the guild's morale. The two stood opposite each other, about 4 meters apart. Rhodes looked at Loki seriously and had to admit that this man was a little bit more handsome than himself. The audience stood in several rows in front of the door and watched closely, not worrying about being accidentally injured at all. Then both sides prepare. Makarov stood at the front of the crowd, bet on Loki to win with a 1-to-1 chance, bet on Rhodes to win with a 10-to-1 chance. Everyone was betting enthusiastically, and Rhodes almost fell down. "President, why are you?" "I thought the president was here to act as a referee and ensure that nothing unexpected happened to them, but he turned out to be the one who opened the market." "Ah, since Kana isn't here, I'll be the one making the bet." "Don't worry about it." Sure enough, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. "All right, you two can get started." Rhodes glanced at the 2 trays in front of the president. Loki's tray was full, but his tray only had 3 bills. "Come on, Rod." One of them is a friendly support from Myra. "Come on, new guy. Beat up that Loki." The other 2 are from Makao and Wakaba. They want to see Loki get beaten, and betting with higher odds is more exciting. "Wait a minute." Rhodes raised his hand. "President, 3J. I'm betting on myself to lose." "No, match fixing is prohibited." Makarov refused decisively. He waved his hand and said, "The battle begins now." Rhodes missed the chance to make a fortune, so he had to hold his necklace and prepare to chant. "Are you a holder?" "Me too." Loki showed his ring. "Possessing the system or not, I often practice magic in the guild these days." "This isn't the first time you've seen this, right?" Loki smiled and said, "Sorry, I don't have the habit of observing men. This person really deserves a beating. I am the one who connects the 2 worlds, you." Wait a minute." Loki shuddered all over after hearing Rhodes chant. He immediately raised his hand to stop her. "Are you a celestial mage?" "No, but the president said it's a bit like celestial magic." Rhodes showed off his necklace and said, "Look, I'm not using the star spirit key." That's true. Ha, ha ha. Loki laughed dryly. In his panic, he didn't even notice that Rhodes' magic tool was not a key. Do you want to continue? No, thanks. Sweat broke out on Loki's forehead and he ran out of the back door in a panic. Well, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Let's compete next time. Bye. What? All the people who bet on Loki to win were collectively dumbfounded. What is that guy Loki doing? Those who lost money denounced him. Loki, the two girls chased after him. It's a rare opportunity to participate, and I won money right away. Myra stroked her cheek with one hand, feeling a little happy. Makarov also made a lot of money this time, but he was worried about Loki. Was it just because it was a little similar to the magic of the stars that made him so sensitive? Makeo and Wakaba were so happy that they hugged each other's shoulders. It was 10 times the odds, and they won enough money for several days of drinking. Well done, newbie. You beat Loki in no time. Happy complained, love. But he didn't even hit me. Ah ha ha ha. Natsu jumped out happily, great, I'll fight for Loki. No, Natsu. Urza put her hand on Natsu's shoulder. Rod has only learned magic for a few days, and the battle is to test his strength. You were too rough, so let me do it. Before Rhodes knew it, his opponent had changed, and it turned out to be a ruthless guy. Ms. Urza, are you serious? Influenced by Natsu and Gray's performance in the past few days, Rhodes was a little scared. Of course. Urza's face was full of seriousness. Even if it's just to thank you for taking care of me before, I will do my best. Please don't go all out. At this critical moment, Rhodes did not misunderstand the key words. Urza was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't worry, I understand. I won't use harsh measures against my companions. Gray and Natsu must have something to say. Rhodes gave up struggling. It didn't matter who he hit since he couldn't beat him anyway. Compared to the reckless Natsu, Urza might be more gentle. President, please open the betting market quickly. I'm betting on Urza to win. Me too. Hurry up, President. I refuse. Makarov said he would not do such a stupid thing. If Natsu comes on the field, some people might bet on Rhodes, but if Urza comes on the field, forget it. If everyone bets on Urza, will he, the banker, have to pay for it? Urza, be gentle. Rod, try to survive. We will miss you. Rhodes. A competition, right? Rhodes was frightened by these people. Come on, Rod. Rhodes felt warm in his heart. Fortunately, Myra's attitude did not change. She was still encouraging as before. No, why is she holding a medicine box? Then the second round, Rod versus Urza, begins. As the president finished speaking, Rhodes could no longer care about anything else. He held the necklace. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creature of Summoner's Rift, respond to my call and go through the door. Rift Swift Crab. The chanted spell was slightly adjusted compared to the previous one to make it more compatible with Rhodes' magic and the summoning process smoother. Ripples appeared on the ground like water, and green canyon swift crabs emerged from them. Oh, is this another summon of Rhodes? It looks very powerful. I thought he was going to let Worm deal with Urza. Don't be ridiculous. If we want to fight, of course we will send the spectator Worm back. Urza was very martial and patiently let Rod finish the chant before she opened her hands and said, Change clothes. A magic sword appeared in her hand. Rod pointed at Urza and gave the order to the crab, assault. Click, the river crab's claws opened and closed twice, and it rushed towards Urza, leaving a shadow behind as it ran. Rhodes had seen the power of this move before. It could easily break through the courtyard wall, but, to the vandals in the guild, it was just ordinary. So it should be a good starter. Urza made a judgment in an instant, is it a speed type? End of this chapter. Chapter 26, A Knife on the Head of Sex. Chapter 26, A Knife on the Head of the Word Sex. Not bad, but... Urza took 2 steps forward and jumped up, stepped on the top of the river crab with 1 foot, and flew directly over the river crab towards Rhodes. The best way to deal with this type of wizard is to attack the wizard himself. Ah! As a man who had hardly ever fought, Rhodes watched Urza rushing towards him, at a loss as to what to do. He only saw the sword in Urza's hand disappear, her right hand clenched into a fist, then he felt a pain in his forehead, his eyes went black, and he fell backwards. Urza landed lightly and faced Rhodes. "Come on, attack with all your strength." "No, no," Myra walked to the side holding the medicine box and waved her hands with a smile. "I can't stand up anymore. It's just as I expected." The onlookers were somewhat surprised at the speed of the river crab's advance, but they were not surprised by the result. Because even if they were replaced, they would not necessarily be stronger than Rhodes. It's hard to judge Rhodes' strength in this way. Urza must have messed up. For a newbie who has just started learning magic, his magic power level is quite good and he is very skilled in magic, but his practical experience is almost 0. Makarov could see clearly that Rhodes had the potential to become the backbone of the guild. As for actual combat experience, as long as you stay in the guild, this is the only thing you will never lack. "Gray, do me a favor." Myra opened a small bag in front of Gray. Okay." Gray clenched his right fist and placed it on the palm of his left hand. "Ice shape, ice bag." The ice blue magic light lit up, and the bag in Myra's hand was quickly filled with ice cubes. "It's over, I'm so embarrassed." Rhodes was sitting on the round stool in front of the counter, doubting his life. "Rod, raise your head." Rhodes did as he was told subconsciously, and something cold fell on his forehead. Rhodes' eyes looked upwards, as if there was an ice pack, which was carefully wrapped with a towel. Myra lowered her head behind him and met Rhodes' eyes, smiling and said, "Don't move, a little cold compress will make the swelling go down faster." "Thank you." Rhodes reached out and held the ice pack. Myra noticed his disappointment and said, "It's not shameful at all to lose to Urza. After all, she's one of the strongest people in the guild. But I chanted such a long chant and summoned such a cool crab, but she knocked me down with just 1 move, and she used her fists instead of even a sword." Myra tilted her head. "Do you want her to use a sword? Urza is the kind of person who hardly knows how to show mercy in battle." Rhodes thought of the bloody scene and said, "That is not necessary." Bang! Someone dropped something heavy on the counter. Rhodes turned his head while holding the ice pack, then sat up straight involuntarily. "Miss Urza. Just call me Urza. And then I want to apologize to you." Urza clenched her left fist and placed it on her chest, with a look of regret on her face. "I'm sorry, I was too harsh. I was so harsh on a companion who asked for a sparring match. I was so mean. I was simply bullying a new member of the guild." Rhodes was startled by her serious attitude and waved his hands hurriedly. "No, not really, not to that extent. No, your tolerance will only highlight my evil deeds." Urza opened the large box she had placed on the counter, and the mountain of things inside rolled out piecemeal. A quick look revealed various medical supplies including bandages, band-aids, iodine, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, etc. "I have bought all the trauma medicines from the pharmacy. Please feel free to use them." "No, I just have a bump on my head. It hurts a little bit." "Really? My actions have caused you so much trouble. Please let me find a way to make it up to you." "Did I say the wrong common language again?" Rhodes looked at Myra for help. Myra was enjoying the fun and explained that's Urza's personality. She's a little serious. If you don't accept the medicine, she'll bandage you herself. Before Rhodes could say anything, Urza had already realized, "I see, the only way to express my apology is to help bandage the wound myself." "Really not?" Change up. A flash of light passed, and Urza had finished changing her clothes. The nurse's uniform perfectly accentuated her good figure. Oh, a wolf howl was heard in the tavern, and many men's eyes turned into heart shapes. After being used to seeing Urza wearing armor, it was only when I saw her in a nurse uniform that I realized that apart from her terrifyingly high fighting power, Urza's appearance is also top-notch. If they weren't afraid of getting beaten, old perverts like Wakaba and Makeo would have come close to him. Okay, let's start bandaging. Urza picked up a roll of bandage. Really, that, let's not do that. Rhodes' heart was beating uncontrollably, and it took less than a second for him to change from opposing to half-heartedly agreeing. Seeing Urza removing the bandages, Rod began to condemn himself for not being firm, but soon he regretted it. As professional as Urza's outfit was, her technique was just as unprofessional. She managed to use a roll of bandage to make it look like a rope. Normally, for a minor injury like Rhodes, he would just need to apply some swelling-reducing medicine to the swollen area. To be more exaggerated, he would just wrap it a few times. But Urza's bandage somehow wrapped around Rod's neck, tied up his arms, and then wrapped around his legs. It was definitely intended to tie up a criminal. Conspiracy, cough cough cough. Rhodes was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe, but some people in the tavern seemed to be even more excited, looking at Rhodes with envy. Stop, Urza. Rod is going to die. It was actually the first time that Myra saw Urza treating someone else, but she didn't expect her to be so cruel. Fortunately, she helped stop Rod before he rolled his eyes. Urza apologized solemnly, I'm sorry, my skills in healing people are a little rusty. But you are very skilled in killing people. Rhodes was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. No, you are excellent. Thanks to your treatment, my forehead doesn't hurt so much anymore. Really? Urza's eyes sparkled. Rhodes nodded seriously, it's absolutely true. Thank you for your treatment. The rest is up to my recovery power. He was sure that his forehead didn't hurt that much compared to his arm. Rhodes felt like his bones were about to break. Was the bandage so strong that it could almost break a person's bones? That's great. Urza may have believed it, and changed back into her armor contentedly, leaving behind the large box of trauma medicine and left. Rhodes rubbed his arm and looked at the ceiling, reflecting on himself. Lust is like a knife hanging over your head. After this hardship, his soul will grow. Myra covered her mouth and laughed. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Invitation and Rejection. Chapter 27 Invitation and Rejection. Urza seemed to have something to do and left the tavern directly. Then Natsu was resurrected with full health. Let's fight it out, Rhodey. It was Rhodes. Rhodes corrected him, and then added, you saw it just now, I was very weak, and I was knocked down by one punch. The blue kitten rushed to say, it doesn't matter. Natsu challenged Urza before and was defeated with one punch. You talk too much, Harpy. I am no longer the same as I was before. Now I can definitely. Happy covered his mouth and muttered quietly, I'm sure I can hold up a few more punches. What did you say? Natsu glared, as if he wanted to fight with Happy first. Happy flew behind Myra and stuck his head out, love. Myra didn't say anything either, just wiped the wine glass she had just washed with a dry cloth. Anyway, come and fight me, that crab of yours looks pretty strong. Rhodes thought for a moment, maybe tomorrow. I need to rest. The main reason is that he doesn't want to be beaten for the second or third time today, and his body is still in pain. It's a deal then. Natsu left in a hurry. But Habib didn't leave in a hurry. He stood on the counter and asked Rhodes, are you a wizard who uses summoning magic? Rhodes nodded, yes. The harpy's mouth began to drool, then can you summon fish? Rhodes silently counted the types of wild monsters, probably not, at most it's a toad. Lost. Happy suddenly squatted in the corner, and the whole cat was shrouded in shadow. Are fish so important? Rhodes didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, even if he could summon fish, they would only be used for combat, not for him to eat. The harpy raised his fist. Fish is the supreme delicacy. Yes, yes. Rhodes didn't want to argue with the cat about whether the fish was delicious. Worm actually liked the harpy, which was of similar size to him. He went over to rub against him, and the two cute creatures soon started playing together. In the evening, Libby came to the guild and chose a task on the bulletin board with Jet and Troy before coming to learn Chinese characters from Rod. Today I will teach you two slightly more complicated Chinese characters, the character for fist and the character for pain. Rod borrowed Libby's light pen and wrote the two words stroke by stroke, without forgetting to explain the meaning of the two words. Why do you suddenly want to teach me these two words? I feel inspired. Oh, by the way, I heard from them that you dueled with Urza today. Libby gave a look that said you're so brave and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, but she tried hard to press them down, feeling very tired. It's hard to put it into words, laugh if you want to. Haha. No, I'm not making fun of you. Haha, well, I'm just happy to have learned a new word. It was because there was no malice in the laughter that Rode couldn't get angry. He sighed. By the way, this is back to you, Feng Yang's glasses. Libby shook her head. I'll lend it to you first. I have a spare one in my hand, and I have to go out to work tomorrow, so I probably won't need it. You've only been back for 2 or 3 days. So diligent. Because the salary for the last job was not high, and I also spent a few days in the target city. In fact, the strength of Libby's team is average in the guild, so the tasks they take on are often not difficult. Correspondingly, the remuneration will not be too high. The reward for a mission had to be shared among 3 people, so they had to be more diligent than other partners. But even so, it was enough to make Rode envious. I don't know how long it will take before I can take on some missions with higher rewards. Libby suggested, if you want to take on the mission, how about joining our driveway engine team? The reward this time is very good. Rode was a little tempted, but immediately shook his head. No, my strength will only hinder you even if I join you. It doesn't matter. This time we're going to the mountains with the expedition team to solve puzzles and search for treasures. It's more dependent on brains than on force. Libby closed one eye, held up 2 fingers, and said temptingly, the reward is 20J. Rhodes swallowed, not because Libby's action was too cute, but because the reward was too tempting. If 20J is divided equally among 4 people, it would be 5J, which is nearly half a month's salary for him. But going into the mountains? I'd better forget it, thank you. I don't think I'm ready yet. Is that so? Libby tilted her head and didn't continue to ask the reason. What a pity. Rhodes smiled bitterly. The shadow of being attacked by a beast when he first crossed over, plus Urza's punch today. Before he had a certain level of strength, he would never dare to step out of the town of Magnolia. Makarov, who was resting with his eyes closed, glanced at Rhodes. This kid was also a problem child. After get off work, Rhodes did not go home directly. Instead, he jogged along the road in front of the guild entrance, and gradually accelerated after a simple warm-up. Please exercise, or you will suffer. The president's words were still fresh in his mind. Rhodes felt that just doing push-ups before going to bed was too perfunctory, and adding running would be a good idea. A large box of medicine and medical supplies sent by Urza was transported back home by Rod's swift crab. That box might have been custom-made by Urza, with the fairy tale logo painted on it. I think no one would touch it even if it was placed at the door. Rhodes ran through the residential area near the guild, and briskly jumped down the nearly 2-meter-high stone steps 2 at a time, and arrived at another residential area. Running further along the road, we came to the bank of a canal that ran through the city of Magnolia. From a distance you can see the tallest building on the opposite bank, Cartier Cathedral. The few streets around the church belong to the city center, which means that the guild was actually built on the outermost edge of the city. This may also be the reason why Rhodes' rent is relatively cheap, as it is a little bit far from the city center. After reaching the river, Rhodes did not go to the city center, but continued to run along the canal until his heart beat faster, he was panting, and sweat began to flow down his cheeks. He was not sure how far he had run, but he silently counted the steps and it was more than 3,000 steps. Rhodes was surprised to find that his physical condition might be better than before he traveled through time. Before, he could only run 3 laps around the playground in this condition, but now he was obviously a little stronger. In the past, this feeling of his lungs almost bursting would have forced him to stop, but now, Rhodes knew that it was just the beginning. Real exercise is not only about the body, but also about the will. Every time you feel that you can't hold on, just hold on for a while longer. Even running 100 more meters is progress. Of course, for a guy like him with weak physical fitness, talking about willpower might be laughed at. At this distance, the other person has just warmed up, and you are exercising your willpower. There was no way around it. Given his physical condition, Rhodes could barely move his legs. He even had to rely on the twisting of his waist and hips to drive his legs forward. Worm, the disloyal one, initially ran a few steps with his short legs, but soon he thought of himself and wanted to be a weight on Rod's shoulders. Rhodes decisively chose to repatriate it. He felt that it was not time for him to carry heavy loads yet. The weather today was not very clear, so much so that only a vague point of light could be seen when the sun set. "Come on, young man." Someone in the canal was sailing upstream. Seeing the sweaty Rhodes, he gave him a cheer. Rhodes raised his sore arm in response and continued his will training. The residents here are quite friendly. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 It's raining, time to be emo. Chapter 28 It's raining, time to be emo. A new day came, and Rod woke up to the sound of dripping rain. As soon as he got out of bed, he felt his legs sore. Maybe it was because of the stimulation yesterday, or maybe it was because he secretly made up his mind or something. Rhodes gritted his teeth and ran until he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Even to go home, he specially summoned the canyon swift crab and let it use its tentacles to wrap him up on its back and carry him back. Before going to bed at night, Rhodes applied a cold compress with a wet towel for a while, and also found some anti-swelling medicine from the large box of medicines Urza sent. Now it seems that we had foresight. Rhodes dragged his sore legs to the bathroom to take care of his personal problems and wash up. After coming out, he decided to take some more medicine. "It's broken, I forgot to collect my clothes." Rhodes went to the balcony to check, and sure enough, it rained heavily last night and all his clothes were wet. He had no choice but to put it away and soak it in a basin with the sweat-soaked clothes he took off yesterday. After staring at the basin for a while, Rhodes reluctantly sat down to wash clothes. There was no way. Apart from these 2 sets and his pajamas, he only had 1 set left in the closet. Every time he opened the closet, he felt it was empty. If any accident happened again, Rhodes would be faced with the dilemma of having no clothes to wear. "I'll prepare 2 more when I have more money." Rhodes washed and wrung out the clothes quickly, then hung them in the laundry room temporarily. He thought for a second about the possibility of taking it to the guild to have Natsu dry it, but decisively gave up. The risk was too great and he couldn't afford the gamble. After a flurry of activity, Rhodes packed up and went downstairs to go to the guild. However, the rain showed no signs of abating and was even getting heavier. Even Goodman did not come to the stall today. Opening the door, Rod realized a new problem: he hadn't bought an umbrella yet. "It's so hard for me." Rhodes made a poor voice. "Hulyalu." At the critical moment, Worm pulled out an umbrella from the corner of the first floor. "Well done." Rhodes praised, summoned a river crab, and jumped on it with an umbrella to head for the guild. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a note for Goodman to tell him that he had borrowed the umbrella without permission. The Kenyan swift crab walked slowly on the street according to Rhodes' instructions. Not only did it not hate the rain, but it also felt that such an environment was more comfortable. Rhodes sat cross-legged on the highest point of the swift crab's back shell and tilted the umbrella towards the direction where the raindrops were coming from. The streets of Magnolia were much quieter in the rain. The hawking sounds that were heard in the mornings on weekdays were almost gone, and there were only a few pedestrians passing by. They were either holding umbrellas or wearing raincoats and rain boots, and walking hurriedly through the water. Rhodes had seen many scenes like this before he traveled through time, but he looked down at himself and felt that he was out of place here. Yes, he is an alien that does not belong to this world. But this little bit of pretentiousness completely disappeared when he arrived at the guild entrance. Because at this moment, Lakai was walking slowly from the northwest intersection, holding a wooden umbrella and wearing a pair of wooden boots, with a wooden box in her other hand. The long purple hair swayed gently, looking very friendly in the rain. On the other side, Gray was also walking over with a large, exquisitely shaped ice crystal umbrella. The rain flowed down the umbrella cover, neither freezing nor melting the umbrella. It just added a bead curtain-like decoration to the umbrella. Noticing Rhodes and Lucky, Gray casually raised his hand. "Yo." Lakai responded energetically, "Good morning." "Good morning." The swift crab disappeared, and Rhodes stood on the ground, looking at his two companions who were as weird as him, and couldn't help but smile. This is the meaning of the guild's existence, right? The three of them walked into the guild's door, and Lakai looked at the floor at the door. "It feels like I'll have to mop the floor non-stop today." Rhodes thought about what places like cafeterias and supermarkets do on rainy days, and suggested, "How about putting a few more pieces of cardboard at the door?" "Good idea, let's do it, but..." Lakai chose to cast magic. "Wooden shape, pure love is spotless." Swish, 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 thin wooden boards appeared inside and outside the guild gate at the same time, and the upward side was deliberately made quite rough. Shaping magic is so convenient. Rhodes sighed again, and wanted to complain about the crappy name. It's almost the same as saying the soles of your feet are clean and spotless. There wasn't much to do in the morning, so Rhodes was busy for a while before finding Gray. "Natsu's weakness." Gray blurted out, "He has a bad temper and is an impulsive fire fool." "But..." Gray thought for a moment, "It's true that it's usually like this, but it's another matter in battle. Oftentimes his instincts are as sharp as a wild animal, and it would be very troublesome if you were to fight him seriously." Although he usually calls Natsu an idiot and they don't get along well in terms of personality and magic, if Gray really asks him to seriously evaluate Natsu, he will definitely give him a very high evaluation. Unless it's in front of Natsu. "That's it. I'm definitely going to get beaten again today." Rhodes was worried. "Is there no real, obvious, and immediate weakness? By the way, Natsu has asked you to duel today." Gray pounded his palm. He was interested in helping others beat Natsu. "As for the obvious weakness, there is one." Gray said, "That guy can't do anything with transportation. All you have to do is build a car under his feet and you'll win." "Good idea, but I don't know any styling magic." "I'll teach you now." "Now?" Right now." Gray raised his hand excitedly, and his shirt disappeared. "Do it with me." Rhodes glanced at Gray's bare upper body and said, "Sorry to bother you, I may not be suitable for learning the ice style." Rod felt that it was not worth it to become a pervert just to defeat Natsu. Gray just put his right fist against the palm of his left hand and looked at Rhodes, who was fleeing in confusion. "Ah? I haven't started teaching you yet." While Natsu was not here, Rhodes decided to find a quiet place to meditate for a while. "Rod." Lucky called him and handed him the wooden box he had come in. "The magazine you wanted is inside." Rhodes' hand felt heavy. More than 50 magazines were quite heavy. "Thank you. Why is there no opening in this box?" I didn't say anything because it was raining and I was worried about getting wet. Lucky said, when you get back to a place where you can relax, just give the box a heavy blow. I see. You are very thoughtful. Did she mean to smash it open when she got home? Rode, who had not learned the common language well, thought for a while before he understood what she meant. Also, it turns out that this box was also made by her before she went out. The wood-shaping magic is really suitable for life. Rhodes put the box away, ran to the door of the library, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Feeling the magic power growing bit by bit, Rhodes felt the joy of harvest. I don't know when the next summon will come, but at least it will have some attack power by then, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Rod vs Natsu. Chapter 29, Rod vs Natsu. Let's fight it out, Rhodes. Natsu was very direct. When he came, he went straight to the point without even saying a normal hello. Rhodes said helplessly, at least wait until the rain stops. Natsu asked back, hasn't it stopped already? What? Rhodes looked out the door and saw sunlight shining through the gaps between the dark clouds, as if a few golden threads were falling from the sky. Then the light became brighter and brighter, the dark clouds quickly dissipated, and the sky became a deep blue. Rod was shocked. Are you Takasaka Onoka? Who is that? Is he strong? To some extent. Rhodes stopped evading the question and said, come on, then. Natsu jumped into the backyard first and stepped on the mud. Suddenly, Rhodes didn't want to go anymore. After thinking for a while, he decided to turn around and ask for help. Lucky. Leave it to me. Lucky cast a spell, wooden shape, pure love is spotless. A circular wooden floor with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the backyard, like a fighting arena. Several people around Lucky complained about the name she chose, but Lucky was very proud of it. Natsu jumped up and stomped his feet, saying happily, oh. That's good. It's decided. If you fall out of range, you lose. If I don't fall, I'll lose. Rod would rather fake a fall than roll in the mud. Natsu had no objection. The crowd was already in place, and the president had opened the game. Rhodes didn't even know when the old man showed up. Well then, Natsu versus Rod, let's begin. Rhodes held the pendant and said, I am the one who connects the two worlds. Kenyan Scuttler. Natsu, like Urza, followed martial ethics and did not use sneak attacks, but Rhodes felt uncomfortable and the chant had to be shortened as soon as possible. When the Kenyan swift crab appeared, Natsu could no longer hold back. He bumped his fists together, and flames appeared on his fists. He rushed out in one step, and his posture was like a fire dragon, waving his front claws and pouncing forward Fire Dragon's iron fist. The fist was not aimed at Rhodes, but at the river crab. The burning flaming fist enlarged in Rhodes' field of vision, causing him to subconsciously raise his hands to cover his face, but he immediately realized that it was the river crab's field of vision. In such a hurry, he didn't know what instructions to give, but the river crab had already started to act according to its instinct, raising one of its short claws. Natsu's fist hit the green crab claws, and the burning flames rushed towards the crab's eyes. The huge force caused the crab's 6 legs to pierce the wooden board beneath its feet and slide back more than 2 meters. Wood chips mixed with the soil below flew around, and Rhodes was hit, with half of his body lying on the back of the river crab. If there weren't some bumps on the crab shell to grab onto, he might have been knocked away. Ugh! Rhodes felt like vomiting after being hit in the stomach. He felt that if he was hit directly by this punch, he might die. Seeing Rhodes' reaction, the president decided to give this child, who had no combat experience, a temporary lesson. Magic power is not only something that can be used to cast spells, it can also be used for defense. Even if you don't know defensive magic, it can still provide some protection, although the efficiency is a little low. Rhodes nodded and understood. He thought that it could be used as internal energy, but it was much less cost-effective than using defensive magic. Kenyan Swift Crab, charge! However, his order came a little late, as the river crabs had already begun to flee instinctively after being attacked. It even runs out of illusory light and shadow, which is probably a small acceleration skill that river crab has in the game. This act of selling out his teammates put Rhodes face to face with Natsu, only 3 meters apart. After hearing Rhodes' order, the river crab turned back and accelerated to rush over again. So fast! Natsu had been planning to rush forward and deliver a friendly face-breaking punch as he usually did in fights, the kind without fire in the fist. But the speed of the river crab was unexpectedly fast, and the feeling of facing it head-on was indeed different from watching it from the sidelines yesterday. This is fun! Natsu laughed instead, opening his hands and directly grasping the tips of the 2 large crab claws. Laugh! Natsu was pushed back by the river crab, and his leather sandals and wooden magic made an unpleasant sound. However, after retreating less than a meter, Natsu had already stood firmly and grinned at the crab got you. Flames burst out of Natsu's body, and he slammed his head directly into the crab's face, Fire Dragon's sword horn. Zhizzy! With a bang, the river crab was knocked over by the headbutt, and the flames spread to its whole body, making a squeaking scream. After struggling for a few times, the river crab's body gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely. Oops! Natsu covered his head with his hands and rubbed his hair in annoyance. I went too far. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Natsu clasped his hands together and rushed to Rhodes to apologize frantically. I didn't mean to kill it. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Rhodes was not in a hurry. It's okay, it's not dead. Really? Natsu still maintained the posture of bowing, looking up at Rhodes. If he's really not dead, you can think of it as being forcibly repatriated. Just heal your wounds and you'll be fine. Rhodes could now vaguely sense an area of water. A river crab was hiding just beneath the surface, with a pair of tentacles sticking out above the water. According to the game, it can be considered as waiting for a refresh. However, the disappearance of the river crab this time made Rhodes feel that the existence of this river crab might be different from that of Poro. I see. Natsu jumped back a long distance. Let's do it again. If there are any other monsters, release them all. Ahahaha. This person is so stubborn, he adjusts his mood too quickly. It's quite consistent with the character of the male protagonist in hot-blooded comics. Rhodes understood a little more about Natsu's character, but he continued to summon. He glanced at the Poro worm on the sidelines. Worm accidentally hid behind the harpy. Rhodes sighed. It turned out that he couldn't count on him. He clenched his fist and faced Natsu. Just do it. The reason he agreed to fight Natsu was to gain some combat experience. There would be no point in just giving in because he was afraid of getting beaten. Natsu also raised his fist and gave Rhodes a hearty smile. But when he recalled it later, Rhodes always felt that Natsu smiled like a devil. MD was too harsh. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. Myra carefully used tweezers to hold a cotton ball and applied medicine to Rod's swollen cheek. Rhodes sat on the chair, gripping the back of the chair with both hands and grimacing in pain. He didn't even care about the problem of the close distance that he was a little concerned about at the beginning. Bear with it for a while, it will be fine soon. Myra changed the cotton ball and dipped it in the potion again. Are the defense techniques the president taught you useless? It does work, but I didn't learn it all at once, and. Hiss, who knew he would slap me in the face right away? Myra smiled and said, Natsu usually fights like this. Okay, turn around. By the way, do you still need to do this kind of training in the future? Rhodes turned around and pulled his collar down, revealing the bruise on the back of his shoulder. Recalling the painful experience just now, he nodded with a sad face. The more this happens, the more I have to keep looking for people to fight. It's better to get beaten in the guild than to get beaten to death outside. Hiss. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Next Target. Chapter 30 Next Target. I can handle the rest by myself. After dealing with the areas where it was inconvenient for him to apply medicine, Rhodes didn't feel comfortable asking Myra for help all the time. Then I'll go out first. Myra put down the medicine bottle and tweezers. You can rest for a while. Well, thank you. After watching Myra leave, Rhodes took off his t-shirt and applied medicine to the bruises on his body bit by bit. By the way, I also reviewed the battle with Natsu. After today's fight, in addition to leaving Rhodes with a lot of injuries, he also gained a lot. First of all, he has become a person who has fought seriously. This is very important. At least he will no longer be afraid before the fight when he hears about it. Then, he also learned some tricks to use magic to defend himself. Although it is a bit difficult to defend against Natsu's punches with his current magic power, if he is fighting with an ordinary person, he can basically withstand the opponent's punches and kicks. When fighting with Natsu, Rod's punches and kicks were basically imitating Natsu's movements. Natsu punched him in the face, and he punched him in the face as well. Natsu turned sideways and elbowed him in the stomach, and he also turned sideways and elbowed him in the stomach. Of course, apart from hitting the crab twice, Natsu didn't use any magic at all. If you think about it carefully, during the hand-to-hand combat, it seemed that he was deliberately left with gaps to attack, and he didn't do much dodging or defensive moves. So much so that if we only consider the number of hits and the number of hits received, the two should not be much different. But the final result was that Rhodes lay on the ground in pain and could hardly get up. Natsu brushed off the dust on his body as if nothing had happened and carried Rhodes to the infirmary. Now that I think about it, it feels like Natsu is deliberately serving as a sparring partner for me. Rhodes looked at the wounds on his body and smiled helplessly. I have to thank someone after getting beaten up. What kind of thing is that? But when he beat the river crab, it was probably purely out of curiosity and itchiness. By the way, the strange feeling when the river crabs disappear also needs to be studied carefully. After resting for a while in the infirmary, Rhodes got up and went to the front to help. In addition to Myra and Lakai, there was another girl helping out in the tavern. She has a head of messy black hair and looks like a tomboy from the front, but in fact she has a long braid tied at the back of her head. She was wearing a short red cheongsam and black over-the-knee socks with the guild's emblem printed above the socks. Rhodes recognized her name as Sally, and the magic she used was the dress-changing magic, but she was not as proficient as Urza, and she only changed weapons during battle. It is said that what she is best at using is a pair of steel claws on her wrists. It is obvious that it is a close combat type, and a very brutal one. Sally's shifts are much shorter than Rod's. Being a waitress is really just a part-time job. Her main source of income is completing tasks in a team with 3 other friends. In addition to Sally, there was another girl named Izzy, whose situation was similar to hers, but Rhodes had only seen her once before he could no longer speak, so he was not very familiar with her. Rod? I heard everyone say you had a fight with Natsu today. Sally held the plate in one hand, and with the other hand a flash of light appeared, revealing a steel claw. She asked eagerly, how about it, do you want to fight me? Obviously, this is also a warmonger. Rhodes refused decisively, please spare me, my whole body is in pain now. Sally, my wine. Someone saw Sally stop to chat and couldn't help but urge her. So annoying, isn't this a gift? Well, this guy has a bad temper, so it's better not to provoke him if possible. Although his strength may not be that strong, it should not be a problem to defeat Rhodes now. Rhodes looked around and finally went to the counter to wait. Gray was leaning against the counter with a task list on the table, waiting for Myra to register. Hey, Natsu, that guy, his punch is heavy enough, right? Ah. Rhodes smiled bitterly and touched the swollen part of his face. Why can't I see him? I just received a mission and went out to work with Happy. Gray picked up the letter of authorization that Myra returned to him and shook it at Rhodes. I have to go to work too. See you later. Rhodes nodded. Well, be careful on the road. Gray had just taken a few steps when Myra shouted to him, Gray, clothes. Gray looked down and found that he was only left with a pair of shorts, when, smiling as Gray retrieved his shirt and trousers, Myra poured Rod a glass of water. Are you concerned about Natsu? Yet, after all, I was taken care of by him, so I'm a little bit. Rhodes held the water cup, but didn't drink. He just stared at the gently swaying water inside. It's a bit awkward. It is natural to feel uncomfortable after being beaten, but one should also be grateful if the other party holds back and teaches him fighting skills intentionally or unintentionally. And judging from the look of Natsu, he should be younger than himself, which is a bit awkward. Rhodes found that he was a little entangled and liked to think about things, and it was difficult for him to be as straightforward as others. From this point, one may then consider whether one would be out of place or excluded. Then I will despise myself again, thinking that I am such a grown-up and still thinking about these trivial things. Besides, others are so sincere, and I always feel sorry for them when I think about these messy things. Myra watched Rhodes' expression change from time to time, and could only guess that he was unwilling to accept the defeat. You've only been learning magic for a few days, and it's amazing that you've reached this level. If you keep going like this, you might be able to do some ordinary work next month. Yet, let's work hard on our training first. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Maybe he's just not used to fighting for the first time. Rhodes looked at the people laughing in the tavern and asked, who should I look for next time? A boy with parted hair, the talkative Marcus from the morning, came into view. Go and request it and give it a try. Working, practicing, and tasting the exquisite cooking skills of the guild chef made it another fulfilling day. After returning home, Rhodes did as Lakai said and smashed the wooden box without an opening before taking out the magazines inside. Sashera is a weekly magazine, and what Lakai gave to Rod was 1 year's worth of issues, plus some supplements and special issues, about 60 in total. 60 magazines were neatly stacked on the table, more than a foot thick. What a shame for such a perfect box. Do you want it to be your nest? Rhodes showed Worm the wooden box with one side smashed open. The box is not big, but it is enough to hold a poro. However, Worm did not like this kind of nest, and shook his head and retreated under the bed. Forget it. I haven't cleaned the bottom of the bed carefully yet. Don't get yourself covered in dust. Rod threw the broken wooden box next to the fireplace and kept it as firewood. It was another day of envying the convenience of modeling magic. He took out Feng Yang's glasses and quickly browsed the contents of the magazine. The Ruler of Ghosts. This is one of the 2 most famous wizard guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori, the other one is naturally Fairy Tale. However, Fairy Tale was silent for quite a long time, and its fame has only been growing in recent years. Rhodes read the news from a weekly magazine that focused on Phantom. If we only talk about the scale and number of people, Phantom Flame is much larger than Fairy Tale, because in addition to the headquarters, Phantom Flame has more than 20 branches and a large number of members. It's the name Phantom, it sounds like a dark guild. After seeing several of Phantom's signature wizards and some accidents they caused, Rhodes' doubts were slightly dispelled. This guild is no worse than Fairy Tale in terms of its chaos. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, A Little Gossip. Chapter 31 A Little Gossip. After quickly flipping through 2 magazines, Rhodes took off his glasses and prepared to start today's physical training. I told you not to get under the bed. Rhodes lifted Worm's neck, and Worm's 4 legs hung down naturally, with a part of his tongue sticking out and his little horns drooping down, looking pitiful and asking for help. That's perfect. Rod put Worm down and went to the laundry room to get a basin of water and a rag. Worm sat obediently on the ground waiting for Rod to wipe his fur. However, Rod threw the rag to it and said, "You are all dirty anyway, so help me clean under the bed. It is inconvenient for me to do it." Worm. If you finish wiping it before I come back, I'll buy you some cookies tomorrow. See you later. Worm hesitantly lifted the rag with his little paws. Rod closed the door with a click and ran downstairs. The route was slightly different from yesterday. Since he already knew his limit, Rod controlled his turnaround position a little, figuring that he would run home just enough to tire himself out. When you first start running, you can also think about your future training plan and consider whether you should get a sandbag home to hit. By the second half, the only thought left was one more step, one more step. This kind of training was effective. At least Rhodes was becoming more and more skilled at applying cold compresses and trauma medicine to himself. When he dragged his legs, which felt like they were filled with lead, up the stairs holding onto the handrail, he saw a little grey dog squatting at the door. You really did wipe it, you deserve encouragement. Rhodes moved to the bed and threw himself onto it. His first thought was, it's over. I'm covered in sweat and I need to change the sheets. Worm looked at Rod with his tongue hanging out and thought for a while, then jumped onto a chair, then onto the table, and then jumped onto the bed holding the bottle of potion that Rod used yesterday. Thank you. Rhodes struggled to stand up, took the medicine bottle, and saw the grey mark left by Worm on the bed sheet at a glance. Worm felt guilty when he looked at him, so he took a few steps back and jumped off the bed, leaving a few more footprints. Okay, let me take you to take a bath first. The dawn in summer always came early. When Rod opened his eyes, it was already bright. Worm, who was originally sleeping beside the pillow, disappeared again as he had done before. Rhodes still hadn't figured out whether it was because his mana supply was cut off after he fell asleep, or because the summoned creature had a time limit. He got out of bed, put on his slippers and stretched. The soreness in his legs and the obvious increase in magic power in his body made him feel very at ease. Maybe it's because the base is too small, so as long as you work hard, you can easily see results. Ding, MP limit plus 10. Rhodes dubbed his silent gold finger. The increase in magic power was a happy thing, but what made him happier was the discovery he made when he tried to sense the condition of the river crab through the necklace after meditating last night. Rhodes not only saw the river crab diving into the water, but also saw an entire river channel, and another river crab. The other party was walking leisurely downstream of the river, as if on patrol. Rhodes felt that he could summon this river crab at any time as long as he wanted. Once the injured river crab recovers, I should be able to summon two at the same time. He felt his own magic power. Okay, he still needs to practice for a few more days. Rhodes washed up and went out. He greeted Goodman as usual and summoned Worm out. On the way, I didn't forget to buy a pack of biscuits for Worm. Funds decreased by 500J. Looking at Worm happily swallowing a biscuit with a roll of his tongue, Rhodes began to think about the feeding plan. If the poros in the game want to grow up, they need to eat poro delicacies. Although it looks like cookies, what ingredients are used to make it? Should I find more ingredients and let WYRM sort them out himself? That's a solution. While I was thinking, the guild had arrived. Rod did some cleaning as usual, and waited for Marcus, who had an appointment yesterday, to arrive before going to the backyard together. He had already inquired about Marcus's situation. He used sand magic and was good at defense, but not so good at offense. Overall strength. Myra politely commented that she was not as impressive as Urza, which was considered as giving Marcus face. Rhodes thought about it carefully and thought that what she meant might be that her strength was not very impressive in the entire guild. Then, Rhodes lost again. Although Marcus couldn't knock down the Rift Scuttler as cleanly as Natsu, he could still block the crab's charge. When the river crab hit the sand wall with a thud, several sand ropes entangled the river crab's legs, restricting its movement. It seems like it can only be used as a functional wild monster. Rhodes completely understood the positioning of the river crab. Marcus walked around the river crab and walked towards Rhodes. Do you want to continue fighting? Rhodes got ready and said, fight. You can't win in a fight. With only 2 fights under your belt, how can you compare to the fights that happen every now and then? Even for Marcus, who was not very powerful, it was easy for him to deal with Rhodes. It's just that Marcus was more particular about stopping at the right time, so he didn't leave any bruises or other scars on Rhodes. In Marcus' words, I don't want a friend I just met to not want to talk to me the next day. For someone like him who likes talking to people, the audience is very important. Rod thought that since Marcus liked it, he would chat with him for $10 before work. Whether it was to obtain more information or to correct his common language, Rhodes needed to communicate with others. A method to quickly increase magic power? There is no such thing. Magic power can only be increased through hard practice. Oh, by the way, as you get older, your magic power will naturally increase. Take me for example, I am 16 years old now, and in another 7 or 8 years, I will definitely become very strong. Hey, how old are you, Rod? I'm almost 19. Rhodes was stunned. How should he calculate his age and birthday in the future? 18 years old, then you are the same age as Urza, Myra, Bisksa, Arzuk, etc. Marcus thought for a moment, then patted Rhodes' shoulder comfortingly. Keep working hard. Not comforted at all. Speaking of which, Bisksa hasn't been learning magic for long, and now she can handle things on her own, so you don't have to worry at all. Just work hard. As Marcus spoke, Rhodes's eyes fell on the green-haired girl who was chatting with Urza. That was Bisksa. Although they had never greeted each other formally, Lakai had introduced her to Rhodes. Bisksa has a good relationship with Urza, and can also use dressing magic, but the weapons she changes into are various firearms. In addition, there is also enthusiastic popular science, gossip. From Myra, Bisksa learned the dress-up magic because she admired Urza, and she also liked Alzik, who was good at gun and bullet magic. According to Myra's observation, Arzik would occasionally stare at Bisksa's back in a daze, and she felt that these two people would be together sooner or later. Arzik. Rod looked for a while and found a handsome guy dressed like a cowboy not far from Bisksa. Rhodes discovered that his guild not only had many weirdos, but also quite a few handsome men and beautiful women. Some book friends said that the names and people don't match and they can't remember who is who, so I added some illustrations in the previous chapters, and I will try to add pictures in the later chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Ancient Stone Beetle. Chapter 32 Ancient Stone Beetle. Most of the time, Rhodes was most afraid of suddenly making eye contact with unfamiliar people. Because once your eyes meet, if you look away immediately, it seems impolite, but if you keep staring, it seems like a provocation. In this situation, Rhodes would be at a loss. Especially when after staring at each other for a few seconds, the other person put down his wine glass and walked towards him. Fortunately, the talkative Marcus was there. Arzuk, you are here. I was just talking about you. Speaking of me. Yeah, this is Rod, you know him, right? Arzuk nodded. The one that destroyed an entire forest. Marcus clapped his hands, that's right. Rhodes slammed the table and said, you are wrong. The two of them looked at him in confusion, as if asking why there was such a big reaction. Rhodes raised his hand, sorry, it was unintentional. The two were even more confused. Did something as trivial as slamming the table need to be explained? Rhodes didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath, formally introduced himself to Alzik, and then clarified the rumors about himself. He was just an unqualified wizard who had just learned magic for a few days. How could he have the ability to destroy a forest? The president told me that the forest became like that because of the rampage of beasts. There were rumors about strange birds, giant frogs, evil wolves, and flying dragons. Just hearing them it really feels like I did it myself. Rhodes fell into thought. Something is wrong. Rhodes thought about it carefully. When he heard about this, he seemed to have no idea that he could summon wild monsters. After knowing that I could summon wild monsters, I didn't think about it in detail. Now, these two things are connected. Could it be that after being attacked by that bear, the life and death crisis caused his magic to go out of control, calling all the monsters, big and small, here? The more I think about it, the more guilty I feel. If I really did it, then, how much compensation would I have to pay for destroying a large area of forest? The more Rhodes thought about it, the more guilty he felt. The other two had already changed the topic. Marcus complained that he was a bit bored lately and wondered if they should organize an event or something so that he, as the official host, could have something to do. How about a shooting competition? Alzik patted the pistol on his waist. Don't be ridiculous. Who can beat you and Bisksa in a shooting competition? Arzik suddenly panicked. Don't talk nonsense. What, Biska? The young man was indeed in good shape. Listening to Alzik's irrelevant answer, Rod felt a little bit of the joy of gossip. As the three of them chatted, Alzak became Rhodes' next opponent. In the next few days, Rhodes went through one practical training after another, sometimes one a day, sometimes 2 or 3 a day. Some of the opponents were those he found himself, while others were brought in by Marcus, who just wanted to satisfy his own desires and snatched the hosting and refereeing tasks from the president. Kana, who had just returned from a mission, also took over the president's gambling business. The guild's backyard was unusually lively for a while, and Rhodes and his opponents also repaired the wall several times. However, as the battles became more frequent, the novelty wore off and the number of onlookers gradually decreased. The main reason is that there is really no suspense about the outcome. Luo's current record is 19 wins and 19 losses. Today was another day of happy defeat. Rod sat on a round stool, leaned over the counter, and waited listlessly for the noon work time. Worm went to the tavern to eat and drink for a while, then ran back and hugged Rhodes' calf to try to comfort him. Myra brought a small plate of broad beans and placed it on the counter, beckoning Worm to come up for a snack. Then, while combing the white hair on Worm's back, he said, "We were almost able to beat Lidas today, weren't we? Lidas was too nice to hit me, and it was hard for me to throw a punch at him." Rhodes has always been grateful to Lidas. It was his painting magic that helped him quickly understand the current situation and eliminated a lot of uneasy feelings. But isn't painting magic too much of a cheat? Being able to draw anything makes my summoning magic seem stupid. Lidas drew a Kenyan scuttler today, and then used crabs to attack crabs. At the same time, he still had the energy to draw a poro to compete with Worm. Although the river crabs he drew were not very strong and would fall apart after 1 or 2 hits, he was able to draw many of them one after another. The 2 genuine river crabs happily returned to the Kenyan River under the attack of a large number of pirated river crabs, leaving Rhodes staring blankly. He thought he might be suffering from a phobia of lack of firepower. Myra smiled and said, "There are limits to what can be created by painting magic, and almost every action requires the practitioner to distract himself and control it. But the creatures summoned by summoning magic can act independently as long as they are given a specific target, right? This is your advantage. To some extent, Lidas's weakness is the same as yours. Attacking the caster himself is the most effective method. Moreover, because he had to distract himself from controlling the portrait, even if he was good at fighting, he would not be able to exert his full strength. So when you have a more powerful helper, or your fighting skills improve a little, you will soon be able to surpass Lidas." Like many of his companions in the guild, Rhodes had been unable to do anything but fail these days. But Myra noticed Rhodes' progress. The most direct manifestation was that she hadn't applied medicine to Rhodes for several days. Even when he was fighting Grey in a fairly intense close combat, he didn't suffer as severe bruises as when he faced Natsu. Although the possibility of Grey holding back more than Natsu could not be ruled out, Myra could see that Rhodes's parrying and attacking were much smoother than before, and his magic power should have increased a lot. Moreover, he became more and more adept at using the little tricks of magic defense. Rhodes was comforted. He found that although Myra said she couldn't fight, she knew much more than him. The way he talked about it was just like he was saying that professional players were bad at playing games. Of course, Rod is the keyboard warrior and Myra is Wang Yuan. Ah, I already have an idea of the next target to summon. It's to complain. Even if you lose 10 games in a row, you still have to have some emotions, let alone fighting. Fortunately, the friendly matches these days were not in vain, and the sweat shed was not in vain. When Rhodes was practicing summoning river crabs with Lidas today, he felt that the black fog somewhere in Summoner's Rift had disappeared, revealing a valley. The ground in the valley was flat, the rock walls were smooth, and there were patches of moss growing in the corners, giving it a cold and damp feeling. And in this small valley, 2 stones, one large and one small, stand quietly. Rhodes, who was familiar with the game, naturally knew what this was. The ancient stone beetle, commonly known as the stone monster, is a tough type as you can tell from its appearance. In fact, its attack power is quite good among all common wild monsters. Moreover, when the ancient stone beetle is broken into pieces, it will turn into a smaller stone beetle, and when it is broken into pieces again, it will turn into an even smaller mini stone beetle. But in today's competition with Lidas, Rhodes did not dare to try to summon. He only knew their information in the game, but didn't know the specific situation. He had to ask the president for help to check it first. It would be bad if someone disobeyed orders and hurt his companions. In this guild where recklessness prevails, Rhodes firmly warned himself not to cause any trouble for everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 3 Doors? Chapter 33 3 Doors. Rhodes threw a punch, but the opponent quickly dodged and raised his leg to do a side kick. Rhodes raised his arm to block it steadily, and the opponent's figure disappeared. Hearing a faint sound behind him, Rhodes quickly turned sideways, but his shoulder was rubbed. His upper body swayed slightly, but he immediately stood firm, turned around and punched back. Bang! The punch hit the opponent's real target, but he just crossed his left arm horizontally and his right arm vertically to form a cross to block the attack. That's a powerful punch. You're much stronger than they say. The other party took a half step back, then simply did 2 somersaults to create some distance again, and rubbed his forearm. Sarasuke, nicknamed Jet, wore a purple shirt, a wide-brimmed hat about a foot high, loose breeches, and a pair of long boots for running. He is a member of Levi's Lane Engine team. The 3 of them have not gone out to work since they returned from the last mission. They play and laugh with their companions in the guild every day. I don't know if it's because he's interested in the rumor that Rhodes is going to fight everyone in the guild, or because Libby has been accompanying Rhodes to learn foreign languages recently, which makes him a little unhappy. Anyway, Jeter took the initiative to ask to be on the reservation list to play against Rod, and the same goes for Troy on the same team. The 2 had been fighting with fists and feet for several minutes. This was the first opponent that Rhodes had encountered so far who was equally skilled in boxing and kicking. He didn't know whether he had become stronger or his opponent had become weaker, but he didn't suffer any loss today. You are amazing too. Your movements are so agile. It's just that the power is a little lacking. This cannot be said out loud. Rhodes silently warned himself not to be too proud. Jeter. If you can't win, just give up and let me take over. Troy cheered for Jet loudly. Libby also thinks that I can win. Jet turned around and yelled, "Shut up, Troy. Lei supports me more than Ming Ming." Libby sighed and whispered, "I never said that. But Rod has improved so fast that he can now be on par with Jeter." After yelling at his best friend, Jeter pressed down the brim of his hat, smiled at Rhodes, and then struck a starting pose. "Next I'm going to show you my magic. I'm the fastest man in the guild. That's why I'm called Jet. Divine feat." Jet flew out like a feather arrow. Rhodes had just seen him start when he heard the sound of wind in his ears. That was the sound of the wind caused by Jet running past him. Jet did not rush to attack, but ran around Rod. The sound of wind and footsteps made it difficult for Rhodes to catch sight of Jet. Judging from his rough observation, the sprinting speed of the river crab should be similar to that of Jet, but the river crab can sprint and stop suddenly, but it cannot turn as flexibly as Jet and run in such a small circle. In this situation, Rod couldn't help but think of the scene in the next studio where Xiao Li ran around Gara. He really wanted to stretch his legs and trip someone up. However, before Rod could make any move, Jet had already flashed back to his original position. He stretched his legs left and right and moved his neck. Warm-up is over. I remember you have a very fast crab, right? Why don't you call it out? No, it's not the Kenyan swift crab that's going to appear today. Rod held the pendant, and the magic power in his body surged. I am the one who connects the two worlds. You, the creatures of Summoner's Rift, respond to my call and pass through the door. Ancient Stone Beetle. Beetles. Troy, who was about to continue to encourage Jet, shuddered. Are you going to summon a large group of bugs? That would be too scary. If they were really a bunch of bugs, he even wanted to hide behind Libby. The pendant in Rhodes' hand emitted a blue light, and the ground beneath his feet shook slightly. Then 2 stone beetles broke out of the ground and blocked his way. The big one was more than 2 meters tall, with 4 thick legs like stone pillars, a giant pincer-like mouth in front of its body, and a crack like a rock crevice on its back. The smaller one is almost the same size as the big one, but is only about 1.56 meters tall. When the 2 stone beetles are still, they look like 2 stones, one big and one small. Once they move, the cracks on their backs flash blue light. Ka ka ka. The beetle's mouth opened and closed gently, waiting for its master to issue a command. Rod once again checked the magic power consumption in his body, the same as when he first summoned the president yesterday, probably enough magic power to summon 3 Kenyan swift crabs. However, perhaps because he was more skilled than yesterday, the consumption was slightly reduced, about the amount of 1 poro, which was better than nothing. Are these beetles? Troy was no longer afraid of them, but soon he developed another kind of fear. Looks very strong. Jet felt the pressure as he faced these 2 big guys head-on. The main reason is that this stone-like appearance makes it look very hard. Jet is not a wizard who is known for his destructive power. In that case, I can only bypass them and attack you directly. Jet jumped up and rushed out in an instant. Rhodes was also very decisive. He bent down, turned around, and hid behind the inside of the ancient stone beetle's hind legs. Secret technique, King Chin circling the pillar. The ancient stone beetle's pillar-like thick legs and hard abdomen gave Rhodes a good sense of security. He is just a little short, but at this moment it is an advantage. This way, if Jet wants to get in and hit him, he has to crouch down, and his speed will inevitably be affected. Sure enough, after Jet bypassed the stone beetle, he suddenly braked. Hey, you are too shameless. Rod disagreed. Defensive summons are used like this. Urza didn't take off her armor when she attacked me. Jet wants to ask, does it matter whether Urza wears armor or not? But after thinking about it, he couldn't not let Rhodes defend himself. Okay, then try this move, Falcon Flying. Jet's figure drew a beautiful arc in the yard, and he raised his leg and kicked the ancient stone beetle's leg hard. Rhodes could feel that the pillar he was leaning on shook a little, and the ancient stone beetle's head tilted up slightly, as if it was in pain. Stone beetle! Rhodes shouted, and the smaller stone beetle next to him turned around and rushed towards Jet. It's hard, but it works. Jet dodged swiftly, and after pulling away for a distance, he rushed forward again, super high-speed impact. Isn't this Tishan KO? Rhodes stole a glance at Jet's posture and quickly hid from the front. Boom! Jet's shoulder hit the ancient stone beetle's hind legs, causing the ancient stone beetle to stagger and almost fall. Without waiting for the stone beetle to attack, Jet immediately ran away. It's a headache. I can't defeat it even like this. Rod poked his head out from under the cover of the ancient stone beetle. If you stop, I'm going to attack. Jetter smiled confidently, that bulky guy can't keep up with my speed. To deal with high-speed people, of course you have to use a little bit of tactics. Rhodes held the pendant and recited a short chant, and the Kenyan swift crab appeared. I can actually summon two monsters at the same time. Lay-by knew something about celestial magic. Celestial wizards who could open two doors at the same time were quite rare. Rhodes' summoning magic, which was similar to celestial magic, should be equally difficult. What's more, if the Poro next to him is counted, Rhodes is now maintaining 3 doors at the same time. Even if Poro is an ornamental creature, this is already too powerful to be described. The big one is called Ancient Stone Beetle, and the small one is called Stone Beetle. The stone beetles were killed and turned into smaller ones, called mini stone beetles. If the mini stone beetle is killed again, it will be gone. Recently, the appearance and features of the game seem to have been revised, so I won't care about it. Just follow what I wrote. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Winner. Chapter 34 Winner. Use those stone monsters to defend, and then use this weird crab to chase me. Jetter didn't pay attention to so many details. He was still confident. If you can do it, come and give it a try. It's not that simple. Rhodes patted the large stone beetle's legs. Ancient stone beetle, crack. Click. At Rhodes' command, the crack on the ancient stone beetle's back flashed with blue light and it automatically split into 2 halves. When it landed on the ground, it had turned into 2 stone beetles. This is different from the game. The stone beetle can actively split. 3 almost identical stone beetles lined up in front of Rhodes, and the river crab was in front of them, staring at Jet. Will it split? If it's 5-1. Jet was stunned. From his angle, he could only see Rod's head. No matter how many there are, our speed won't get faster. I will never lose in speed. Don't worry, I can't hold on for too long in this state. Rhodes jumped onto the back of a stone beetle and felt the speed at which his magic power was consumed. If I can't catch you within 5 minutes, I lose. Rhodes pointed forward. Kenyan swift crab, charge. The swift crab rushed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages. Then, Rhodes took a deep breath and said, Stone beetle, escape. The 3 stone beetles raised their front legs, arched their heads downward, and opened and closed their giant pincer-like mouth parts as they simultaneously burrowed into the ground. Even Rhodes was taken along. Don't even think about catching up with me. Jet dodged the attack from the river crab with great vigor, and when he turned around, Rhodes was gone. At this moment, the ground shook slightly, and the soft soil was turned over from the bottom. Jet exerted force with his feet and jumped out subconsciously. A stone beetle broke out of the ground, but found nothing. But a second stone beetle emerged from under Jet in the air. Jetter twisted his waist, turned over and kicked. Eagle pounce. Oops. Jet's face changed, because at this moment the third stone beetle came out with Rhodes on its back, and its mouth opened and closed, firmly clamping Jet's waist in one hand. Rod swung his fist and stopped at the tip of Jetter's nose. After a moment, he smiled and said, How is it? Jet struggled for a few times, but it was hard to exert force when being clamped like this. He said in annoyance, I lost to you. The stone beetle let go of Jet, and its body and the river crab became illusory and finally disappeared. Rhodes had already jumped down, and was extremely happy in his heart, but in order to take care of Jet's mood, he had to try hard to control himself and only showed a normal smile. Thank you for coming to practice with me. Rhodes held out his hand. Companions should help each other. Jet also stretched out his hand, but did not shake it. Instead, he snapped open Rhodes' palm, clenched his right fist, and faced the back of his hand towards Rhodes. The handshake is too serious. I don't like it. Rod followed his example and raised his hand to bump fists with Jet, then laughed with him. He seemed to like this guild more and more. Oh! Marcus emerged with a cloud of dust, holding the microphone in his hand, and shouted excitedly. The winner is Rhodes. After days of defeat, Rhodes won his first victory since joining the guild. Let us congratulate Rhodes. He who used summoning magic to summon powerful monsters. Rhodes. There was a cheer from the crowd, many of whom had watched the battle between Rhodes and Urza. They admired Rhodes' determination to fight again and again despite repeated defeats, but they still hoped that he could win once. Although the time span was less than half a month, they felt a sense of joy that their children who had grown up in their care had finally achieved success in their careers. Myra also joined in the cheering, but after raising her fist and shouting, she just stood there and smiled quietly. The red dress makes her stand out in the crowd. Well done, Rhodes! Kana shouted loudly. She held the bottle in her right hand and waved the banknotes in her left hand, shouting at Rhodes. I'll buy you a drink later. And you don't need to find anyone tomorrow, I'll come and keep you company. Today, except for Myra who encouraged Rhodes to win, everyone who participated in the bet was betting on Jet. So Kana made a lot of money, and she didn't have to worry about drinking money for a long time. However, Rhodes felt awkward. Although he knew she meant to practice fighting with him, Kana's outfit, the drunken look on her face, the money in her hand, combined with that sentence made it easy for him to imagine something else. However, after the cheers came the condemnation. A group of people who lost the bet, including two uncle-level figures, Macau and Wakaba, began to complain in a venting manner whether Jet had deliberately let them win and caused them to lose money. Jet decisively started arguing with them, and as expected, the argument soon turned into a melee. Rhodes turned his head to avoid a shoe thrown by someone, caught an innocent poro that was thrown as a weapon, and decisively moved away from them. We don't have much magic power left. We'll be at a disadvantage in a fight. Let's retreat. Woo! Worm's eyes turned into mosquito coils and he responded dazedly. The president watched the fight with a smile on his face. He was very happy with Rhodes' progress and was also pleased that the children had such a good relationship. Besides, it's rare to play in the yard instead of in the house, so you don't have to worry about breaking things. Boom! Macao smashed through the window and flew into the guild hall. The president kept smiling, and a vein popped out on his head. Damn Wakaba! Macao crashed out of the window again with purple flames. Rhodes didn't understand why he and Wakaba started fighting. The two were in the same group just now. However, he held Worm and hid further away, and even wanted to summon the stone beetle again to block it. Because the battle has begun to escalate, Wakaba spewed out fists made of smoke, Kana took out a few cards, and Elfman's arms turned into beast claws. Macau, don't even think about running away. Several figures rushed out from the hall, widening the holes in the window. Their wine table had just been knocked over by Macau. The president's smile gradually disappeared, and the veins on his forehead turned into a tic-tac-toe pattern. I smell a fight. Natsu, who had just returned from a mission, rushed to the backyard without even putting down his luggage. Thanks to him, the unfortunate window has been connected to the window next to it. I'm coming too. Fire dragons! The guild leader finally couldn't stand it anymore. His body quickly expanded, and a huge shadow covered the entire battlefield. Go through the door properly. Don't destroy the guild. Before Natsu could even shout out Iron Fist, he was kicked to the ground by the president, and the guys who were fighting were slapped to the ground by the president with 2 slaps. Ah, it's like this again. Myra laughed softly behind the president, as if her own brother was not among the people who were knocked to the ground. Rhodes hugged Worm and trembled. Speaking of destroying the guild, when he summoned the river crab, he also demolished the courtyard wall. Thank you, President, for not hitting me with the Tathagata palm. I am so grateful. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Fighting and Progress. Chapter 35, Fighting and Progress. Myra reminded with a smile, Mr. Rhodes who wants to prostrate himself, it's time to go to work. Rhodes nodded, okay, I get it. The word prostrated is wrong. Myra said, it seems that not only magic has improved, but also the common language. Because you and Lucky often correct me, and Levi and Marcus help a lot. Rhodes paused, because the 4 people he mentioned, except Myra, were now lying in the yard. Are they okay? It's okay, it's okay. You'll be refreshed soon. Myra walked towards the hall. Let's go clean up inside first. Rhodes followed, looking back every few steps. Just as Myra said, the companions who were beaten into the yard by the president quickly got up and dusted themselves off. When Lakai was about to use magic to repair the wall, she was stopped by the president. Tell Makeo and Natsu to fix the walls and windows. No magic allowed. Lacey provided a pile of wood, gave Natsu and the others a helpless look, and then only repaired the broken tables and chairs in the guild. The president was only angry for a moment. A few minutes later, Makeo and Wakaba, who were repairing the wall, started fighting again, but he turned a blind eye. Everyone was doing their own thing, except for Natsu, who, after hearing about the recent battle, shouted that he wanted to fight with Rhodes again. Rhodes happily agreed, wanting to see how well he could fight against Natsu now. After a busy lunch, it was lunch time, which Rhodes looked forward to most every day. Today's dishes seemed to be particularly rich. In addition to the 2 plates of vegetarian dishes brought by Rhodes, Myra and Lakai each brought 2 plates of large dishes. The raw marinated prawns, with their heads facing inwards and their bodies facing outwards, are neatly spread out around the edge of the plate, eye-catching. Raw pickled crab roe. The crab roe after pickling is different from the one cooked directly by steaming. It is red and looks like it has solidified. The crab roe and crab meat lie quietly in the opened crab shell, making people salivate. Seafood omelette. A whole omelette covers the large round plate, with a circle of clam meat neatly arranged on the edge, other shellfish meat piled in the middle, and green leeks can be seen underneath. The various ingredients are perfectly blended together by the omelette, like a blooming sunflower. The last one is the crab roe and shrimp casserole porridge. As soon as you open the lid, the fresh aroma hits your nose, making you salivate. Worm lay on the edge of the table with his eyes wide open. He was a polite Poro and would not move unless given permission. At best, he stuck out his tongue and drooled pitifully. Rhodes was almost unable to control his cravings. Is today's theme seafood? Why is it so rich? Lakai said, because Sister Myra said she wanted to celebrate for you, she specially asked Mr. Cook to make his specialty. Mr. Cook is the head chef of the guild's kitchen. It is said that he has been working here for more than 20 years. Almost every delicacy that Rhodes has eaten here is his work. This is too disrespectful. Rhodes' eyes were already fixed on the delicious food on the table, and he couldn't look away. Is it excuse me? Myra went to fetch 3 more glasses of azure blue wine, put them down and sat down, 3 glasses of blue starry sky, Kana's treat. Rhodes and Lacey looked at the table next to them. Kana was sitting on the table, holding a wine barrel and leaning sideways to signal them to raise the barrel. The 3 of them raised their glasses together to signal Kana, then clinked their glasses and each took a sip. Sweet. Rhodes tasted it carefully. Compared with food, he didn't know much about wine. The taste felt a bit like Rio, but smoother and more alcoholic. Myra said, "This is wine from the neighboring country Bosco. It's a bit expensive due to transportation and tariff issues, but it tastes good. The downside is that the alcohol content is too low, which is not to Kana's taste. It's fine as long as you like it. It's delicious, thank you." Rhodes put down his wine glass and began to taste today's delicious food. First up are the raw marinated prawns. The shrimp meat is so glutinous that it even feels a little sticky to your teeth. The taste is very different from steamed shrimps. Its natural sweetness becomes more obvious against the backdrop of the marinade, and the overall taste is fresh but not fishy, and very delicious. The other dishes also have their own characteristics. With every bite, you can even feel the passion that the chef puts into his work. Rod savored every dish carefully and praised it highly. I think Mr. Cook will like you very much. Myra smiled. There were many people in the guild who liked to eat, but Rhodes was the only one who could talk about it and appreciate it so well. Haha. Rhodes said embarrassedly, actually. I think Mr. Cook is too serious. I don't dare to speak when I look at his face. That's because Mr. Cook takes everything related to cooking very seriously. And Myra thought of the past and said with some nostalgia. When Happy was still little, he once dragged Natsu to the kitchen to find fish to eat, but he accidentally knocked over the seasoning jar and ruined a lot of ingredients. As a result, Mr. Cook chased them for 3 blocks with a knife and beat up Naz. From then on, Naz and Happy never dared to enter the kitchen again, and Mr. Cook also developed the habit of staring seriously at everyone who entered the kitchen. So that's how it is. Rhodes nodded heavily, worthy of being the chef of fairy tale. Next time, I must be extra careful when going to the kitchen, and communicate through the food delivery counter unless necessary. Lakai looked at Myra and felt a little happy. Sister Myra actually took the initiative to bring up what happened at that time. Maybe she has gotten over it a little bit, right? Natsu wasn't the only one who accompanied Happy to find fish and was chased for several blocks. In the afternoon, Rod fought with Natsu again. I should have looked for Kana, but she drank too much and could hardly stand. She was hugging the wine barrel and talking in her sleep. Natsu's destructive power is much stronger than Jet's. One move of Fire Dragon's Iron Fist can break one of the legs of a stone beetle. The move Roar of the Fire Dragon can blow the ancient stone beetle backwards, or even split it twice. That is to say, after burrowing into the ground. Breaking out of the ground and launching a surprise attack can cause some trouble to Natsu. But unlike Jet, who was clamped and unable to exert force, Natsu's whole body would be on fire, and the powerful heat would directly send the stone beetle away. Such an obvious contrast made it difficult for Rhodes to determine the stone beetle's defensive power for a moment. Is this strong or not? Natsu's breath should be a very powerful magic, right? In this battle, Rhodes achieved unprecedented results. Relying on the advantage in numbers, he made Natsu lose his balance and almost fell. It was a pity that before he could chase her, he reacted, supported himself on the ground, turned over, and caught the fire dragon's hook to successfully resolve the crisis. In close combat, Rhodes was no longer powerless. He fought with Natsu for several rounds before turning into a tough guy fight with each other again. This thrilling fist-to-flesh fight moved Elfman to tears and he almost joined the battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Is Kana so strong? Chapter 36 Is Kana so strong? Ha! Hee hee! Ha! Rhodes punched the sandbag in front of him again and again, his naked upper body reflecting a faint light because of the sweat. This is a new evening training program. He spent a huge amount of money to buy the sandbag a few days ago. He always felt that this could help him become more self-disciplined. Because the money has been spent, I will feel very sorry and sad if I don't use it well. After fighting for half an hour, Rhodes stopped panting, wiped the sweat from his face, and gently rubbed and patted his sore arms. Rhodes waited until his breathing and heartbeat had almost calmed down before he went to take a shower. Before coming out of the bathroom, he flexed his arms in front of the mirror. Looks like it's gotten a little stronger, right? He bent down and patted his calves. Compared to the chubby ones that shook every time he patted them before, they were now much firmer. Snoring. Worm gave him an affirmative answer. That's good, let's start studying. Rhodes returned to the bedroom and sat at the table. He opened a magazine and notebook and began to write and draw. He had already roughly read through more than 60 magazines with Feng Yang's glasses and now divided them into 2 piles. There are more than 20 books in a stack, including Myra's photo, Not Really, which contains some relatively important information. The other pile of more than 30 books only contains general information. What Rhodes is doing now is to organize some useful information, such as major guilds, famous wizards, famous cities, etc. He would also record any special magic that caused trouble mentioned in the news. He wants to understand this world as much as possible and adapt to it to avoid getting into trouble in the future due to some common sense mistakes. In addition, there are many magics in this world that can kill you at first sight. People who don't know about them can easily fall into them, but they can be easily cracked after understanding them. For example, the charm magic that was banned by the council a few years ago. To be honest, after knowing the effects of charm magic, I kind of want to learn it. Red Sky Polo was expelled from the regular guild Giant's Nose for stealing. He has been roaming around the border between the Kingdom of Fiori and the Kingdom of Bosco, occasionally committing crimes. Rod wrote down the information about this dangerous man, closed his notebook, and began his meditation practice today. The president said that if you want to become stronger, you have to work hard on the ground. Even the most powerful magic needs corresponding magic power to support it. Myra rarely warned him in a very serious manner that he should never aim too high, otherwise he would not only hurt himself but also affect his companions. Rhodes is a person who listens to advice, especially in areas that he doesn't know much about. So he just worked hard to accumulate magic power and strengthen his body every day, and he was even cautious when using his mental power to explore the Summoner's Rift covered by black fog. It would be fine if the beast herd ran wild only happened in the forest, but if it happened in the city, Rhodes felt like he could be imprisoned on July 7th. The weather was sunny. Today's opponent was Kana, and Rhodes felt that he could handle it. Kana, as usual, had just finished drinking from a large bucket of wine in the morning. Makeo, who was sitting next to her, was one of her drinking buddies. Kana, are you getting more and more drunk? Gulp gulp, ha. Kana wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Makeo. What do you care? You're drinking too. Makeo spread his hands. I'm not trying to control it, but I think it's better for girls to drink less. What a nagging question. I won money yesterday, so of course I have to drink to my heart's content today. Kana complained and picked up the wine barrel again, but she drank a little slower. Young people nowadays. Macau said in the tone of an old uncle. After taking a few sips amid Makeo's sigh, Kana put down the barrel with a thump and said, Rod, are you ready? Right away. As a good worker, Rhodes had to finish his work first. Don't get drunk again. It's still early. Because she often gets drunk, Kana is very aware of her alcohol tolerance, and drinking a bucket in the morning is just an appetizer. Myra roughly calculated that Kana alone accounted for more than 20% of the guild's alcohol consumption. In other words, a considerable portion of Rhodes' current salary could be attributed to Kana. After Rhodes finished the cleaning work at hand, the two went to the backyard to prepare for the duel. Of course there were people watching the fun, but not as many as usual. Rhodes summoned the river crab as usual to test it out. Just to be sure, Kana said, pulling out 3 playing card-sized cards from the bag on her waist. Will this guy die? Rhodes said, don't worry, it will be repatriated if it is injured to a certain extent, and it will recover tomorrow. Moreover, compared to poros, river crabs, and stone beetles seem to lack spirituality. Then I won't be polite. Kana showed a confident expression, and the card in her hand flashed with golden light. Is this still the drunkard? Rhodes found that once Kana got serious, her aura changed a little. He even had the illusion that he was facing Urza. The river crab charged forward, and Kana shot out 3 cards in her hand, accurately hitting the top of the river crab's head. 3 cards exploded, and in the flash of golden light, the river crab was sent back. This power. A bit unexpectedly, Rhodes immediately summoned the ancient stone beetle. Kana threw out 2 cards, one turned into flames and the other turned into a strong wind. The ancient stone beetle was hit by these 2 magics and instantly split into 2 stone beetles. This is not over yet. Kana shot out 3 more cards, and 3 golden lightning bolts struck the heads of the 3 stone beetles. Light, fire, wind, lightning. Rhodes' eyes were filled with cool special effects. He now understood the meaning of an all-round magician. When the 3 stone beetles were hit and split into 6 mini stone beetles, Kana casually shot out 6 more cards. 6 explosions were heard, and the stone beetles were also sent back. Kana flexed her wrists and said with a smile, "Okay, the next close combat is the key point, right?" Rhodes nodded. Although he could still summon another river crab, or a stone beetle alone, there was no need. This should be considered a tactical mistake. Next time when I encounter enemies, I must let the stone beetles burrow into the ground as soon as they come up. A few minutes later, Rod was lying on the ground questioning his life. This speed, this strength, is Kana so strong? Of course, Kana is very strong. Facing Rhodes' question, Myra answered. She has been listed as an S-class wizard candidate for 3 consecutive years, but unfortunately she lacks luck every time she takes the exam. Like meeting Urza during the exam, meeting Mr. Gang, and so on. S-rank candidate. Rode thought about Urza's pressure and Miss Gang's powerful sleep magic. I felt much better all of a sudden. It's not shameful for a newbie to lose to Kana. Kana must be very sad, right? Rhodes glanced at Kana, who had changed to a small cup of wine. Even people who seem so bold on the surface have their own troubles in their hearts. Mistogon Elsa. Marajana Maraja. Lucky, Lucky. When translating the names of Japanese comic characters, there are always various versions. Please understand. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Why Are You Protecting Me? Chapter 37 Why Are You Protecting Me? Kana's fighting skills are different from those of Natsu and others, with more emphasis on grappling and wrestling. I don't know if her exaggerated strength is the result of lifting wine barrels every day. Also, during the fight, Rhodes noticed that Kana raised her hands twice to poke a ward and raised her legs once to kick him in the crotch, but fortunately she stopped in time. But Rhodes still broke out in a cold sweat. He had to think carefully about how to deal with this kind of move in the future. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Rhodes took advantage of his free time to review the battle process and silently raised Kana's danger level by 1 level. Kana shook the empty barrel of beer she had finished drinking. Rod, a glass of beer. Okay. Rhodes went to the corner and picked up a wine barrel, then paused. Kana? Did you say a cup or a barrel? 1 cup, just 1 cup. Why are you so nagging? Kana glanced at Makeo, who was arguing with Wakaba about parenting experience. Rhodes poured Kana a glass of wine in confusion, and then saw that Kana's drinking speed slowed down. It was as if he really couldn't help himself and took a sip to satisfy his craving. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you still want to fight? You can keep fighting. Rhodes didn't mind getting more experience. I just think there's something wrong with you. I think so too. Myra smelled the scent of gossip and suddenly said, could it be that Kana has a boyfriend? How is that possible? Kana denied it flatly. She raised her wine glass and said, wine is my boyfriend. That means there's someone you like, but you don't have the courage to confess. The boy who has been in contact with Kana more recently, let me guess. Myra was particularly excited about this kind of thing, and she immediately locked her target on the person next to her. It's Rhodes. Kana, you must have been moved by Rhodes' indomitable spirit, and then you were fascinated by his masculinity in today's battle. Kana breathed a sigh of relief. She was relieved to see that Myra was still messing around with other girls as usual. Last month, Myra said that Wakaba had a crush on Lakai. Nonsense, that guy obviously likes every pretty and gentle girl equally. Mature guild members knew that any gossip coming out of Myra's mouth should be ignored before being questioned. Rhodes was not mature enough, and he immediately denied it when she said it. Although I am happy to be praised by you, Myra, my manliness today has been smashed to the ground by Kana's shoulder throw. He looked at Kana's crossed legs as she sat sideways at the bar, and was almost completely kicked off by Kana's high-heeled sandals. If it wasn't Rhodes, who else could it be? Myra thought, did Loki attack you? Does he have the guts? Kana sneered, besides, I don't like that kind of thing. Why are you talking about such a boring topic? Kana picked up her wine glass and strode away. She paused halfway, then took smaller steps and finally sat down at the table with Maka Oakaba and her two drinking buddies. Myra pinched her chin and guessed, could it be Makao? You're getting more and more outrageous, Miss Mila. Rhodes admired her imagination. Makao is almost 20 years older than him, right? That's hard to say. Myra smiled and finally ended the topic. By the way, will you accompany me to go shopping this afternoon? Okay. Rhodes didn't hesitate, but asked in confusion, isn't Mr. Cook in charge of purchasing? He seems to like to select the ingredients himself. Because Mr. Cook and his grandson have an appointment to go boating and fishing this afternoon, so I have to ask you to do it. Myra said, he has made a list, we just have to choose carefully. Mr. Cook is extremely serious about cooking, but he can relax his principles in choosing ingredients for the sake of his grandson. I should say he is a pretty good grandfather. No problem, leave the carrying of the bags to me. Rhodes had a clear idea of his position. He knew that such a difficult task as selecting ingredients would definitely not be his responsibility. Miss Myra, are you going out? Yes, I have some things to buy. Good afternoon, Miss Myra. Good afternoon. Ms. Myra, will you appear in the next issue of Wizard Weekly? I'm sorry, I haven't taken any magazine jobs lately. After leaving the guild and passing through the residential area, Rhodes immediately realized how popular Myra was. Almost everyone who recognized her greeted her with a smile, some simply said a greeting, and some took the opportunity to ask a question or two. You're so popular. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Myra sighed with a chuckle, it can be a bit troubling sometimes. Yes, Miss Myra Jane Strauss, the big star, would you consider wearing sunglasses and a mask next time you go out to stand out from the crowd? As they became more familiar with each other, Rhodes spoke to her more and more casually. Good idea. Myra clapped her hands gently, but if I want to stand out from the crowd, I can try to transform into your appearance, just your head. Please spare me. I don't want to go to Sosura under the name of Fairy Tales Transvestite Wizard yet. Rhodes admitted defeat, and he found that Myra no longer directly corrected his word choice mistakes. Myra smiled, and stepped onto the stone arch bridge side by side with Rhodes and walked to the other side of the river. She pointed ahead. The next intersection is the shopping street. Has Rhodes been here before? Rhodes shook his head, not yet. My current range of activities is basically on the other side of the river. I buy things in the shops near the guild. Hey? You've been here for almost a month, haven't you taken a look around the city? Myra asked, so what do you do after get off work? Physical training, magic practice, meditation, reading, magazines. Rhodes thought about it and realized that everything he had done these days was for survival and better survival. The only thing that could be considered leisure was playing music on the phonograph while doing laundry. Even reading magazines is to understand the world and gather information. Myra asked, won't it be hard? It's okay. Learning magic is a very interesting thing in itself. Rhodes said. And only by practicing hard can I feel at ease, and have the ability to repay that huge debt. Ah, the debt problem is indeed a headache. Myra said, but don't be too stressed, the president rarely lacks money. The more this happens, the more I want to pay it back quickly. The president has taken so much care of me. Rhodes was helpless. Oftentimes, the pressure came from his conscience. This seems to be internal friction. Myra smiled but said nothing. The president treated Rhodes and other members as his own children. But Rhodes didn't seem to realize it or adapt to it yet. "Get out of the way. Don't block the road." The two of them walked into the shopping street while talking, but after just a few steps, someone rushed towards them. "Get out of the way. Stop interfering." The man was holding a women's handbag in one hand and a short knife in the other, threatening others to give way. Someone behind me was shouting, "Catch him," and "Bag snatcher," and so on. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Myra frowned slightly, raised one arm, and protected Rhodes behind her. "Rhodes, sis, you said you're not good at fighting, so why are you protecting me?" End of this chapter. Chapter 38 She. Chapter 38 She. Rhodes naturally didn't want to let Myra face danger. He pressed down Myra's arm and led her to the side of the road. Myra seemed stunned for a moment, then obediently retreated to the side of the road. Rod stood alone in the middle of the road, raised his leg and kicked the bag snatcher's wrist, causing the dagger to fly out of his hand into the air. "Hateful." Before the bag snatcher could finish his words, Rhodes had already grabbed the man's wrist, then turned his body to the side and pushed hard with his shoulder, a shoulder throw taught by Kana. With a dull thud, the bag snatcher's body hit the ground heavily, and the bag in his hand was thrown out. Without even raising his head, Rhodes gently stretched out his right hand to the side and just caught the handle of the falling dagger. Success in being cool. Rhodes was quite satisfied with his performance, except for a minor problem in the following steps. Originally, he planned to catch the dagger, squat down and stick it into the bag snatcher's ear to scare him, but he overlooked some small problems. First of all, the ground in the commercial street is paved with blue stone, not the land like that in the guild. Secondly, this bag snatcher is an ordinary person, and his body is not as strong as that of a wizard. Rhodes used this move based on the strength of his fight with his companion. This time, he knocked the man to the ground, causing him to cough up blood, roll his eyes and faint. There was no need to threaten him anymore. Maybe I was too harsh, it was unintentional." Rhodes squatted down guiltily to check. The patient was still breathing, but his arm might be broken. "It's okay. Robbery with a knife is a serious crime. We can just hand it over to the sheriff later." Myra picked up the bag on the ground and said, "Let's wait for the owner for a while." Some pedestrians nearby had already gone to find the sheriff, and the person who had been shouting from behind also ran over. "Isn't that Miss Myra? It's a wizard from Fairy Tale." Soon someone recognized Myra and saw the guild emblem that Rhodes' short sleeves could not completely cover. Someone went to check the bag snatcher's injuries, but after telling the story, not only did no one sympathize with him, some people even looked regretful. After being beaten up by the fairy tale wizard, he only fainted and had a broken arm. "This guy is so lucky." Rhodes listened to their praises and strange discussions, and looked at Myra with some doubt. "Have I brought shame to Fairy Tale?" "That's not the case." Myra smiled, "That was very cool just now. And the guild's reputation remains the same as before, they are all good people, but sometimes they don't know how to behave." The owner was a plump middle-aged lady with a permed hairstyle that looked a bit old-fashioned and with blush on. Myra handed over the bag. "Please check if there is anything missing." "Thank you for your help. There is something important in the bag." The aunt was slightly stunned after seeing Myra's face, and then saw Rhodes' emblem. "You are the one. What a coincidence, my husband is also a member of your guild, his name is Wakaba." The auntie pointed at her forehead with her hand and said, "The one with the hair like this, the old smoker. So you are Mr. Wakaba's wife." "My name is Myra Jane, and this is Rod." Myra spoke to the aunt naturally. "I often hear him talk about you and your daughter. His life would be a mess without you." "Really? Did he say that?" The aunt was happy but a little embarrassed. "He knew it was like that." Yes, Mr. Wakaba did mention you a lot." Rhodes laughed dryly. "It is mentioned quite a lot, but most of the time it is just complaining. He found that Myra was quite good at talking. The first half of the sentence, I often heard him mention, was true, and the second half, if not, was her speculation. However, when put together, it caused a subtle misunderstanding. Moreover, even if the aunt asked about this kind of thing when she got home, Wakaba would not be stupid enough to clarify it specifically. Then the aunt asked some questions such as whether Wakaba stared at the waitresses in the guild every day with a lustful look or flicked ashes around. Myra answered one by one with a smile, and it was as if she hadn't answered at all after she finished answering. Even though she is a sinister person, she would not say anything that might affect the harmony of other people's families. Rhodes silently studied the art of speaking for a while, and the sheriff in a brown uniform hurried over with a team. Wakaba's wife explained the situation to them and confirmed that Rod was acting bravely. The sheriff checked the bag snatcher's injuries and confirmed that he was not dead, so he had him carried away and took away the dagger as evidence. As Myra said, armed robbery is a serious crime in this country. Not only was Rhodes not held accountable, he was also thanked. Magnolia reputation +10. The matter was quickly resolved and the aunt said goodbye to Myra, her old sister who was very easy to talk to. By the way, this is for you, just consider it a small token of gratitude. The aunt stuffed 2 bills into Rhodes' hands. She looked at Myra, then at Rhodes, blinked, and whispered, "Young man, keep working hard." "Ah? Rhodes took a look at the ticket, Honey Dessert House new store invitation ticket, and before he could refuse, the aunt had already walked away. What did she say? A gift for us. Rhodes thought for a moment and handed both to her. Do you like dessert? It's only opening next month. Myra took one and shook it. Let's go try it together then. Okay. Next month is just over a week away. Dessert, Rhodes was a little looking forward to it. Well, it's time to get down to business. Myra put away the invitation card, took out the shopping list, and opened it to reveal a long piece of paper. Rhodes leaned over to take a look, then held his pendant tightly, deciding to let the crab carry it back later. The prosperity of the shopping street was somewhat different from what Rhodes had imagined. Compared with the high-rise buildings and the hustle and bustle of traffic before the time travel, this place should be considered a form between a city commercial street and a country market. There were quite a few pedestrians coming and going, and the sounds of hawking could be heard one after another. There were both large-scale shops and simple stalls along the street. Considering that this is a city or town with a permanent population of only 6, such a shopping street should be considered very good. Myra carefully selects high-quality fruits, vegetables, and meat, and skillfully bargains with shopkeepers with different personalities in her pleasant voice. Rhodes followed closely, taking a food bag from time to time, watching Myra select ingredients, and looking at the surrounding environment. Some rotten vegetable leaves were randomly discarded near the vegetable stall, and the area in front of the seafood restaurant was wet, with small puddles of water scattered around. The wind blew over with a fishy smell, a dirty puppy ran by, and people were busy shopping. This scene is very much like life. Rod? Let's go, I have to order some wine next. When the pleasant voice came, Rhodes woke up as if from a dream. In front of him was that familiar smiling face, and his heartbeat quietly accelerated. I always felt that this smile was far away from him, but now it suddenly seemed very close to him. Why, are you tired? No, let's go. We is a great word. He just, suddenly had a slightly unrealistic idea. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Salary is paid. Chapter 39 Salary is paid after entering August, the weather seems to be a bit hotter. Magnolia has done a good job of greening, with trees everywhere, which also leads to the constant sound of cicadas. If you listen to it when you are calm, you might think it is nice and feel that this is what summer should be like. But when I'm not in such a good mood, I just find it annoying. The ceiling fan in the guild was turning slowly, bringing a breeze that was better than nothing to the noisy tavern. In this hot weather, Rhodes felt that even the noisy voices of everyone were hot. In fact, there were many people in the pub who were as hot and lazy as Rhodes. Some of them were so exhausted that they could not even speak. Only by gulping down a few gulps of ice beer could they feel a little better. At this time, Gray became one of the most popular people. Even though he was sweating profusely, he couldn't resist everyone's requests and became a ruthless ice-making machine. But this is also good for him, that is, those who have received his favor will feel embarrassed to remind him to put on clothes. Of course, these people don't include Natsu. This guy is totally unaffected. Even in this heat he still has the energy to run around, and even does some weird dances occasionally. Myra brought an empty cup, put some ice cubes in it, poured a drink and pushed it to Rhodes. "You don't look very well." "Thank you." Rhodes said with a bitter face, "I didn't sleep well last night. It was too hot and there were a lot of mosquitoes." The mosquito repellent that Goodman left behind when he moved had just run out, so Rod reminded himself to buy a new bottle after get off work. Myra showed a sympathetic look. "That's hard enough. Why haven't I seen Worm in the past 2 days?" "Because the weather is too hot and he doesn't want to come out. He is a disloyal fellow who hides in the howling abyss to escape the heat." Rhodes picked up the cup and put it on his forehead. The cool touch made him feel a little more comfortable. "I suspect that things may not be going well recently. Even the growth of magic power is not as obvious as before. Of course, since your magic power level is already very good, the same increase is certainly not as obvious as it was at the beginning. Can I be considered good at this? At least Jet and Marcus are no match for you." Myra covered her mouth lightly, feeling that it was a bit rude to say that to Jet and the others. When Rod had just obtained the stone beetle, it had already given Jet a headache, not to mention that his magic power had increased a lot now, and he also had the 3 wolves. 3 wolves is the common name for this wild monster combination, including 2 shadow wolves and 1 large shadow wolf. The shadow wolf is similar in size to a tiger, but much larger than an ordinary wolf. It also looks more ferocious than an ordinary wolf, a bit like a saber-toothed tiger. The greater shadow wolf is even larger and has 2 heads. When the 3 giant wolves leaned over and bared their teeth, they looked extremely ferocious, and it was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. After many tests and sparring with his companions, Rhodes determined that they were more agile than stone beetles and better at attacking. In addition to basic bite attacks, shadow wolves have a keen sense of smell that can be used for tracking, and are also good at sneaking in the shadows, just like their name suggests. Although they appear weak in the game, they are quite powerful here. At least Kana can't hit them with cards as easily as she can with the stone beetles. As for the magic power consumed to summon them, it is basically about 3 river crabs, similar to the stone beetles. Now Rhodes can command the stone beetles and shadow wolves to fight at the same time. Once the fight starts, the single fight will immediately turn into a group fight, which is a huge advantage. The problem that followed was that Rhodes himself was more likely to be targeted as a breakthrough point. There are currently 2 most effective solutions. One is to ride on a river crab and run away. The second is to follow the stone beetle as it burrows into the ground and run as far as possible within the limited time of holding your breath. The tactic is cowardly, but effective. However, these are only temporary solutions. If you want to cure the root cause, you still need to be strong yourself. Continuously exercising the body and practicing fighting skills is one method, but it requires long-term persistence. Another way is to learn 1 or 2 kinds of magic, but this method. Rhodes asked, everyone seems to specialize in only one kind of magic, why not learn a few more to deal with different situations? Because I don't have enough time and energy. Myra said, whether it's learning magic or improving magic power, it takes a lot of time and energy. If you learn multiple types of magic at the same time, you may achieve nothing for a long time. It is better to concentrate on studying one type of magic. Imagine if you added a magical practice to your current schedule, would you still be able to find time for it? Rhodes thought about it and realized that meditation and physical fitness were the basics for becoming stronger and they must not be given up. Proficiency in summoning magic is an important factor in reducing the number of chants, and time spent on this practice is essential. Also, working hours. You can't just sit there and do nothing and wait for the guild to support you. Even Nabu, who never takes on any quests, still has to do odd jobs occasionally to earn some food money. Apart from these, it's time to read. When my common sense is almost complete, I should be able to use it to learn other magic. Now, squeeze in some sleep. No. Myra rejected it immediately. She raised her index finger to show the importance of what she was going to say next. Sleep is an important way to restore mental strength. You mentioned your schedule before, right? That's already too much. If I reduce my sleep time to practice magic, I'll risk suffering from magic deficiency. Rhodes had read about magic deficiency in a book. It was usually triggered by an overdraft of magic power. Once the disease occurs, the patient may fall into coma at the mildest and suddenly die at the worst. It is a very dangerous disease for a magician. Practicing magic because you are afraid of death and ending up practicing yourself to death, that's too stupid. Rhodes responded seriously, I understand. Just because you don't have time to practice now doesn't mean you won't have time to practice in the future. Things have their priorities. As long as I complete the goals of this stage, supplementing common sense and shortening the chant, I will naturally have time to practice other things in the future. He has only been learning for less than a month, so he can't rush things. Don't look so sad. I have good news for you. Myra seemed to be relieved and put a stack of bills on the counter. Ding 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 ding, it's time to get paid. So early. Rhodes picked up the banknotes and counted them in surprise. It was exactly 12J. He asked. That's not right. I don't think I've worked for a full month yet. Myra thought for a moment and said, the day of purchasing is considered overtime. Then thank you. I would like to thank the guild for their care, and also thank Myra for coming up with a special reason. Rhodes realized that this was not the hotel where he worked as a summer intern before, but the guild. Fairy tale. Myra waved to Lakai, who was chatting with her companions not far away. Lakai, come and get your share. Here it comes. Lakai took her salary. She was a full-time worker, and her money was thicker than Rhodes. Finally I received the value of my time and labor. The value of time and labor, a strange expression from Lakai. Rhodes eliminated the phrase from his vocabulary. It was hard enough to correct the common language, and he didn't want to learn this. Lakai rubbed the money with her face affectionately. We can buy a few more cuties. Little cutie. Fine. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. It's over, it's over. Chapter 40. It's over, it's over. Before you can even warm up to your salary, you have to take out 2/3 of it to pay the rent. The disposable balance is only 4J. Last month, the president borrowed 15J from Rhodes. The reward for asking Hibiki to teach him the common language was 8J, and there was also medical expenses for Ms. Polyasika to help him heal his injuries. The president had not mentioned that Rhodes should pay for these two items, but Rhodes could not pretend not to know. I will pay back 20,000 this month, and keep 20,000 for living expenses. I estimate that I can pay it back in more than a year. But in 2 months the season will change and there will be a lot of things to buy, so I should save a little more and pay it back together. Rhodes took stock of his debts and the speed at which he made money, and the pressure immediately surged up again. Based on the combat effectiveness of the stone beetle and the 3 wolves, once we have the toad and the 6 birds, it will be enough to handle low-difficulty subjugation missions. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations, I will play it safe and wait for a red or blue buff to appear before doing the task. It's better to team up with others. Inspired by the salary, Rod made a short-term plan for himself that was both urgent and stable. In fact, after being certified by the president, Rhodes can now take on many tasks, but he feels it is not safe enough and wants to practice for another month or two. In the pub, Macau drank a few more glasses of cold beer to cool off, and his voice became a little louder. Wakaba, you didn't get divorced secretly, did you? How is that possible? Wakaba wondered, why do you say that? Because I haven't heard you complain about your wife for several days. Macau felt that he had a good point. Speaking of this, Wakaba was even more puzzled. I don't know why my wife has been so nice to me lately, it's like we're back to when we first got married. Apart from the fact that she looks a little more rustic and has gained a little weight, there is really nothing to complain about. Macao burped, then took a few more gulps. Damn it, I thought you were unhappy in your marriage like me, why are you suddenly so happy? How can you have an unhappy marriage? Kana interrupted. Didn't your wife divorce you because you only cared about work and didn't care about the family at all? I'm a man. I earn more money to support my family. Macau argued with a red face, and then his tone dropped again. And I've changed. Now I'm not only focusing on work, I'm also taking good care of Romeo. Damn it, I want a happy marriage too. As soon as Kana saw Macao's expression, she knew that he was drunk and was too lazy to argue with him. She held her small wine glass and looked at the big wine barrel in the corner reluctantly. Humph, you drink like that all day long and yet you advise me to drink less. The drunken Macao was still asking Wakaba, tell me quickly, how did you do it? I've been told I don't know. Rhodes looked at Myra and signaled with his eyes, it's your credit. Myra smiled but said nothing. Seeing that Macao was about to get drunk at any time, Kana reminded him, have you encountered anything special recently? Something special? I was robbed more than a week ago. Maybe I got scared by that incident. Wakaba said, you know, the robber was caught by Rod and Myra. To thank Rhodes, Wakaba tutored Rhodes for several days. Rhodes benefited a lot from the rich experience of this old guild member. He was even willing to tell Rod which issues of Saw Shara were the best. Worthless information. Rhodes decided on the spot to write it down and sell the information to other perverts later. Macau was still pestering him. Wakaba was so annoyed that he finally had to take action to solve the problem. After get off work, Rod went to a daily necessities store. He originally planned to buy a bottle of mosquito repellent, but ended up buying a mosquito net. You have to buy more medicine when it runs out, but the mosquito net can be used forever, a money-saving tip from Rod. Just as Rod was about to go home, he remembered that Myra had just reminded him that tomorrow was the opening day of Honey Dessert House, and he should remember to bring the experience coupon. So Rhodes turned and went to the clothing store. The money was still not saved. After walking out of the clothing store and a few steps away, Rhodes turned around and went into the barber shop. Not only can we not save any money today, we even have to add more. The sound of scissors clicking could be heard above my head, and my hair fell in clumps. Rhodes stared at himself in the mirror, calmly thinking whether he was moved or had a brain seizure. This doesn't seem difficult to determine. The problem is how I look in Myra's eyes. If I were to label myself from her perspective, it would probably be a newcomer, a companion, needs occasional care, is more obedient than Natsu and the others, practices very hard, and so on. After counting for a while, Rhodes found that he was probably just like his other companions, with only a basic good impression of Myra. The most is that we work together every day, chat often, and are a little familiar with each other. Rhodes sighed, there is still a long way to go. By the way, I have gained a little more motivation to practice hard. The next morning, after doing some stretching and hitting the sandbag to stretch his muscles, Rod washed up and prepared to go out. Tell yourself that you don't need to think too much at this stage and just get along with things normally. But her body was honest enough to change into new clothes, and she even spent some time in front of the mirror to fix her hair. After finishing their daily work in the pub in the morning, the two went out together. Fortunately, the president is here today, Sally and Izzy are also here part-time, and it doesn't matter if Myra and Rod leave temporarily. Apart from feeling a little uncomfortable with Lakai's fiery gaze, that was all. From her eyes, Rod could tell that Myra, who gossiped about others all day, would also be gossiped about by others today. Today Myra wore a beige dress with the hem just covering her knees. Because the sun has been unfriendly since the morning, she also wore a sun hat with a big pink bow tied on it, showing her youthfulness. Rhodes didn't pay much attention before, but now he realized that Myra's head was just slightly higher than his shoulders. The heights are quite a match, ba ba ba. As I walked side by side with her on the road, a faint fragrance wafted over from the side. If it was before he traveled through time, Rhodes would have thought it was the smell of shampoo, cosmetics, or perfume. But he had seen in magazines that there were many magic products for women on the market, magic that could change the color of clothes at any time, magic that could emit various floral scents. Rhodes wasn't sure if Myra used these, but this dress was nice, and this fragrance was nice too. Myra seemed to be in a good mood. Have you cut your hair? Well, I haven't repaired it for almost a month. I would feel embarrassed to say that I had it cut on purpose, so I had to find a reasonable excuse. By the way, I also wanted to know her opinion, and asked casually, is the haircut okay? Myra tilted her head and looked at it for a few more seconds. It suits you very well, and you feel more handsome. Really? Rhodes smiled, thank you. It's over. Even though I know this compliment is probably just a polite remark, the joy in my heart can't be suppressed. It's over, it's over. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The Unlucky President. Chapter 41 The Unlucky President. Welcome. The girl who was in charge of welcoming guests at the door of the dessert shop was quite pretty. Rhodes' evaluation is that she is not as good as Myra. Can you two sit here? Another cute waitress led them to their seats. Rhodes' evaluation is that she is not as good as Myra. When I passed by the checkout counter, the cashier smiled gently. Rhodes' evaluation is that it is not as good as Mi. Oh, I'm drunk, calm down, calm down. I don't know if it's because it just opened, but this dessert shop is doing very good business. After Rhodes and Myra sat down, there were no empty seats in the store. Most of the customers are girls who come in groups, and a small number are male and female groups. Soft music is playing in the store and the atmosphere is quite good. Iced coffee, hazelnut cookies, blueberry mousse cake. Myra ordered 2 desserts and then looked distressed. Rhodes asked at the right time, what's wrong? I want to try the wheel puff, too. Myra pinched her waist, which had little fat, under the table, but I feel like I'll get fat. Does a wizard have this kind of trouble? Rhodes thought for a moment, then I'll have some, and we'll take turns eating. Good idea. Myra's eyes lit up, that won't take up the portion you want to eat. You know I like to try all kinds of delicious food. I don't worry about my figure. It's okay to order a few more. Desserts are no different from eating anything. Rhodes felt that with such a large amount of exercise every day, he didn't have to worry about calories at all. The waitress in charge of taking orders looked at Myra enviously and quickly wrote down what she ordered. Please wait a moment. The atmosphere here is great, no wonder it's so popular. Myra took off her sun hat and put it aside, smoothed her bangs with her hands, and put the rubber band on her wrist over her hair, returning to her normal hairstyle. In fact, it looks good with bangs down. Yeah, it's much quieter than the guild. Rhodes didn't stare at her all the time. His eyes swept over the couples and girlfriends whispering in the store. I feel like this is a great place for afternoon tea, dates, etc. Myra triggered the passive gossip attribute. Oh, does Rod often bring girls to this kind of store for dates? I'm not Loki. Rhodes believed that this kind of question must be answered firmly and decisively. I never got close to any of my female friends before, and I never went into places like dessert shops and cafes. I didn't dare to fall in love before college, but after college I played with my brothers every day. Cafe? Times Internet Cafe. Myra blinked. Why do you suddenly feel a little pitiful? Hey. Myra laughed. No wonder you couldn't even look Kana in the eye at first. Please forget about it. Rhodes has gotten used to it now. Now, he can even fight with her, not to mention looking her in the face. Although I can't win. Please enjoy your dessert. The waiter brought 2 cups of iced coffee and a serving of exquisite dessert. Ah, the wheel puff is more delicate than I thought. Let's try this first. Myra held out her knife and fork, and Rhodes took away the plate. No. Hey? Why? I was made fun of. I was unhappy. Myra laughed, clasped her hands together, and blinked her left eye slightly. How about I apologize? Well, I forgive you. Rhodes nodded calmly, pushed the plate over and looked out the window. It's too unfair to discharge electricity. I need to look somewhere else to calm down. Then Rhodes saw something familiar. Stone statue? Hill. What? Myra had a small piece of dessert stuck on her fork, but she hadn't put it into her mouth yet. She followed Rhodes' gaze and saw a small mountain of suitcases and a petrified Urza. Myra put down her fork. Urza. Rhodes nodded. It seems that there was no seat, so the clerk stopped him outside. Myra thought for a moment and said, "Let's ask her to come in and squeeze in with us." Of course not. But she looked quite pitiful. Looking at her luggage cart, you could tell that she had just finished a mission and had rushed here without even going home. All our companions. Rhodes sighed in his heart. Then I'll go call her. Wait a minute. Myra stopped him. What happened? Myra covered her mouth and smiled. I want to see more. Urza is so cute like this. Dark belly. So Rhodes took a closer look. The dignified Urza looked distraught over such a small matter. It was indeed very cute, with a kind of contrasting cuteness. The devil in the dessert shop finally invited the fairy queen outside the store. Rhodes reminded her that there were no extra stools inside, but Urza immediately pulled out a folding chair from the mountain of suitcases. It's not a style for everyday use. Looking at the pictures and words on it, it looks more like a souvenir from somewhere. It can be seen that she really wants to eat dessert. Rhodes and Myra were still sitting opposite each other, while Urza sat on the side and called the waiter to take the order. Strawberry cake, strawberry pudding, strawberry milkshake. We ordered more than a dozen items in total, all strawberry flavored. Don't be too obvious about your preferences. The waiter quickly wrote down the menu and left, giving Rhodes a scumbag look before leaving. This sister is too arrogant. Who dares to cheat on Urza? Myra was already chatting with Urza. Did the mission go well? You returned earlier than scheduled. Yes. Urza clenched her fist and raised her arm, her eyes full of anticipation, because I have been looking forward to this store for a long time. Myra said, as expected of Urza. But since it concerns the work of the council, is it really okay to advance it without permission? Well. Urza felt a little guilty. I hope I won't cause the president to get scolded. Rhodes asked curiously, what kind of mission is it? It actually involves the council. Does it need to be kept secret? Urza looked at Myra. In principle, it had to be kept secret until it was confirmed to be completed, even from companions. But now only the finishing touches were left, and that was Myra's call. It doesn't matter if Urza's work has been completed. It will be published in the newspaper in a few days anyway. Myra said. It is a mission to assist the council in arresting all members of the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail. Doesn't the council have its own law enforcement team? Rhodes' common sense supplement plan was effective. Yes, but the council is a continent-wide organization, and there is only one branch in Fiori. The place where the scorpion's tail is hiding is relatively remote, and troops cannot be mobilized there quickly. Usually when encountering such a situation, the council will issue assistance commissions to local guild alliances in various places, and then the local guild alliances will assign them to specific guilds. I see. So this mission was assigned to our guild by the local guild alliance. Rhodes speculated, is it because the guild has a high reputation in the alliance? Urza denied, no, it's because the president has bad luck. What? The rewards for this type of commission are usually lower than those for missions of the same difficulty, so as long as the mission is not extremely dangerous, the allocation method is decided by drawing lots by the presidents. As she spoke, Urza sighed, and our president. Myra continued with a smile, I often draw the worst fortune. Rhodes. The president may have used up all his luck in picking up the children, and he picked up an S level. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Offline? Natural? Chapter 42 Offline? Natural, the unlucky president often gets low-paying but difficult tasks, and he can't do everything himself, so he has to leave it to the children. Originally, the most ideal candidate was Laxus, but his personality was really difficult to deal with. Therefore, Urza, who has a strong sense of responsibility and sufficient strength, will often step forward to solve these problems for the president. Rhodes thought about it carefully and realized that the reason why Urza was so influential in the guild might not just be due to her strength. Wait. Rhodes suddenly discovered the blind spot. What did Urza mean by completing the mission ahead of schedule? Is it what I imagined? Urza nodded, it's just a one-on-one fight with the entire guild. It's no big deal. Rhodes was silent. It was no big deal. Could it be that the outside world is not as dangerous as I imagined? Rhodes hesitated and said, isn't it unsafe to do this? Well, this decision made in a hurry was a bit hasty. Urza reflected on herself seriously, but immediately said, because I was looking forward to the strawberry cake from this store, I couldn't wait for the reinforcements. I will think carefully next time. Very good, because I was in a hurry to go home and eat cake, so I played a dark guild alone, which made sense. Myra was not surprised at all, this was indeed Urza's style. Moreover, she had read the information about the scorpion tail, and Urza could easily deal with it. The waiter quickly brought Urza's order, and small plates filled the table. Urza was immersed in the world of desserts, and from time to time she showed a cute expression that was completely different from usual. Rhodes secretly calculated Arisa defeated an entire dark guild, and I was defeated by Urza. So my strength is roughly equal to that of a dark guild, which is logically rigorous. Ha ha ha, low-key. After finishing his dessert, Rod entertained himself. Urza pushed the many servings of strawberry cake in front of Myra and Rod and said, let's eat together. Rod asked, don't you like strawberry cake the most? That's why we have to share. Sharing with your companions will make the food even more delicious. Urza said this with an intoxicated look on her face, and her tone was almost awesome. Since it's Urza's gift, then eat a little more. Myra cut a small cake into 2 halves and gave them to Rhodes. Then Urza felt something was wrong the more she ate. Come to think of it, why did you two come here together? Is it a date? Before Rhodes could respond, Urza's face turned red and she couldn't speak clearly. You, what? When are you getting married? Pfft. Rhodes covered his mouth and almost sprayed the coffee on her face. You think too far. No, isn't it? It's just that Wakaba's wife gave us 2 invitations. Myra explained, and then put her hand on her face and said with a sly smile, but it can be considered a date. Yo. Urza continued to stutter. Myra laughed even more happily, shy Urza is also very interesting, but it's a pity that Rod doesn't even blush, so it's not as fun as before. Rhodes heaved a sigh of relief. A month of experience had made him thicker-skinned, or in other words, more receptive. The most important thing is, when I went out today, it seemed like I was going there with the attitude of treating it as a date. Now that Myra said this in a teasing tone, I couldn't feel shy at all. Then Rhodes discovered that Urza was a bit naive. When he and Myra were already talking about the next topic, Urza was still confirming with Myra whether he was joking or not. After finally explaining everything to Urza and waiting for her to finish her snack, the three of them left together. "Take care, and we'll welcome you back next time." The waiter at the door bowed politely, but Urza suddenly stopped and said to Myra and Rod, "Wait for me." Rod asked, "What happened to her?" Myra thought for a moment and said, "Want to pack a few cakes to take back?" "Probably." A few minutes later, Urza returned, but her clothes had been changed into the waitress uniform of this store. Rhodes didn't understand the situation at all. A heroic female knight went in and a graceful waitress came out. Transform into a living person. "Welcome, two guests, what would you like to order?" Urza bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, then stood up and asked, "How about it?" The girl in charge of welcoming guests has been fascinated by Urza. "Very." Rhodes's word "very beautiful" got stuck in his throat, and he changed it to "very suitable for you." Myra smiled and clapped her hands. "Very beautiful, why did it suddenly change to this?" "Because I thought this dress was cute, I asked the boss if he could sell it to me." Urza tugged at the collar. "Then she said it wasn't for sale, but she would give it to me if I worked half a day here." Rhodes was a little stunned. "So you agreed?" Urza nodded as a matter of course. "Yes, so we have to start working. Can you help me take the luggage back to the guild?" "No." Rhodes' head was buzzing. "You are an S-class wizard, and one mission costs several million. Are you selling yourself for an ordinary uniform?" Myra had no intention of stopping her. Instead she encouraged Urza, "Come on, we'll take care of the luggage." In the end, it was Hexy who took on everything. Not only did he have to pull the luggage cart, he also had to carry Rhodes and Myra. "You don't understand?" Urza's actions. Myra sat sideways with her legs together and her skirt tightly pulled up, like a mermaid. "A little bit." "Is that her personality?" "She seems a little off the track and a bit naive." Rhodes recalled Urza's expression. "She seemed to be enjoying it." Myra said, "I prefer to call it freedom and spontaneity. Urza just likes all kinds of distinctive clothes and likes to try interesting professions." As for how much the reward would be, it was not within her consideration at all. She would rather say that as long as she would be happy doing so, that would be the biggest reward. Compared to Urza? No, not just Urza, compared to most people in the guild, you, Rhodes, seem too worried and tense. "I don't really understand what you've been through, or what kind of worries and pressures you're under, so I'm not qualified to advise you to relax like everyone else. But at least today, at least in that little time in the dessert shop, I hope you are happy." The same bright smile as when they first met, the same gentle words as when they first heard each other, every word flowed into Rhodes' heart like a trickle of water. Soft and warm. Rhodes was sure he had found the reason why he was attracted to her. "Thank you. I'm very happy. Every day I spend in Fairy Tale is a happy one. I'm particularly happy today." End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Wallian and number 039, S Distress Signal. Chapter 43, Wallian's Distress Signal. The news that Urza was working as a waitress in a dessert shop spread quickly in the guild. This explosive news directly led to a sharp drop in the pub's customer flow. Most of the boys who frequented the guild chose to go join in the fun, wanting to see what Urza looked like as a waitress. Most girls, too. The person who spread this news excludes Rhodes first. "You did this again, didn't you?" "I only told Marcus." That would be the same as telling the entire guild. "I didn't expect everyone to be looking forward to Urza's service." Myra smiled. "Doesn't Rod want to experience it?" "Give me a break," Rod said. "When she was a nurse, she almost strangled me with her bandages. When she was a waitress. Will he smash the guest's head with a tray? Or step on the guest or something?" Myra waved her hand. "No matter what, it won't be that exaggerated." I hope everyone is okay. Rhodes prayed for his companions for a second, and then went to practice while there were few people around. In the corner of the guild's backyard, there were several dummies and wooden stakes, and a rack with sandbags hung on it for practicing boxing and kicking. All the parts involving wood were provided by Lakai's wood-shaping magic. The reward was a simple diagram of the blood guillotine drawn by Rhodes. This thing should be considered a weapon or hidden weapon in martial arts novels, but because its hideous shape is too much like a torture instrument, Lakai likes it. I heard from her that she had asked someone to modify the design in detail and was ready to start manufacturing. Most of the time, it was Rhodes who used the training equipment, but his companions would occasionally be inspired by his diligence and go and practice when they had time. Especially those who had been defeated, such as Jet, Troy, and others. Originally, Rhodes asked Lacey to make 2 wooden dummies, but Natsu found it fun to watch Rhodes hitting them and insisted on giving it a try. Then only the wooden man was left. It doesn't matter if it's broken, you can just deal with it casually. The sound of thumping came from the backyard, and Rhodes became more and more adept at combining magic with fists and feet. Answer my call, Crimson Razorback. A crimson magic circle flashed by, and 6 strange birds, 1 big and 5 small, appeared in the guild's backyard. Chirp, the largest bird, raised its head and made a hoarse call. Crimson Raptor and Raptor, commonly known as Six-Bird, F6, etc. It is not a powerful wild monster in the game, but when reflected in reality, its sharp beak has excellent penetrating ability. In addition, they also have a long-range attack method, shooting feathers like flying knives. The small ones can only be shot one by one, but the big ones can be shot in piles. Moreover, it didn't take too long for the feathers to grow out after being shot. Rhodes understood it as the skill CD and named it Flying Feathers. If there is a disadvantage, it is that they cannot fly high. The wings of raptors are a bit small, and their flying ability is probably better than that of pheasants. The good news is that the big one can carry rod on its back for gliding or low-altitude flight, and thanks to their strong legs, they can run quite well. Success! Rhodes clenched his fist, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. It was not because he had obtained 6 birds, but because the chant was successfully shortened. He reduced the lengthy chant to only half a sentence plus a name, which was enough to deal with emergencies. He believed that after a while, Rhodes would be able to achieve the level he was pursuing, where he could successfully activate the spell by just calling out a name. He felt the magic power consumption of summoning 6 birds, probably a little more than 3 river crabs, which was okay. Rhodes commanded the razor-beaked birds to perform some simple movements, and summoned 3 wolves, trying to make them cooperate with each other and advance in an interweaving manner. He then summoned the stone beetles, trying to form a formation that could be both offensive and defensive. After practicing for a while and consuming his magic power to the level that would not affect his normal actions, Rhodes returned to the tavern. The incident of watching Urza a week ago has been safely resolved, and fortunately there were no casualties. However, the news that the Dark Guild Scorpion Tail was wiped out was reported in Wizard Weekly. The council was quite principled and openly acknowledged that the achievement was Urza's alone, with no intention of stealing the credit. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Urza's unauthorized actions, he also praised her abilities. As expected of Urza. This is the evaluation of most of her companions. That guy is getting stronger and stronger. This was Gray's thought. He even took the initiative to check whether he was wearing any clothes. Scorpion Tail, isn't that a legitimate guild? Nabu's question silenced the area around him. It seems to be true. Urza attacked the official guild? No, the council is involved in this matter. It's impossible. Marcus was only too happy to explain. Scorpion Tail was only recently classified as a dark guild. Because in order to make money, they secretly helped some big businessmen suppress their competitors by kidnapping and coercion, which was only exposed some time ago. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were immediately weighed down again. Help! Everyone in the guild, including Rhodes, heard this voice. It's so scary. Someone please save me. The same sound rang out again. Rhodes suddenly realized that the voice did not come from outside, but directly from his mind. Without waiting for him to ask, Myra said seriously, Valian, this is Valian's telepathy magic. It can directly transmit what you want to say to others through the air. Rhodes was not familiar with Valiums. He only remembered that the man had peculiar side bangs and liked to be alone. Others have also heard it, it's Warren's voice. He's calling for help. Is he in danger? But didn't he go on a date with his girlfriend today? This was the information Marcus learned when he talked to Valian yesterday. Where are you? Valian. Gray stood up suddenly and shouted, trying to talk to Valian. Others either shouted or asked in their hearts where Valian was, but no one responded. Valian just kept repeating words like terrible, horrible, and help. Loki pushed open the guild door from the outside with a bang, ran in and asked, does anyone know what happened? Now everyone on the street heard Valian's cry for help. It's going to cause a panic. You're asking for help indiscriminately. Urza couldn't sit still any longer. The president is not here now, so I'll be in charge for now. Everyone, prepare to fight. Urza quickly assigned the tasks. Some people set out immediately to maintain order and protect the residents, some people were responsible for searching for Valian's location and preparing for rescue. Generally speaking, when a magician goes out, he should be responsible for all his actions and the risks associated with his actions. If others help you without permission, it may be seen as looking down on you and hurting their self-esteem. However, if he himself asks for help because he is in danger, then as a companion, you will do everything you can to rescue him. At least that's what fairy tale does. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, It and number 039, S used anyway. Chapter 44, It's used anyway. Rod was assigned the task of searching for Valian by Urza. Myra has to stay, and after finding out the truth, she will be responsible for comforting the nearby residents. In the worst-case scenario, she will guide the civilians to evacuate. At Urza's command, the guild members quickly took action, each doing their own job, sparing no effort to do what they could. This was the first time that Rhodes witnessed the guild operating at high speed. This guild that quarrels and fights every day surprisingly has such a strong cohesive force. Respond to my call, Shadow Wolves. Rhodes was infected by the atmosphere and summoned 6 wolves in one breath. In Summoner's Rift, there are 2 groups of Shadow Wolves, totaling 6. Arisa, they have a strong sense of smell. If there is something that Valian used, they should be able to find it quickly. If anyone needs to go faster, I have the Swift Crab as well. Nabu said, I know where Valian's home is. Send some of them to follow me. Myra also said, there may be something left by Warian in the guild. I will go look for it. Thanks a lot. I thought I couldn't track by scent without Natsu. Urza said, let's split up. Okay. Rhodes assigned a group of Shadow Wolves to follow Nabu, and left another group with Myra to look for things in the guild. It's so high, so scary, help. The people in charge of the search paused and narrowed the search area to an area with higher terrain. On the one hand, Rhodes was worried about Valian's safety, but on the other hand, he was glad that he could help. But this little bit of relief completely disappeared within a few minutes. The other companions also put aside their worries and even wanted to beat Valian up. Because I'm saved. I'm finally off that damn suspension bridge. I'll never go on a date at such a high place again. Oh no. Could it be that my telepathy has always been? Valian's voice stopped abruptly. There was a chorus of curses from inside and outside the guild. Valian! Are you kidding us, you bastard? I can't spare you. Another fairy tale wizard? What are you doing this time? I said they were quiet for a while. This citywide prank is too much. All kinds of voices rang out throughout Magnolia, and the voices of people on the streets could be heard in the guild. Urza covered her forehead with one hand. She had just been commanding everyone so majestically, but the result was like this. Myra stopped rummaging around and regained her smile. Ah, it's a big deal again this time. Rode was in a mixed mood. So, Walian went on a date with his girlfriend on the suspension bridge, and because of fear, his magic went out of control, and the whole city heard his voice. Urza nodded. Ah, that guy seems to have a serious fear of heights. This matter was so absurd that Rode couldn't believe it. Because this matter affects the whole city, will our guild be demolished by the residents? No, no. Myra waved her hand. This kind of thing is not uncommon. There is an even more exaggerated uncle in the guild. When he comes back, the whole city will be turned upside down. But you still have to apologize sincerely and strive for everyone's forgiveness. I'll go find him now. Urza's eyes became sharp. Rod, swift crab. Ah, good. Rhodes summoned the river crab. It's similar to riding a horse, using the tentacles as reins. I understand. Urza jumped onto the crab's back, threw the reins, and the river crab carried her out of the guild gate quickly. Rode thought about Urza's scary look just now and asked, will she kill Walian? Myra said, he shouldn't be chopped to death. So he would be chopped? Rode found that his common language had improved again, and he could easily understand what Myra meant. Moreover, after something like this happened, even if he was not chopped to death by Urza, he would be killed, right? Rode imagined himself crying in front of everyone in the city because of his fear of heights. Now that Taishi is dead, how can I go out in the future? Out of concern, Rhodes decided to connect to the river crab's vision and prepare to see Walian's condition. The vision of the river crab appeared in my mind, and the scenery in front of me quickly receded. It was obvious that Urza was driving the river crab at full speed. A second later, Rhodes took the initiative to cut off the visual connection. The perspective of the river crab is quite broad. It's okay that I didn't think of it just now, but if I continue to look at it, it would be a bit rude. Good luck to you, Walian. The citywide prank incident had a rather bad impact. On the day of the incident, Urza and Myra came forward and took Walian to explain and apologize to many citizens. After the president came back, he also went to the city hall in person. However, both the mayor and the citizens were very tolerant of this matter. It's just a message to the people of the city, not to destroy the whole city. According to the gossip spread by Myra, this is what the mayor said when he met with the president. After the citizens complained for a few days, the incident became a laughing stock. You know, the other day, the fairy tale wizard. The citizens had more topics to talk about after dinner, and this guild, which loved to make trouble, was also accused of a serious bad reputation. Even Brother Goodman couldn't help but ask Rhodes what kind of magic that was that day and what kind of person Walian was. The matter was barely resolved at this point. But since then, Walian has not appeared in the guild for quite a long time. When he had no money and had to take on missions, he would hide in a corner outside the guild and whisper to Myra. Myra will carefully select tasks suitable for Walian and then find a way to send out the task orders. Well, this is what Myra told Rod. Because the one responsible for delivering the task list was Rhodes' shadow wolf. A few days ago, Urza used the fast speed of the river crab to catch Walian. Now the shadow wolf's characteristics of good at stealth and keen sense of smell were used to find Walian and secretly deliver the task list to him. I originally wanted them to help rescue Walian, but now things have changed. Rhodes shook his head slightly. No matter how they were used anyway. Since he had made a breakthrough in his goal of shortening magic chanting, Rhodes had more time to read the magic encyclopedia. He was choosing a magic that would be suitable for his minor. Of course, to be on the safe side, you should consult the president before starting to practice to see if there is any danger. Most magic will not be dangerous as long as you practice it step by step and there is no problem with compatibility, This is what the president said. The so-called compatibility is easy to understand. It is probably a talent that is suitable for a certain kind of magic. It often determines the entry threshold of a kind of magic, as well as its future height. As for how to confirm compatibility, generally speaking, the one that can awaken on its own is the most suitable. For example, Urza suddenly mastered magic in a critical moment when she was young. If you are unable to awaken on your own, you can only choose the magic that interests you and try to see if you can get started quickly. Rhodes has already selected several targets of interest. The story of Walian was not drawn in the feature film, but it was mentioned in the setting. I guess old fans of fairy tale don't know much about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, 1 month trial, free of charge. Chapter 45, 1 month trial, free of charge. Speaking of taking a minor in magic, the first thing that came to Rhodes' mind was Levi's three-dimensional text magic. Reby, who uses three-dimensional text magic, likes to study various characters. So, would mastering multiple languages be of benefit to this kind of magic? Will the Chinese language that I have mastered be of great power? Just give it a try and you'll find out. It just so happened that recently, Levi felt that there was nothing left for Rhodes to teach him about common sense of the world. When he mentioned that he wanted to learn three-dimensional characters, Libby immediately patted her chest and promised to teach him until he learned it, and would offer a 1-month trial without any fees. The introduction to magic naturally starts with the most basic texts. Levi's fingertips sparkled with golden magic light, and as she flicked her wrist, words formed in mid-air three-dimensional text fire. The golden magic light in the text. The moment the words were written, they turned red and transformed into burning flames, dancing in the air as Levi waved her arms. Rhodes picked up a piece of broken wood from the corner of the yard and threw it in, and the wood immediately caught fire. But when the shape of the word fire was destroyed, it became increasingly difficult for Libby to control it. After a while, the flames dissipated, leaving only a piece of charcoal on the ground that continued to burn. Three-dimensional text water. Libby waved her hand again and wrote the word water to put out the burning charcoal. Three-dimensional text magic is a magic that uses words written with magical power to mobilize elements or other forces that you are not good at mobilizing. In a way, those words are temporary magic props we created. After completing this step, you can use them as holding magic. Can you explain it this way? Rhodes didn't know what to say. He originally wanted to study ability, but Libby told him that it was half a possession system. Even if it's the same kind of magic, everyone feels differently. That's just my opinion. Libby said, anyway, let's start with the first step, using magic to write the words. Okay. Rhodes nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well give it a try first. Libby explained in detail how to distribute the magic power and how to make the magic power released through the fingers stay in the air for a short time. Rhodes listened, took notes, and did as he was told, and would immediately ask questions if he didn't understand anything. Things related to spiritual practice must not be neglected. While the two were teaching harmoniously in the backyard, there were also two pairs of eyes staring at them. Jet and Troy were clinging to the door frame of the guild's back hall door, one on each side, with one head sticking out to peek. Jet said angrily, "Damn it, Rod is so cunning, he actually pestered Levi with the excuse of learning magic." Troy said, "But, it seems that Libby went to him to learn characters first. No matter what, if this continues, maybe, we have to do something to make Libby understand our feelings." Troy thought for a moment and said, "Then, let's challenge Rod and prove that we are better than him. I've been defeated before, in front of Levi." Jet said dejectedly, "How many wild monsters can you defeat?" Troy touched the seed bag on his body, "As long as he doesn't use the stone beetles." Jetter reminded, "Rod recently got a strange bird. When it flaps its wings, feathers like flying knives fill the sky." Troy hesitated for a moment, "Well, as long as he doesn't use that strange bird." Jetter added, he also has a kind of wolf that can sneak up behind you and pounce on you when you are not paying attention. Well, as long as he doesn't use that kind of wolf. Jetter sighed, why not let Rod tie your hands and feet and do it for you? Troy himself felt that it was a bit too much. What can I do? How can anyone become so strong after practicing for more than a month? There is really no other way, that's the only way. Jet turned and left. Hey, Jetter, what are you doing? Make some preparations and be right back. Jet used the magic of divine feet and quickly disappeared from Troy's sight. Libby pointed at the words that Rode had just written and said, the magic power here is not evenly distributed. Control the output speed a little. Okay. Rhodes did as he was told. The skill of this text magic was a little stronger. Even if you want to use a lot of force to make miracles happen, you have to use a lot of force continuously with almost the same amount of force each time. It won't work if you hold your breath and just release the magic power randomly. After practicing for a while, Libby suggested that Rod take a break and review his previous mistakes before trying again. Just then, Jet rushed into the backyard like a gust of wind, stood in front of Libby with his hands behind his back, and had a serious expression. Libby asked in confusion, Jet? What's wrong? Jet said seriously, Libby, I have something important to tell you. Oh, Rhodes stepped back silently, reducing his presence. He felt there was something to eat. Libby seemed to realize something and followed up on his words and asked, What's the matter? Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Jet took out a bunch of red roses from behind him, bent down and handed the flowers to Libby. I like you, please go out with me. After saying this in one breath, Jet closed his eyes, held his breath, and waited for Libby's reply as if leaving everything to fate. Libby showed a little surprise. She hesitated for a moment, then took a step back, clasped her hands together behind her back, and did not take the flowers. I'm sorry, Jetter, I don't have that kind of feelings for you. Thank you for your love. Rhodes was surprised to find that the weak-willed Libby was very decisive at this time. It only took 2 seconds from the time Jet finished speaking to the time Libby opened her mouth to refuse. As expected, is that so? Jet spoke with difficulty, and when he stood up, a stiff smile was on his face. I'm sorry to bother you. Jetter held the bouquet in one hand instead. This can be considered as an apology or a gift between friends. Libby still didn't reach out her hand, but just smiled and shook her head. Jet took his hand back and forced a smile. That's right, this is not appropriate. Well, I have something else to do. Jet turned and left, leaving behind a fairly free and easy back. Troy, who was observing secretly, was stunned by Jet's series of actions. He was first angry that Jet had rushed ahead, then he anxiously waited for Libby's reply, and finally he felt bad for Jet who was rejected. Of course, mixed with the sadness was a hint of joy that I have a chance. This hint of joy made Troy feel very guilty. They had been best friends since childhood, and the most important thing he should do now was to stay with Jet. Jet, you. When Troy found the lost Jet, he found that he could not speak. He could fully imagine how sad Jet was right now. At this moment, it would be useless to say anything, right? Unexpectedly, Jet patted Troy on the shoulder and said, It's okay. I have thought of this result. But you, Troy, keep going. What are you saying? If you succeed, I will also bless you. Jetter said, We are still best friends. Jet. Disclaimer, many of the magic settings in this article have no official basis. For example, Libby's explanation of text magic is a secondary setting added by the author without authorization. So please do not practice without the accompaniment of a regular magician. Parenthesis, if there is a genius who can really master this skill, please come and teach me. End of brackets, end of this chapter. Chapter 46. Could it be that? Chapter 46. Could it be that? Rhodes, who had been hiding in the corner with the mentality of eating melon, now felt that the melon was not tasty anymore because Libby seemed to be in pain. It's easy to imagine that she was probably worried that this incident would affect her friendship with Jet. After all, the 3 members of the Lane Engine team grew up together. "Hey, Rod," Libby asked in a low voice, "was I too harsh in my words just now?" "I don't know." Rod didn't have a childhood sweetheart, and his childhood sweetheart had never confessed his love to him. He could only think carefully and said, "When it comes to relationships, if you don't like someone, it's better to make it clear like you did, right?" "That's what I said." It was because Libby understood this that she refused so decisively. In the end, she didn't even touch the bouquet as she didn't want any misunderstanding to occur. She sighed, "I'm just worried that the driveway engine team will be disbanded. We've always been good friends. We should think of a more euphemistic way of saying it." No matter how euphemistic you try, the meaning is the same. The longer you wait, the deeper the hurt will be. Things have already happened, no matter which is the best choice. Rhodes does not want to say things like "you did it wrong" or "you really didn't think it through just now." Then it would be of no use except to make Libby feel more guilty. The best choice is the one you just made. Only if Libby believes this will she feel better. Then wait until she calms down a little, and then help her with advice on what to do next if she needs it. However, something happened that Rhodes had never expected. Just as Libby recovered a little, Troy appeared again with a bouquet of flowers. Compared to Jet, Troy's movements were a little stiff, but after taking 2 deep breaths, he finally mustered up the courage to say the same words as Jet. This time it only took Libby a second to reject Troy. Troy behaved more embarrassedly than Jet. He dropped the bouquet of flowers on the ground and left in a daze. Rod had to take part of the blame, as he had just made Libby determined to decisively refuse what was best for them. After a while, Libby turned around and tried to control her emotions. "Let's continue practicing." Rod wanted to master magic quickly, but asking Levi to teach him in this situation was a bit. He thought for a moment and said, "Well, I've used up too much magic power today, so I'll take a rest first. How about I buy you a drink? Just as a thank you for your help." A few minutes later, Rod and Rebby sat at the counter. The 2 clinked their glasses lightly. Just as Rod took a sip, Levi gulped down the whole glass, so generous as if she was possessed by Kana. Fortunately, it was just ordinary beer. Myra noticed the red circles under Rebby's eyes, and deliberately put her hands on her hips to look angry, and asked, "Rod, did you bully Rebby?" "Absolutely not." Rod raised his hand and said, The situation is a bit complicated. I can't say for sure. It's not Rod's fault. I just don't know what to do now. Libby's alcohol tolerance is a little low." After drinking a glass of beer, her face turned red. She poured out all her troubles to Myra, obviously drunken as she spoke. "Don't worry, Levi," Myra said softly, "the 3 of you are good friends who grew up together and are companions in the same guild. No matter what happens, this feeling is unbreakable. It won't be long before Jet and Troy recover." "Really?" "Of course." "Then, another drink." After finishing her second drink, Libby fell asleep on the counter, occasionally mumbling a few words in her sleep, moving her arms and kicking her legs. If this child can drink more in the future, he may not be a good drinker. Libby was wearing a shoulder-bearing dress, and the emblem on her left shoulder was very conspicuous. Although it was summer, the ceiling fan was spinning. Rod wondered if he should cover Rebby with something, but he had nothing on hand. Instead, Myra found a thin blanket and gently draped it over Levi. "Rod has been concerned about Levi since a while ago. Could it be that you are also?" Myra started again. "Not really. Although Rebby is cute, she's not my type." "So what type do you like?" Myra's eyes were bright, and the flame of gossip seemed to be burning in them. Rhodes really wanted to let her have a taste of what it was like to eat the melon in her own home, but a little impatience could ruin a big plan. "Keep secrets." Secrets make a man more manly. Rhodes tampered with a line from a detective anime. It's not a good idea to use confession as a charge, Jet, and Troy had just given him an example. Hey, this is something that only Loki would say. Myra said, have the two of you gotten along better? Not at all, he would run away if I came within 5 meters of him. Now he and the people around him have to ask Loki to take orders for me. Rhodes was also helpless. His communication with Loki was limited to the last unsuccessful sparring match. After that, even if he wanted to ease the relationship, the other party would not give him a chance. Myra only knew that it was related to a female celestial wizard, and based on Loki's character, she guessed that it was an emotional entanglement. It is unclear what kind of sad experience it was that made him avoid everything related to the celestial mage. Rhodes' approach to this is to not solve the problem if it can't be solved. Even brothers can be at odds with each other. It's normal to have a few people who can't play together in such a big guild. Out of friendship, when he has something to do, we will really go and help him. The driveway engine is formed. Libby suddenly raised her fist and shouted. Rhodes helped her put the fallen blanket back on. You must be dreaming about the past. When did the three of them start to form a team? I don't know about that either. Myra thought for a moment. I remember when I first joined the guild 5 years ago, they often got together. 5 years ago, you were only 12 or 13, right? Joining the guild could be considered as starting a business on her own, and she also brought a younger brother with her. Rhodes felt a little distressed after hearing that. 13 years old is not that early. Natsu joined the guild a year before me, Urza a year before that, Gray, Kana, and Rei even earlier than that. Myra showed a look of reminiscence. We were all homeless children, and only after joining the guild did we feel settled. Come to think of it, I've never asked you before, what did you do before? I am a student. Rhodes said, I have been going to school since I was 5 years old until more than a month ago. You've only been in school for more than a decade. Myra was surprised. Seeing Rhodes nod, she asked, were you a noble or a prince or something important? Fairy tale trivia, Jet once confessed to Levi, but was rejected in just 2 seconds, setting a record for the fastest rejection in the guild. He is worthy of being the fastest runner in the guild. However, it didn't take Troy long to break Jeter's record, taking only 1 second. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Worm. Have you gained weight? Chapter 47 Worm. Have you gained weight? No, our country has no nobles or royal families. The fact that we can use such a long period of time to study should be due to policies, order, and productivity. Of course, family support is also important. Rhodes suddenly stopped talking. Except for the first few days after arriving here, he didn't dare to think about these things, nor did he want to mention them. The president told Rhodes that if he went out more often in the future, he might be able to find clues about the space magic that brought him here. If he can't find it, then the guild is his home. Just like Natsu, 6 years have passed since Natsu's adoptive father Igneel disappeared. Natsu is still trying to find clues about his beloved family, but at the same time, he has a new family. Rhodes didn't know the inside story of Natsu's affairs, but he thought it should be different from his own. I may never have the chance to go back. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a dreamlike world full of magic, and there are many beautiful sights waiting for you to enjoy. Rod told himself this, and then devoted himself to work, study, and spiritual practice, putting those things aside for the time being and working hard to live on. Myra found it hard to imagine what the country Rod described was like. Having a good life and order, even children from ordinary families can go to school until adulthood. So much wealth but no king or nobles, is this possible? She didn't ask any further because Rod stopped talking when he mentioned his family. Without waiting for her to comfort him, Rod drank his glass of wine, stood up and said, I'll leave it to you, Libby. I'll go practice for a while. Myra nodded and only reminded, remember not to overdraw your magic power. The days were long in August, and it was still dark when Rod got home from get off work. As he walked, he waved his hand to summon Worm, and rubbed the disloyal guy hard to relieve the pressure. Huralo Worm made a disgusted sound. It was too hot and he wanted to go back to escape the heat. Wait a minute, have you grown up a little? Snoring. Worm looked confused. I felt like you were a little smaller when I first saw you. We were together every day before so I didn't notice it, but recently when I wasn't around often, I realized that Worm was growing. Don't leave yet. I'll weigh you later so you can have a standard for comparison next time. Worm's pair of small horns drooped down. He felt that his master was taking revenge on him and that weighing him was just an excuse. Rod. Two familiar people were waiting for Rod on his way home. Jetter, Troy? What's going on? Rhodes stopped. To be honest, having witnessed the failed confession today, he felt a little embarrassed seeing these two. Troy was speechless, but Jet said quickly, "We are looking for you because of Libby." Ah. Rhodes thought for a moment, "Do you want me to keep it a secret for you?" Jet denied it. "No, it's just that my confession failed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Actually, it would be best if we could keep it a secret." Troy whispered, but unfortunately Rhodes didn't hear clearly and Jet glared at him. Jetter got down to business. "Here's what happened." Rhodes summarized, "So the reason you guys rushed to confess today is because I've been getting close to Rebby recently, and that made you feel threatened." Troy added, "And it seems like Rebby is very happy every time she comes to you." Of course they are happy. Don't these people know how joyful learning is? You think too much. Libby is just enjoying the joy of gaining new knowledge. She really likes things related to various words. Troy was unsure. Really? Rhodes said, "You grew up with her, don't you know how much she likes to study characters? Like ancient characters and so on." Jet felt a little embarrassed. While she was studying those things, the two of us were either sleeping or hiding far away. Rod stroked Worm's little horn and said with certainty, "I'm sure that Rebby doesn't have the kind of feelings for me that you're worried about, and I don't have them for her either. That's not the type I like." Jet and Troy felt like crying, as if they had done something stupid. "Go ahead and cry if you want. After you're done, think about how to deal with your relationship. Libby has clearly rejected you." Rod said goodbye to the two people who failed in love, and felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, these two are not unreasonable guys, otherwise we might have to face some bloody plots like "I don't believe it unless you can prove it to me" or "You are not allowed to approach Libby unless you beat us." It's so easy to get along with people who speak their mind and make sense immediately. On the way back, Rod saw a watermelon stall packing up. He shamelessly carried Worm to ask the boss for help in weighing it, and then he didn't buy the watermelon. "Oh my god, why are watermelons so expensive? When I make a lot of money, I'll buy 2 at a time, eat one and throw it away, and then I'll give one to my companions in the guild." Rhodes silently noted down Worm's weight, bought some of Worm's favorite cookies, and then let it go back to the howling abyss to cool down. The schedule after get off work is still the same: exercise, hit the sandbag, take a shower, do some housework, and then sit at the table to organize the information in the magazine. He had finished reading the nearly 60 magazines that Lakai had lent him last week, and had not yet been willing to return them. "I originally wanted to make a collection of clippings, but unfortunately they are not my own." Rhodes gritted his teeth and promised to pay it back tomorrow. He was now reading 2 weekly magazines from this month, which he bought himself, spending about the same money as a few beers, so it was affordable. The wizard guild that Saw Shara introduces this week is Mermaid Heel, a guild with only female members. It is said that this guild is very popular and many male wizards have applied to join, but all have been rejected. There are also some individuals who ignore the advice and shamelessly go to the guild to make trouble every day. As a result, she was knocked unconscious by the members of Mermaid Heel, put into a short skirt, put on heavy makeup, and tied up at the entrance of the guild for a day and a night. After that, the wizards basically reached a consensus that they should not look down on the mermaid heel just because there were only female members in them. Don't provoke them easily. The focus is on Kagura, a genius wizard, whose proficiency in swordsmanship and gravity magic overpowers all of his peers in the guild, and who is expected to become the future pillar of Mermaid's Heel. The standard princess cut hairstyle coupled with a katana made Rhodes think of a woman named May. The past was too painful to recall, and Rod thought he had passed the stage of liking paper figures. He silently wrote down the information about the mermaid heel and Kagura, put down the notebook and began to meditate today. Magic power +1+1+1. The time spent practicing is fulfilling and enjoyable. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Poro delicacies are under development. Chapter 48 Poro delicacies are under development. The incident of lay-by being confessed to has not yet spread too widely. Because although Myra likes to spread gossip, she still has some sense of propriety and doesn't want to hurt the feelings of the three. Rhodes was still learning 3D text magic from Libby, and was also quietly paying attention to the reactions of the three people. After all, the cause of the incident had a little bit to do with him. For the next week, neither Jeter nor Troy took any work, but just kept muttering in the corner. Jet wanted to talk to Rebby several times, but Troy stopped him and discussed how to say it without being awkward. During her break, Libby didn't go to see the two of them, but often sat at the counter and chatted with Myra. His eyes often drifted in the direction of Jet and the others, and he was worried about how to break the awkward situation. Rode was wondering whether he should make things clear for them, but he was worried that it would make the atmosphere even more awkward. However, when Myra was chatting with Libby, she suddenly showed a distressed look and sighed softly. Libby naturally couldn't help asking, "Sister Mila, is there anything bothering you?" "A little bit," Myra said logically. "The weather has been too hot recently, and everyone has become lazy, so there are a lot of commissions piled up here. If we don't deal with it, the guild's ability might be questioned." "Hey, is it so serious?" Libby felt a little guilty. She was one of the people who hadn't been to work for a long time. Myra pulled out a commission from under the counter. "Yes, especially this one, which is to be a tutor for the children in the welfare home in the neighboring town. If no one goes, the children will be disappointed." Libby glanced at a corner and replied, "If I want to help the kids with their homework, I can just find an ordinary teacher, right?" Myra said, "Because more than half of the children want to become wizards, the welfare home wants to invite a few teachers who know magic." Myra's pleading look made Libby unable to bear pretending not to understand what she meant. Being a teacher is a good fit for her. When she thinks about how she is taken care of by Sister Myra. After hesitating for a while, Libby asked, "Well, what does the client want from the teacher?" In addition to basic requirements such as patience and attentiveness, the client hopes that the teacher can teach the children literacy and history, and can play sports and games with the children. "It would be best if we could teach them plant knowledge and gardening skills." Myra smiled, looking like she had succeeded. "Sister Mila, stop joking." Libby pouted. What was the difference between this request and directly calling out the name? It was clearly something she made up. "I'm not kidding. The client's requirements are clearly written." Myra showed the details to Levi. "Just think of it as helping to deal with the backlog of tasks. It's obviously so suitable. I will also talk to Jeter and Troy. There really is such a tailor-made task." Libby hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Myra went to find Jet and Troy to explain the situation. Rod saw that the two were obviously stunned for a moment, and then showed a happy expression. Just as Libby looked over, the three of them met each other's eyes, looked away awkwardly, but couldn't help but look back. Myra thoughtfully arranged for them to gather at the guild gate early tomorrow morning, and Jet and Troy immediately went home to make preparations. Libby found Rhodes with the task list and said, "Sorry, Rhodes, I can't practice with you tomorrow." "It's okay. I've memorized the basics. I'm sorry to keep taking up your time. Rhodes said, good luck on the mission and other things as well. Well. Then I'll go back first. Bye. Rhodes accidentally saw the time on the task list. The commission date was yesterday and the deadline is a week later. It's a commission that has been pending for a long time. Zhang Wuji's mother was right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Myra put her hands together and said playfully, sorry, Rhodes, I sent your tutor away. Rhodes suddenly wanted to be naughty. Yes, my heart has been greatly hurt, so, is there any compensation? Myra blinked, what compensation do you want? Commit yourself to each other. Of course this cannot be said. Rhodes thought for a moment and said, I have something I want to ask Mr. Cook. Can you go with me and help me build up my courage? Looking for Mr. Cook. Myra asked in confusion, what's the matter? Rod said, a research plan on the formula of nutritious meals to promote the growth of worms. Rhodes had thought about developing some poro delicacies for worm before, but he had no time, no cooking skills, and no motivation, so he put it off. But last time he discovered that worm might have grown up a little, Rod rekindled his thoughts on this matter. Maybe poro delicacies can raise a poro king. The best cook he knew now was Mr. Cook, the guild chef. I just asked such a great chef to help research pet food. I don't know if he will be angry. So the reason why I invited Myra to go along was just to find an excuse to do something with her or spend some time alone with her. It's just a saying to give you courage. Even if I really pissed off Mr. Cook, the worst that could happen is that he would chase me for a few blocks with a kitchen knife, but I wouldn't actually get hacked to death. Rhodes's calculations were going mad. Myra agreed without much hesitation. To her, Mr. Cook was quite easy to get along with. The two of them walked around the counter together, into the aisle, and prepared to enter the kitchen through the side door. Rhodes summoned Worm, come and help me see if Worm has grown a little bit. Long time no see, Worm. Myra took the white ball in both hands, waited and gestured, it seems to have grown a little. Snowworm said it was very hot and wanted to go back. Rhodes said, be patient and go back later. Myra rubbed Worm's heart-shaped belly and said with a smile, I'll take you to eat delicious food. Worm immediately became happy. The scene was just like a couple, one tough and the other soft, coaxing an ignorant child with just a few words. Myra looked more and more gentle as she held Poro. Come on. Fortunately, Mr. Cook did not take Rhodes' request as an offense. Instead, he was very interested in creatures like Poro. Worm was really scared. He felt that if the old man in front of him looked at him, there would be more than a dozen spots on his body suitable for cutting marked on them. It seemed as if he would be skinned, boned, and thrown into the stew pot in the next second. Rhodes did his best to describe the appearance of Poro delicacies in his memory and guessed several possible ingredients. The things that Worm usually likes to eat are also listed for Mr. Cook's reference. Mr. Cook wrote them down one by one and said he would start trying them from tomorrow. He felt that according to Rhodes' description, that thing could actually be eaten by humans, and the guild might have another signature dish in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Magic Swamp Frog. Chapter 49, Magic Swamp Frog. There is another small expense this month. Although studying food was Mr. Cook's hobby, Rhodes felt embarrassed not to pay for the materials at all. However, Worm also gained the power to enter and leave the kitchen at will when Mr. Cook was not busy. The prerequisite is that it does not mess with things in the kitchen. This is the 12th day that Rhodes has been learning the magic of three-dimensional writing. After the mission recommended by Myra, the atmosphere among the Lane Engine team eased somewhat, and they soon agreed to go out to work together next time. Whenever Rebby had free time, she would come to tutor Rod and Jet, and Troy would occasionally come to watch the fun. However, the past 2 weeks of study have made Rhodes realize how important compatibility is. At first he was able to use summoning magic almost immediately, but his results in learning three-dimensional text magic were far from satisfactory. When the same fire is written, what Levi releases is a raging flame, while what Rod releases is probably a torch. When writing the same word water, Libby releases a large amount of clean water, which has a good impact, while Rod releases only enough to wash his face. Forget about using this level of skills for combat, but Rhodes plans to learn a few more words that can create light, wind, and the like. At least life will be much more convenient. You don't need to turn on the light when you go to the toilet at night, and you don't need to bring a fire when you go out for a picnic. Congratulations! In contrast, the progress of summoning magic is as stable as ever. This time, Rhodes felt that there were new wild monsters that could be summoned, and just like before, he asked the president to help keep an eye on them. The results confirmed one thing: it is right to be more cautious. Answer my call, frog. The magic power that could summon nearly 4 river crabs was drained away by the pendant, and a huge brown toad appeared in the backyard of the guild. The appearance of this toad can be described as ugly. It has a huge body that can swallow a person in one bite, and there are several purple mushrooms growing on its back. You can tell at a glance that it is definitely poisonous. Quack! Along with the loud croaking sounds of frogs, the ground under the feet of the magic swamp frog turned purple. The next second, Rhodes felt himself being grabbed by a big hand and his body quickly retreated. The president then appeared in front of him, slapped the ground with one hand, and a golden light was emitted. The magic frog and the land beneath its feet were surrounded by a golden magic circle, and golden spells rose from the bottom to form a protective shield. The frog seemed to want to jump, but Rhodes gave it a "don't move" command to calm it down. President, what is this? It's venom. This will prevent it from spreading further. The president looked at the purple ground and said seriously, will it obey your orders like other monsters? That should be possible. Rhodes could feel the connection between the frog and himself. Raise your left front paw. The magic frog raised its claws. Move left 1 step. The frog did as he was told. Scream. Qua. It seems there is no problem. The president said, then is there any way to take back the venom? Rhodes ordered, take back the venom. No response. Rhodes thought for a moment and said, eliminate the poison on the ground. The magic frog stepped back slightly, opened its mouth, and took a bite of soil. It wanted to vomit but didn't dare to, and looked at Rhodes eagerly. Ah, Rhodes suddenly thought this toad was quite cute. After getting the president's approval, Rhodes said, spit it out, gently. The president looked at it and found that the venom in the soil that was vomited out seemed to have been neutralized or partially absorbed. Moreover, the toad did not pollute new land when it retreated just now. Makarov thought for a moment and said, don't summon it in the guild for now. Okay. Rhodes nodded and waved his hand to send the frog back to Summoner's Rift. Makarov was very pleased. It was great that Rod was a steady kid. President, what should we do with this land? I'll ask Polyasika to help me think of a solution. If I can make an antidote, I'll give you some to keep with you, just in case. In fact, the simplest method is to scrape the ground and bury it deep. But we have to consider the long term and can't always prevent Rhodes from summoning it. President, can you take me to visit Ms. Polyasika? I haven't thanked her properly for what happened before. There was no way to communicate when she first woke up. After she learned the common language, the old lady had already gone home and I haven't seen her come to the guild since then. Rhodes did ask Myra about the address of the lady, but was told that Ms. Polyasika did not like to be disturbed. If he went there without any business, she might beat him out with a broom. Preparing the antidote should be considered as serious business, right? It's okay to go together. She might want to see your magic swamp frog. Makarov waved his hand, and with a flash of light, his casual clothes were changed into formal clothes. Rhodes had to admit that he was impressed by the old man's handsomeness, President, this costume-changing magic is so cool. Hee hee. The president smiled like an old child. How about it, do you want to learn? Yes, yes, yes. I must learn a set when I have time. Dressing up and transforming is the romance of a magical girl? No, it's the romance of a wizard. Makarov was very pleased that the child finally had some pursuits besides becoming stronger. He took a glass to collect some poison-contaminated soil, used magic to protect himself, and called out, "Let's go." This was the first time I walked on the street with the president, if the time he carried me back didn't count. Are you used to being in the guild? Fortunately, everyone is a very nice person. They take good care of me and teach me a lot. Rhodes ignored the two rude S-class wizards and everything was fine for now. Just as Makarov smiled, Rhodes continued. Except that it's sometimes very noisy, with unknown objects thrown past my ears, and people often breaking things that are hard to clean up. There's not much to complain about. Makarov covered his chest, feeling a little hurt. If you want to learn the common language, follow Myra or Levi, don't learn how Urza speaks. Urza is like this, she lists everyone's faults one after another, and then says, "I don't want to talk about you today." "Ah, President, I was just joking, don't mind it." Rhodes was afraid of angering the old man, so he hurriedly said, "It's good to have some fun in the guild." He tried to change the subject. "By the way, President, Ms. Polycycle lives in the eastern forest, right? Do you want to take a river crab there?" Makarov looked at the busy streets and said, "Let's wait until we are out of the city. Don't cause trouble for everyone." "Oh, please wait a moment, I want to buy something." Rod ran to the fruit stand and came back a few minutes later with a bag of apples and a bag of peaches. It would be bad to come empty-handed when visiting someone for the first time. Makarov smiled and said nothing. "This is where I found you." After the two rode into the forest on river crabs and walked for a distance, Makarov pointed to an open space. Rod didn't have much impression of this place, and he thought everything in the forest looked the same. Even if I hadn't encountered that strange beast, I would probably have gotten lost and fainted from hunger here. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Unable to achieve divine power, forced to leave the mountain. Chapter 50, Unable to achieve divine power, forced to leave the mountain. There were originally some messy footprints nearby, but after it rained a few times in the past few days, the specific shapes are now difficult to identify. President, you mentioned earlier that you were investigating the beast herd rampage. Have you found any results? Absolutely not. There has been no trace since that time. Makarov looked at Rhodes, but I have a little guess now. Well, me too. Rhodes felt a little guilty and whispered, if it was really caused by my magic going haywire, how much compensation do I have to pay? Seeing Rhodes' worried look, the president smiled and said, "There is absolutely no need for compensation, because this area is ownerless. We can't go to the king to pay a fine for such a small matter." Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief and almost faced a bigger economic crisis. After walking some distance deeper into the forest, the two officially arrived at Polycyca's residence, a tree house. Rhodes looked up at the red apples hanging on the surrounding trees, then looked down at the bag of apples in his left hand, and suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. "President." Rhodes forced an ugly smile, "Why didn't you remind me?" "Ha ha ha. I didn't know you could have such an expression." "How funny." Makarov laughed wickedly, like a naughty boy. When he had laughed enough, he said, "It doesn't matter what the gift is, as long as the thought is there. It's so noisy." The door of the treehouse was opened roughly. "I can hear your annoying laughter from 100 meters away, Makarov, can't you be quiet?" Makarov greeted with a smile, "What's wrong with having some fun occasionally? It's lonely living here alone, isn't it?" Polycyca noticed Rhodes and said, "Your injuries should have healed a long time ago, right?" Rhodes said quickly, "Yes, because I heard that you like quietness, I didn't dare to disturb you. Thank you for your help and care. Polyasica was surprised that Rhodes spoke the common language so fluently, but he did not ask in detail, only saying, now that you know, go back quickly. I told you I hate humans. Don't be so heartless. This kid asked me to bring him here because he wanted to thank you. Makarov said, here, I brought you a gift. Polyasica noticed the bright red apple at a glance and glared at Makarov. Humph, a child taken in by a fool is also a fool. After saying that, she turned and went into the house, but did not close the door. Rhodes was a little embarrassed by what she said. But Makarov knew that she was not humming at Rhodes, but at his own stupid behavior of playing with children even though he knew there were only apple trees here. Don't mind it, that's how she talks. Makarov was used to Polyasica's way of speaking. Let's go. If the door isn't closed, it means we're invited in. Proud? No, that's so rude. Rhodes condemned himself for criticizing his benefactor without authorization and followed the president into the tree house. The space in the tree house is not big and the furnishings are very simple. There is almost no place to stand once you enter. The floor was filled with pots of herbs and bottles of various medicines. The only furnishings in the room were a bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a cabinet carved out of the wall, and a single wooden stool. Rhodes looked left and right, not knowing where to put the things in his hands. Polyasica looked at the bottle in Makarov's hand. You came here for that thing in your hand, right? Makarov nodded. Yes, here is some soil stained with poison. I want you to see if there is any way to solve it. Polyasica immediately asked, has anyone in the guild been poisoned? No, I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Makarov explained the cause of the incident and praised Rod at the end. This kid is very steady. Humph, another idiot who only cares about pursuing power. Polyasica took out a petri dish with a look of disdain, put some soil in it, and dripped one liquid medicine after another into it. Rhodes didn't care about Polyasica's attitude. This old lady must have gone through something to say such a thing. For example, a companion pursues power too much and ends up hurting himself. After a series of professional tests, Polyasica confirmed the effect of this toxin. Contact toxins will quickly penetrate the skin once they come into contact with it, causing a stinging sensation at first, followed by numbness, and movement will become slow. If the poisoning lasts for a long time, the toxins will damage the functions of internal organs, and in severe cases may lead to death. Low temperature can reduce the speed of spread, and the toxicity will decrease to a certain extent after high temperature baking. The effect of inhaling a small amount of volatilized gas is not obvious. After a detailed inspection, Polyasica went outside to find a place and asked Rhodes to release the magic frog. She needed to collect some more venom samples, a sample of the frog's oral secretions, and study the mushrooms on its back. Come back in a few days to get the antidote, and before then don't abuse this monster. Yes, thank you. You don't have to come. Makarov asked for your trouble. Let him do it himself. Oh, good. Rhodes originally wanted to say that he had caused the trouble, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not right. Trouble might refer to him as a person, so the president is the one who is causing trouble. It seems there is no way to refute it. On the way back, Rhodes looked worried. Makarov asked, do you care about what Polyasica said? No, Ms. Polyasica. How should I put it? Although she kept complaining, she didn't do the things you asked her to do in a perfunctory manner. He should be a kind person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Rhodes shook his head. I am worried about other things. It seems that I have overspent on living expenses this month. The money for the gift, the money for the ingredients for Poro cuisine, the clothes I bought some time ago, and a few pieces of fitness equipment. The money in my pocket always slips through my fingers without me noticing, and there are nearly 2 weeks left before salary is paid. If it was before the time travel, I could solve the problem by simply skipping breakfast every day, but now it's not possible. Skipping breakfast will definitely affect my training. It's about time you try to take on some commissions, right? Makarov said helplessly, if you keep going like this, you'll become the next Nabu. Nab was actually more determined than Rod because he refused to be a waiter. Actually, I want to try it, but the hourly wages for commissions within the city may not be as high as those from the Guild Tavern. Commissions outside the city. Rod looked conflicted. I always feel like I'm not strong enough. It's not safe to go out like this. It's a good idea to be cautious, but now at least half of the people in the guild are no match for you. The president sighed, give yourself more confidence, you are very strong. Magic comes from the power of the heart. If you don't even believe in yourself, the magic will become weak. Rod was shocked, so even if I keep training hard, I might still become weaker after I go out. Is this the point? Makarov couldn't help but yell at Rod, go back and ask Myra to help you choose a suitable mission. Makarov suspected that Rod might be suffering from the sequelae of being attacked by a wild beast. It was necessary to let him go out for a walk to build up his self-confidence and gain some common sense outside of books. Oh. Rhodes nodded reluctantly and thought rationally. There was no need for the president to lie to him, and there was no reason for him to cheat him. Maybe it's time to go out for a walk? To be safe, let Myra choose a safe mission, preferably with a team. End of this chapter.